Hello and welcome to day 2 of the Full Grip Games $3,000 cash doubleheader weekend. Got an exciting tournament ahead, and I'm joined by Trainer Chip. How you doing, Chip?
I'm doing so good, Andrew. Happy Pokemon Day, everyone. I'm happy you've decided to stop through here, hang out with us. I'm really excited for this Gym Leader Challenge tournament. I love the GLC format, this singleton, one prizer, mono type. It's so much fun, and I can't wait to see what Brilliant Stars has done to shake up the format.
I think that we're going to get to see a different side of Brilliant Stars today. Yesterday, it was all about Arceus V-Star and, more Arceus V-Star, actually. We got to see some cool new Pokemon V as well. Some Entei got played, Flygon V. But today, the emphasis is going to be on the single prize Pokemon, as Gym Leader Challenge format is a format where there are no rule box Pokemon allowed. So no Pokemon V, no Pokemon GX, no Pokemon EX, or anything like that. It's all single prize Pokemon, and the strategies are really exciting to see in action. I suspect that we're going to be seeing some gameplay from the new Torterra from Brilliant Stars, as well as Liepard and some Darkness type decks. We've also got Bibarel, which could show up in Colorless type decks, and Dragon gets a bunch of new exciting attackers in the form of Garchomp and a Haxorus that might be seeing some play as well. Just so much cool stuff that I'm excited about. The new Magma Basin Stadium.
Oh, yeah.
Great for fire type decks.
Incredible.
Yes, there is going to be a lot of awesome Pokemon TCG action happening today, and we've got over 100 players signed up for today's event.
For GLC, that's incredible.
It's going to be the biggest Gym Leader Challenge tournament ever held so far. This format came to be about 8 months ago and has really been picking up steam, and I'm just so happy to be a part of this Gym Leader Challenge community. It is by far my favorite way to play and watch the Pokemon trading card game. You're gonna get to see some truly unique strategies today.
I'm really excited. The strategy does feel so much more intricate in a format like this. The games are slower. Your setup is much more important, and most importantly, the games last a lot longer, right? The games in Standard kind of go like 4 turns at most, it feels like a lot of the time. We saw some longer games yesterday, but in GLC, these games can be really grindy. Your resource management is so important because every single card in your deck is a one-of. If you play this one copy of Rare Candy, you can't Rare Candy for the rest of the game. So those type of things are incredibly exciting to me. I love watching high-skilled players manage their resources and know the exact right time to play specific cards. I can't wait to see what's going to happen.
All right. And then the name Gym Leader Challenge format does come from the fact that you can only play one type of Pokemon in your deck. So each player in today's tournament will be taking on the kind of symbolic role of a gym leader, piloting one type of Pokemon and attempting to achieve victory with the unique strategies that unfold within that single type. I think that today is going to be great, and we've got so many players that are very excited for this format, been testing a lot in their respective communities, and we're going to be streaming every round for you, so should be awesome to see. Gym Leader Challenge is a very affordable format to get into as well, with most decks costing less than an Elite Trainer box.
Yeah, no kidding. It's very easy to get into GLC, and even if you're not building the most competitive of the GLC decks, it's just really easy to build a GLC deck. You probably could do it at home with the cards you have right now. One of the things I love about the format is how beginner-friendly it is.
Yes, beginner-friendly, but at
very
the top
deep,
end, it has got a very high skill ceiling as well. So super accessible, combined with that competitive spark that really keeps you coming back. I think that there's going to be a lot to enjoy about today's stream. We're going to be going through 40-minute Swiss rounds. It's going to be best of 1, whereas yesterday's standard was 50-minute best of 3. And we saw a lot of players going to time yesterday. It's hard to fit 3 games into 50 minutes, but one Gym Leader Challenge match in 40 minutes is a pretty good time constraint. So we're going to have Swiss rounds, 40 minutes best of 1, and then cut to a top 8 playoff where players will have, I think, 90 minutes
I think that's right.
to compete in a best of 3. And there's nothing more mentally challenging, I think, than a 90-minute best of 3 after you've already played a whole day of Swiss. It really is going to put these players to the test.
And that's whenever the skill really can shine. The seasoned veterans, they've been there before. They know how to handle the higher pressure situations. They know how to navigate those nerves. We saw quite a few mistakes yesterday on stream from players. Missequencing, drawing extra cards, or using abilities, or trying to play a second supporter. Just because the long day of Pokemon, it gets to you mentally. Those mistakes can happen, but the best players know how to manage that and limit those mistakes as much as possible.
We've got some incredible players in the house today. I saw JW Kriewall, regional champion, 2-time regional champion.
That's right.
Made his way out from Columbus to join us. We've got Riley Hulbert, yesterday's champion,
yep.
And a regional champion himself is also here, as well as many other players who have been playing the Pokemon TCG and enjoying the Gym Leader Challenge format. Some players traveled out explicitly to play in today's event.
Yep. Some people who didn't even want to play yesterday. People who didn't enjoy Standard but love the Gym Leader Challenge format. I saw Tankman out there as well, who won in the Standard format at the last 1K event for the Fusion Strike release.
Trey is here.
Yep.
Trey won
the winner of
the
GLC.
very first Gym Leader Challenge 1K that we had here. This is the third Gym Leader Challenge $1,000 cash tournament we've hosted at Full Grip Games, and the largest turnout to date. So I think we're going to see some of the most exciting gameplay that we've ever seen in the Gym Leader Challenge format. If you want to learn more about Gym Leader Challenge format, make sure to check out gymleaderchallenge.com, where we've got all of the rules spelled out. And make sure to check out the Tricky Gym Discord, where players are always looking for a Gym Leader Challenge opponent. We've got a great community there. We'll be right back with round 1 after this quick break, so don't go anywhere. We are getting kicked off with the first Swiss round of the Gym Leader Challenge $1,000 cash event here at Full Grip Games. And we've got an exciting matchup for you all with regional finalists and multiple top 16 North American player Kevin Baxter on the right, piloting a dragon deck against Andrew Dankus with a metal deck. I'm really excited about this matchup. I played actually this matchup against Kevin, and it was just really close. We played this weekend, and we're going to get to see some real back and forth action between these two decks.
Yeah, these decks are actually kind of similar compared to the other types in GLC. Very light on the Pokemon. Andrew only has 12 Pokemon in his deck. Kevin only has 10 Pokemon in his deck, which is absolutely crazy. And then really heavy on those powerful trainer cards. There are so many trainers to choose from in the Pokemon TCG Gym Leader Challenge format, and usually you have to make cuts when fitting in your Pokemon lines, your support lines. These decks don't have the strongest support lines. These types just in general don't, but they make up for it with extremely powerful attackers that are basics, and then whenever you get all those evolutions up finally, you have a little bit of extra support and usually some solid survivability and high damage output.
One of the primary strategies I think we're going to see from Kevin is that Kevin will probably try to get Fast Call Dragonite into play as quickly as possible. Dragonite from Team Up has the Fast Call ability that allows you to search your deck for a supporter and put it into your hand once during your turn, which is an incredible way to kick off the game. Both Andrew and Kevin open what I would argue are their ideal starter Pokemon, with Andrew opening a Magearna, but going first. Magearna has the wind-up cannon attack or the overhaul attack, the one that we're probably going to be seeing on the first turn or second turn of the game. Allows you to shuffle your hand into your deck and draw 6 cards. Wind-up cannon can do some damage in a pinch, but it looks like Andrew Dankus is a little afraid that Kevin might open a strong start.
That's a lot of respect on the Dragon deck right there, throwing the Metal Core Barrier in play already.
Yes. which is funny because that metal core barrier, which decreases damage dealt by 70 on the turn it's played, then gets discarded the turn after, would not actually save the Magearna.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, 160.
From a fully powered berserk attack from the Drampa. But Kevin just plays Gloria. He's going to opt to open things up by getting 3 basic Pokemon onto the bench. So a nice opening hand from Kevin. Going second, he can maybe try to punch the Drampa a little, or punch the Magearna a little bit with Drampa's corkscrew punch attack, but because of the metal core barrier, it's actually not going to be taking any damage.
And we get to see Brilliant Stars having an impact right away. Kevin playing that new supporter, Gloria, which is just a boosted consistency card for any type. Any type could play this card that they wanted to. You get to search your deck for up to 3 basic Pokemon that don't have a rule box and put them directly onto your bench. And in a format like the Gym Leader Challenge format, when rule box Pokemon are not allowed, this card just gets you any 3 basic Pokemon from the deck to place onto the bench. Unfortunately here for Kevin, I don't see a Dratini hitting the field. Oh, that's because it's in his hand.
There it is. And Kevin actually has a great start,
yeah,
because I do see Gabite in his hand as well. And Gabite can use its Dragon Call ability to search out a Dragon Pokemon every turn.
So, Andrew, I know you are really big on the metal deck. You've been playing it a lot. I know you really, really like it, like the typing. There's so many big dudes, so many options. Talk us through kind of the general strategy of Andrew's deck.
The main idea is to set up some really big guys and try to tank and heal. Andrew Dankus does not have a great hand right now. Is going to read that Regidrago. Kevin goes for the Regidrago, whose Dragon Energy attack can do 240 damage. That's one of the biggest strengths of the metal deck, is that the Pokemon can be difficult to knock out. I do think that Andrew is probably best off just using Magearna's Overhaul here.
Yeah.
Could go for the Guzma to try and maybe find something else with the Jirachi. It's just not worth it. Go for Overhaul. You see that Kevin goes for Gloria. He's only got a 2-card hand.
Yeah.
Not too much is going to be able to happen. And I think Andrew taking the opportunity to fill his hand to 6 is going to be very good. Now, by setting up some big guys like Melmetal and Caparaja, those are going to be your 2 biggest attackers in the metal deck. Then you can rely on the various damage reduction tools that metal has available, like Metal Core Barrier, which we already saw. And then we've also got Metal Frying Pan and Metal Goggles, which each decrease damage dealt to metal Pokemon by 30. So with Caparaja having 190 hit points, decreased damage dealt to it by 30, then it effectively has 220 hit points. Combine that with cards like Crystal Cave, which heal off your metal Pokemon by 30 every turn. Funny enough, also heals Dragon Pokemon. So it could be an interesting interesting thing that we see in this matchup. But you're going to want to tank, and then you can heal off more damage with healing cards like Mallow and Lana. I think that Kevin is getting started really in an ideal fashion. Just the single energy on the Drampa, has a fire energy on the Druddigan, and is going to just be complacent to poke for 30 this turn. He doesn't have a supporter yet, but we see with the Gabite using Dragon Call and setting up the Dragonair, next turn, Kevin will be able to evolve into that Dragonite and use Fast Call to get a supporter card.
A turn 3 Dragonite is definitely ideal for the Dragon deck. That'll be consistent draw support through the remainder of the game, and that is one of the only draw support options that the entire Dragon type has available to it. Now, Andrew has some powerful options in hand. Level Ball can find the Bronzor here, as we see that grabbed. Andrew has Sonia as well, so could just take the turn to set more Pokemon up, and also has Parallel City in hand. That is a potentially big card and would force Kevin to discard either the Drampa or the Regidrago, and I feel like with Drampa already having an energy, Reggie Drago would just have to hit the discard pile.
Drampa's in the active, so it would be...
Sorry, the Dredagon.
There we go.
Yes,
yes.
me.
It would probably be the Reggie Drago.
Right.
Because the Reggie Drago doesn't have any energy committed to it, and that Reggie Drago is one of the scariest cards in Kevin's deck with the ability to do 240 damage. So the Parallel City is definitely a powerful card, and both lists might play it. I'm not sure if Kevin is running the Parallel City, but some Dragon lists are also playing Parallel. So it's something that
he does have it.
Yes, both players have to look out for. And if you're the first player to get the Parallel City, then that means that your opponent cannot play Parallel City.
One thing for Andrew to consider is I think that the draw supporter in his hand for the next turn is a Colorless.
Yeah.
So by playing Parallel City, sure, you're limiting your opponent's bench a bit, which can mess with them. But you're also limiting your draw next turn. And I actually think
he's going to probably use Magirna, though, so who cares?
You would go ahead and... I guess you don't have an energy to attach anyway, so no reason to...
Just going to ship it. Yep.
He does have an evolution in hand with the Bronzong, and that is an important piece to get in play right away. But it would plus you 2 cards. I don't know. I've seen a lot of clunky hands in this format from time to time.
I would be okay to hold.
Yeah. Colorless is just one of the most powerful cards in all of the Gym Leader Challenge format. It can allow you to shuffle your hand into your deck and then draw a card for each benched Pokemon in play, both yours and your opponent's. So Shuffle Draw 8 is very strong. Andrew is going to be content to use that Overhaul, send the hand to the deck, and will grab 6 cards off of it. Definitely a slow start, but has very set up, and that is what this deck wants to do, is just get set up, get these big Pokemon like the Melmetal and like the Copperajah that are difficult to KO.
Now, a slow setup aside, I mean, this is pretty par for the course for Gym Leader Challenge
comparatively
format. I mean, really, Kevin's got the turn 3 Dragonite, though, and I think we're going to see an exciting turn from Kevin. Kevin is going to go in with Gabite's Dragon Call first, and with the Magma base can get a basic Pokemon, and because of the Team Magma's base is going to place 20 damage on it, which activates Drampa's Berserk Claws. Berserk now is going to do 70 damage plus 90 more damage because of the damage counter that he placed on his bench Zygarde, and there's no better turn to play Professor Sycamore than this turn right now, and Kevin has a 0-card hand, and that's the power of cards like Gabite. With the Dragon Call ability, Gabite got the Dragonite set up so that Kevin could find a supporter card. This is actually going to be the first draw supporter that Kevin has played of the game, but Kevin is off to a fantastic start.
Well, speaking of supporters, that is pretty much the only thing that Kevin drew, but luckily that 7th card was the much needed energy for Berserk to take the first KO. With all these supporters in hand, it's actually kind of a bad draw because you have access to them through Dragonite anyway. You'd rather draw into some of your powerful item cards. You'd rather make sure you have your energy drops. So Kevin could have a little bit of a tough call moving forward.
Now, Denkus is going to have to figure out how to neutralize this Drampa quickly.
Yes, it can get out of hand very fast.
Drampa doing 160 damage every turn can certainly be threatening. We do see like a plenty of options in Andrew's hand, though. This is like a situation where you actually wish there was the Colress.
No, he has no draw supporter. No supporter card in hand. Has a Versus Seeker, but has not played a draw supporter yet, so there's no real choice. Ultra Ball can grab either the Bronzong or one of the big metal Pokemon, and Andrew does have a metal energy to attach. I feel like Andrew needs to just thin the deck as much as possible. Grab that Bronzong or whatever evolution he wants to go for.
I do agree with the amazing Jirachi first. I think just see, see what your options are.
I mean, you need a supporter, right? So my thought is just thin the deck as much as possible and then look for a supporter.
That's fair. That's fair. I guess. Gonna go for the metal frying pan, and I mean, he's got Nest Ball, so Nest Ball can get the what is it? The Dialga that we just saw. If you want to get the Dialga, he does move the Dialga to the front, and I'm gonna just scan through the rest of the deck. But yes, he's in a little bit of an awkward hand, and it makes you think maybe he should have kept the hand with the Colress.
does make you think, because now Andrew is going to have a pretty lackluster turn, can get some evolutions out and attach some energy, but that just opens up the door for Kevin to play a Guzma, which we know Kevin will have guaranteed access to either Guzma or Lysander this turn because that Dragonite is in play.
Yes.
So whatever Andrew is trying to power up, Kevin is going to be able to respond with a pretty quick KO.
Yes, and Andrew is going to discard the Metal Energy, which can get powered back up with Bronzong. But that is going to be the second Metal Energy in the discard pile. If you don't discard the Metal Energy, then you could theoretically get 2 Metal Energy into play by attaching that to 1 and using Bronzong's Metal Links onto another one.
I think he does still have a special metal in hand.
Oh, okay. Yes, you're right. The Coding Metal. Okay, so that is fine. I was going to say, I would like to see Andrew get 2 different energy into play on 2 different Pokemon this turn.
Yeah.
Because Andrew is in a space where he's probably going to get gusted this next turn because Kevin just has such a dominant board position with the Drampa and the Dragonite both set up.
Andrew does have the metal frying pan, so something interesting, Andrew could have grabbed the Caparaja and then thrown the frying pan on it. I mean, Caparaja just has 198 hit points, right? So it's not going down to the Drampa. But I like this decision as well. You know, spread the energy out, assuming that that is what Andrew will do. He's eyeing up the Versus Seeker. I don't think there's any great options. I think the only supporter in the discard pile is Sonia.
Right.
So I don't know that it's worth using your 1 copy of Versus Seeker on that. Ooh, maybe debating a retreat into the Dialga to pick up a card?
Yeah, maybe Parallel back, but like it doesn't feel good. And he's eyeing up the Parallel.
Well, what does Kevin discard if you grab the Parallel, right? You either discard the damaged Pokemon, you discard an energy, or you discard one of your 2 big Stage 2 guys, right?
It's true, right? But Andrew's also leaving himself with no, with no energy on attackers. I mean, Kevin.
Sure.
So, I mean, you are preserving the Jirachi, which will help.
That is probably the main thing Andrew's worried about now since
yes,
the hand is dead.
The hand is not good. But if there's any deck that can go, behind a few prizes and then mount to come back, the Metal deck is definitely that deck.
Certainly.
It does play Counter Energy as well. And Counter Energy can be a valuable card for allowing you to attack with Caparaja out of nowhere.
So Kevin has a hand full of supporters plus a tag call, which just really exists to get you other supporters.
Now, the crazy thing, the thing about Kevin's hand is that he has every supporter you could possibly want, but does not have an energy to attach.
Right.
So Kevin is not going to be able to capitalize on his space and actually just opts to use N. Yes, because like this hand that he has is not going to be fruitful. Like there's nothing actually that wants to be gusted on the bench, really. To not attach an energy to the Dragon deck. That's the only way you get energy into play is by manually attaching.
Right. So. And Andrew breathes a huge sigh of relief, I'm sure. Welcomed that in. I'm sure Kevin did not want to play that, but like you said, with no acceleration, I mean, you've got cards like Raihan, but that's a supporter for turn.
Right.
So it is vital to attach an energy card every single turn, and Kevin still misses that energy drop.
Kevin finds the Parallel, though, and now Andrew is going to have to consider, and there are no good discards. I mean, you're looking at like Jirachi and Meowth, maybe, which doesn't feel good, and that's the power of Parallel City in this format. Like, my goodness, you're really just attacking the other players' resources when they go wide. Maybe the Meltan. Meltan is one of the biggest attackers in the Metal deck with the Fighting Fury belt. Kevin's Drampa is going to have 160 effective hit points and is going to be swinging for 170 damage with the Berserk attacks. Andrew can respond, but he is going to need a good turn. If Andrew has something like a Teammates, all he would have to do is maybe find, he needs like 3 pieces, right? He needs the Counter Energy, the Caparaja, and a U-turn board, and we're in business.
Right.
Yeah.
I believe the Caparaja is in hand already.
And the Guzma and Hala is in hand.
Okay.
Which can get the entire combination.
Yes.
With the Bronzong on the bench, this could be the turn for Andrew to be able to make a comeback and respond to the Drampa.
This start from Kevin has been incredibly good. Pretty much the ideal setup if you are a dragon trainer. And now Andrew is forced to respond, has that shield energy to attach, and Guzman Hala can find that whole combo, assuming that nothing is prized. That is a big part. Everything's a one of. So if one of the counter energy or U-turn board pieces is in the prize cards, then you're just really kind of in trouble. And Andrew sees that Parallel City off the Jirachi, which is unable to be played thanks to Kevin's own Parallel City.
Right. The tag call is actually really good because it can get you the Malo Alana. I would hate to take a look through Andrew's deck and see the combination of counter energy and U-turn board. So maybe, one of the pieces is not in there, but we'll see. There's the frying pan. There's the counter energy. And is the U-turn board
it doesn't look like
the deck? I don't think I actually see the U-turn board, but Dank is realizing that, this is definitely like counter energy time for sure. We're going to want to get this Caparaja up and moving. However, with Kevin having the ability to potentially gust this following turn, I do think that Denkus probably should have just held on to the tag call off the top of the deck so that you can start to set up this Caparaja, and if it gets gusted, then you Malo and Lana it.
Sure.
So that, could be a way to keep you in the game, keep that Caparaja healthy. But you can see how Andrew is in some really deep water with Kevin just having 4 prizes remaining and that Parallel City taking out some valuable bench Pokemon.
And Andrew is just going to have to grab the Tropical Beach and be content with drawing some cards through that this turn. Definitely one of the more powerful cards in GLC. It's a World's Promo Stadium that allows you to fill your hand up to 7 cards, but you end your turn. And Andrew was not going to be able to pull off an attack this turn regardless. So because of that, it will be worthwhile to use the Tropical Beach and try to find more options for the next turn.
Yeah, I think that that's fair. We do allow World Championship beaches to be played as World Championship collection, beaches from the World Championship decks, which are not legal for regional championship play or anything like that. But it looks like Denkus got a real beach over there.
Yeah, that's a top 16 beach as well. Those things are not cheap. Andrew,
really flexing there.
Absolutely, I like to see it.
I do like to see it. Andrew still got a Metal Link, so going to put an energy onto the Caparaja. And we'll use Beach to fill the hand to 7, presumably at the end of the turn.
Andrew could actually burn that Evolution or Evo Soda right now because Bronzong Break is a card that exists. And that would allow Andrew to have drawn one more card. But Andrew, I think, wanting to hold on to that resource just because you could Super Odd back your Meltan and try to get Melmetal up and running at some point still later this game.
Right.
You want that consistency.
Now, Kevin sees Sonya in the hand, and it might just be a turn where it's like, okay, I need to go get some energy, because if Kevin does decide to aggress on Andrew's board, he's going another turn without accelerating energy into play.
Ooh, and Kevin will go ahead and put another Pokemon in play, and we know that Andrew has that Parallel City in hand, and that's could be a big swing. But speaking of big swings, using Lysander for the turn will bring up Bronzong, and that is a very important card for this metal deck, allowing you to get extra energy cards into play. So losing Metal Links will be really bad for Andrew Denkus. Andrew's almost entire Pokemon line is in the discard pile. It's almost all the Pokemon have been discarded via Parallel City or being KO'd at this point.
It's been a rough go for Andrew Denkus's metal deck so far. There are a lot of resources down. There are some options still. Kevin's deck does mostly cap out at about 160 damage, except for that Regidrago, which just got the Prism energy attached to it. So if Kevin Baxter can find the Double Dragon energy, then we could see a response Dragon energy from the Regidrago for 240 damage, which is why Kevin is going for the Bronzong, because Kevin has got an answer cooked up in the Regidrago to deal with the Caparaja. Most decks can't deal with a Caparaja swinging for 220 damage. But Reggie Drago says, I see your...
Lysander? If he could get Lysander here and bring up that Reggie Drago, that would be huge. Oh,
does not find it. Finds Teammates, though.
That is a very powerful card after your opponent just took a prize card.
Yes, Teammates will allow Andrew to actually start to set up some sort of response. I mean, at this point, Andrew has kind of just been flailing, looking to get set up with the consistent pressure of Drampa and its Berserk attack, really kind of paving the way for Kevin in this game. Metal is a deck that can mount a comeback, but with Kevin having that, I guess Andrew now can use Parallel, right?
Right.
So
what does Kevin discard? That is a tough call.
There's nothing good for Kevin to discard with that Parallel City. You have to keep the Reggie Drago. You have to keep the Dragonite. You're going to let the Zygarde go. That's the one, because the Drampa is probably getting knocked out right now. So then you're choosing between the Drudagon and the Gabite, and I think that you probably have to let the Drudagon go?
If Andrew could have played Boss's Orders this turn plus Parallel City, that would have just put Kevin in a world of hurt. And
yes.
I mean, yeah, Drudagon I think would have to be discarded right now with the way this is set up. Andrew's having a tough time deciding, though. And was that a fail? Did he not grab the Teammates?
Fail. I'm not exactly sure why.
Is there another supporter in hand?
There is. There's a Raihan and a Heavy Ball, but I think that grabbing the Teammates is probably good.
Yeah, or the Mallow and Lana as well could be a decent option. I almost wonder if Andrew...
is there a Marnie or something? I just can't imagine. Cobalion? I'm not sure why the fail. The Teammates grab just seems good.
I think there is a Marnie in hand.
Okay, if it's the Marnie, then that would make sense.
Sure.
We do have Copper Raja in the active position. Cobalion's Revenge Blast is a very strong attack and is going to give Andrew a way to...
brutal Parallel City.
...navigate coming back. And you can see the Parallel City battles are just so brutal, having to take into account all of your resources, just being able to remove multiple Pokemon. And it is the Drudagon, right? You have to... That's one energy taken off of Kevin's board. That's huge.
And if Andrew had the boss here, this Drampa would be pretty useless because there's no benched Pokemon to put in play. The Magma Base is already in the discard pile as well. So there's just 2 energy locked up on a Pokemon that could only deal 80 damage with that Fighting Fury Belt.
Right. That would have been a really good turn to use Boss or Guzma. I think that Andrew is looking at Raihan as the supporter, which makes me wonder... maybe with Teammates keep off of the gear just seems good. But I think getting an extra energy into play is probably strong. We'll see what Andrew decides to go get.
Probably needs to grab some recovery. So many of those Pokemon are in the discard pile.
I think Andrew thinks that maybe this Caparasha is not going down.
No, it is going down. But there's only one double dragon energy in Kevin's deck, so maybe Andrew's thinking through like, oh, maybe Kevin won't have it, but we know Kevin plays that Guzma and Hala, and with Dragonite in play, Guzma and Hala can just get that piece.
You can see the gears turning. There are so many little micro decisions to make in this format, and I think that that's just one of the fascinating things about it, right?
Sure.
Like navigating each turn is like an adventure. I mean, you've got close to 60 different cards in your deck, and figuring out how do I actually use these 60 different cards to craft a cohesive strategy. And it really is it's really fun to see these players kind of work through those problems.
Yeah, Andrew is in the ringer right now.
Is.
He's very much behind. You know,
Yes.
we all obviously know that. And he grabs Lysander, actually, maybe eyeing up a play next turn to target something like the Dragonite, take that consistent search option out from Kevin, but it feels bad to use a supporter like that whenever Kevin is going to be going down to just 2 prizes left.
Yes. Right. Kevin's going to be going down to 2 prizes remaining. I guess Andrew does have the counter energy next turn.
Man.
So
If Andrew,
and Metal Saucer.
Yeah, the Cobalion is very strong. Revenge
Yes.
Blast gets in there, dealing 30 damage plus 30 more for each prize card your opponent has taken. And so once Kevin's taken 4, this Revenge Blast will be knocking out pretty much everything over on Kevin's side of the field. So Andrew has the response set up. Maybe something like an N could have been pretty powerful. Obviously, we know that Andrew also has the Marnie in hand.
I love this play from Kevin. You know,
Okay.
Raihan is a card that sees some play in standard formats. It is an absolute beast of a card in Gym Leader Challenge format because not only does it allow you to accelerate an energy into play, it also allows you to go get whatever you want out of your deck. And we see Kevin grab the Double Dragon Energy, and Double Dragon Energy on that Reggie Drago is going to allow it to do enough damage to one-hit KO the Caparaja with the Dragon Energy attack. There are very few Pokemon in Gym Leader Challenge format who can pump out enough damage to one-hit KO a Caparaja, but Reggie Drago is one of them.
Absolutely. Dragon Energy being powered up due to the Double Dragon Energy, dealing 240 damage. The attack does less damage for each damage counter on Reggie Drago, so it could theoretically lose power at some point in the game, but at this point, Andrew's just going to be one-hit KOing it in response. And Kevin's got a pretty interesting setup here. This Reggie Drago takes a prize, and then if Andrew sends up this Cobalion, takes a knockout on the Reggie Drago, Kevin has an energy already on that Gabite, and Garchomp's ability prevents damage done to it on the next turn. So that would really limit Andrew's ability to do anything on the next turn. It would pretty much force Andrew into finding boss's orders.
Right, and you can't ignore the Reggie Drago.
No.
You have to knock it out.
Oh, yeah.
Metal Saucer going on to the Jirachi, just giving Andrew a valuable pivot later in the game. But at this point, the Bronzong's gone. The Caparaja's gone.
Yep.
Usually, Cobalion is the card you rely on to get maybe prize 5 and 6.
I kind of wonder if I really wish we would have seen Andrew go for like an N last turn off of the Raihan to set that up for this coming turn. Putting Kevin to just 2 cards limits the options and really forces his hand as far as what he can grab with Fast Call.
Right. Marnie will get Andrew 5 cards off the top, but he is quickly running out of attackers. There's already not a ton of attackers in the metal deck, and when you combine that with the fact that there have been some serious parallel city wars happening here, the Revenge Blast attack will take the knockouts, but all Kevin needs is a Fighting Energy.
Oh, and that Marnie's Pride in hand could pull that play off, provided a Fighting Energy's been discarded. I actually don't know if it's...
I don't think I've seen a Fighting Energy
yet.
Does
Marnie's Pride only grab Basic Energy as well?
It does.
Okay.
So Kevin would need to maybe use Sonya this turn, which would do it. And there's that Sonya right at the top of the deck. If there is a basic fighting in the deck.
Teammates would work as well. There is the basic fighting.
Yes, so Sonya would do it. Teammates would do it.
Teammates can set you up for the next turn, and you know that you're going down to 1 prize. So it feels like a decent turn to use it.
Right. But I think that at this point, you know, the Cobalion is really the last card you want to have. It's like your finisher in the metal deck, and I think it's pretty... you know, pretty safe to say that Andrew doesn't have a backup plan after this Cobalion. You can see just the Jirachi on the bench, and Kevin has just been able to take command of this game using Dragonite's Dragon Call ability to search out supporter cards and get going consistently. And the Garchomp is going to get to show its strength now. This Garchomp is probably going to be the card that seals the deal in this match. Its Sonic Slip ability makes it so that when you evolve it, it is invincible the following turn. And Kevin's going to go to just 1 prize remaining. So Kevin has got an invincible Garchomp swinging for 160 damage. What could Andrew even do?
With a Jirachi, the answer is not much. If Andrew was a little more set up, you have to play either something like Hex Maniac or Boss's Orders on the turn that Garchomp comes into play to get around it. And Andrew's not nearly set up enough to do that. Amazing Rare Jirachi's attack costs a bunch of energies that Andrew does not play and also like doesn't do any damage. So I don't think Andrew can even really attack here. Using the Jirachi's ability will find Lana's Fishing Rod, so that can get a Pokemon back. Could bring back the Cobalion. So if Andrew had a way to power up Cobalion plus like an escape rope or something like that, he could take a prize. But then the Garchomp's just waiting to respond with a KO because Dragon Blade deals 160 damage.
Right. There's like actually like almost theoretically a route that Andrew could do it, because Cobalion counter energy, if there was a counter energy in the deck still, right? It's so close, almost.
Maybe if Andrew played Escape Rope, I don't know if it's in his list or not, but if Andrew has Escape Rope and then had a way to go get the Cobalion, get back the Metal Core Barrier, play the Escape Rope, you could power up the Cobalion still with something like, Versus Seeker for Raihan, get those pieces. You would then be able to knock out Dragonite, and then your Metal Core Barriered Cobalion would not go down to Dragon Blade in response, but it does not look like Andrew even has those pieces.
No, this is really tough. Just going to research into the deck, but I don't think that there's any actual attackers left, and I don't even know that Andrew played the Lannis Fishing Rod to throw anything back into the deck. I don't think that there's anything worth getting there. Maybe looking for the Rescue Stretcher, but Andrew's going to concede as Kevin Baxter sets up checkmates with the Sonic Slip Garchomp, a brand new card from Brilliant Stars, really getting to shine in this Gym Leader Challenge format. Kevin Baxter will go victorious, will be victorious in this game one, the first round of the Gym Leader Challenge 1K. Congratulations to Kevin. Well played by both players. We're going to get Kevin back here for a winner's interview in just a moment. I am here with Kevin Baxter, your round one winner with the Dragon deck.
Yep.
Gotta say, Kevin, Dragon deck was looking mighty impressive. What made you want to play the Dragon deck today?
I was always interested in it. Dragon's really cool. They just got a lot of cool Pokemon.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny to try to figure out the whole energy situation.
It is a situation.
Yeah. So it was always in the back of my mind. I was playing Fire for forever. And then the last two 1Ks, I just got ran over by water every time. So I was like, okay, I don't want to have a weakness. And Dragon happens to not have a weakness. So
it's true.
Yeah.
And it can do a lot of damage.
It can do a lot of damage, yeah.
Yes. Were there any specific inclusions that you really liked? Saw the Regidrago really get to show its worth there. I know Regidrago's a card that I see in some lists, not in others.
Mm-hmm.
What made you want to play the Regidrago today?
Everything's getting bigger, basically. The elephant's huge, Torterra's huge, especially if tools on it. You want to be able to get above 200. You didn't used to have to worry about anything above like 180, maybe 190.
160 used to do it.
Right, exactly.
Yes.
And it just wasn't cutting it enough, because if you're not one-shotting with the Dragon deck, it feels very bad.
Yes.
So because you have so few Pokemon that you can't just keep fueling attackers endlessly. You have to be taking KOs with them. So you have to be able to one-shot everything in the format, and he does, basically.
Yeah, the Regidrago was an all-star in that match, able to just neutralize the threat of Caparaja. Will also be a great attacker against Torterra and Wailord as well. All of these really big Pokemon that have been coming out during the Sword and Shield era. It definitely was awesome to see the Dragon deck set up. Is there any other unique inclusions that you really like, or have you been playing with the supporter lineup at all?
Yeah, the supporter is really hard to figure out because you want so many because of Dragonite. So I'm playing like 17, and even just narrowing it down to 17 was tough. And that's a lot of supporters.
That's a lot. We did see you sycamore into, I think, 6.
Yes, and if that was not an energy on the last card, that would have been not great.
Quite bad. Yeah.
It had to be the right energy too.
It did, and it was. Yes.
Well, actually, only some, because I had the rainbow on, or the aurora on him, so it could have been another special
fighting or
whatever.
Fighting,
basic fighting.
Exactly. Yeah.
So anyway, some things that I have that I haven't really seen other people do. Marnie's Pride from the new set.
Yes.
Because energy attachments are so vital in this deck. Just getting an extra one. It's basically half a Raihan, and you don't have to have something die before. So that's nice. Yeah.
Saw the Giovanni Scheme.
Oh yeah, I have the buff damage cards.
And Kukui, right?
Kukui, yeah, both Kukui and Scheme.
Okay, so what are those to help with fix?
So yeah, basically your 160 attackers can get up to like 190 if they have to.
Right.
With like a Kukui and a Fury Belt or Devoured Field.
Right.
There's just a bunch of buffs to try to piece together some knockouts. And the reason I chose Kukui and Scheme over something like Leon or whatever, like is because they can draw cards too.
Right.
Because if you open a Leon, it feels terrible.
Does
But,
feel quite bad.
If you open a Scheme, you can at least maybe fill your hand to 5 instead,
Exactly. Awesome stuff. Well, congratulations, Kevin. I definitely look forward to hopefully seeing you make it all the way to top 8. That would be sick with the Dragon deck. I'm definitely going to be rooting for you. Dragon deck is one of the decks that I would love to see succeed today.
Me too.
It's got so many cool things going on,
Yeah.
especially with that Garchomp.
Oh, yeah.
My goodness. All right. Well, congrats on the round 1 win. We'll be right back with round 2 in just a moment.
Thank you.
Players are set up for the second round of the Full Grip Games Gym Leader Challenge $1,000 cash event featuring Brilliant Stars. We've got Brian Chisholm on the right versus Jeffrey Weiss on the left. And I believe that the matchup that we're going to see is a Dark deck versus a Lightning deck. I'm really excited about both of these types. I think that Dark gets a huge boost from the Brilliant Stars expansion with the release of Lipard from Brilliant Stars. We see Brian kicking things off, going first with an Electabuzz and a Lightning Energy to it. Dynamo hitting the bench and a pass.
Not a super eventful first turn for Brian, but getting that Dynamo in play is great. Obviously, the Dynamotor Electric, one of the key cards for the Lightning deck, just allowing you to accelerate extra energy into play. Also, starting that Electabuzz is pretty good, as Electivire is an extremely strong Lightning-type attacker that can start getting in there as quickly as next turn.
Yes, the Electivire from Rebel Clash has been a popular choice in Lightning-type Gym Leader Challenge decks. With 140 hit points, it's a formidable Stage 1 Pokemon with 2 great attacks for for a Lightning and a Colorless Energy. Thundershock does 50 damage, and you get to flip a coin for Paralysis. Pretty run-of-the-mill attack for a Lightning-type Pokemon, but nice in a pinch, as Switch cards are relatively hard to come by in Gym Leader Challenge. And then Electrified Bolt can do 180 damage if Electivire has a special energy attached.
This is a great turn from Jeffrey. Has the Float Stone on Trubbish and can move into Galarian Wheezing with that neutralizing gas ability thanks to the Ascension attack on Coughing. You just get to search your deck for a card that evolves from this Pokemon and put it onto this Pokemon to evolve it. We saw a good bit of this card yesterday in the standard format. Actually, 2 Galarian Wheezing decks in the top 4, which was pretty crazy to see. But now neutralizing gas will slow things down for Brian. If Brian could have gotten a discard of some energies, Dynamotor would have been a great energy acceleration option. And right away in Brian's hand as well, we see that amazing rare Raikou, which is one of the key cards for the Lightning deck.
Yes, but no abilities. That is going to be tough. This is a great hit for Brian, though. Double heads on Timer Ball is going to net Brian 2 evolution cards, getting both Electivire and Electric from the deck. And then Sonia will provide 2 lightning energy from the deck to manually attaches. That is what Brian is going to be doing, so long as that Galarian Wheezing is in the active spot.
Okay. Brian does bench that amazing Raikou with its amazing shot attack. It really kind of becomes the cornerstone of the Lightning deck. It is definitely the star of the show. It deals 120 damage to the active, and then 120 damage to a benched Pokemon. And that was a big hit there from Brian. Uses Thundershock, deals 50 damage, and hits heads on the Paralysis. So Galarian Wheezing, while it does not go down, it will not be able to go in with the severe poison.
Jeffrey Weiss seems to be playing a deck that leans into this poison a little bit with a Trubbish on the bench. Could evolve into the Garbodor that can inflict poison damage. The Galarian Wheezing obviously can poison, and then the Hypnotoxic Laser automatically poisons the defending Pokemon and has a chance at inflicting sleep.
Hypnotoxic Laser is a card that I know many players from over the years are have nightmares of.
Yes.
You get to play it from your hand, and it automatically poisons your opponent's active Pokemon. Already a crazy good effect on an item card, but then you get to flip a coin. And if heads, your opponent's active Pokemon is now also asleep. This card is incredibly powerful. There have been many bad beats stories over the years,
Yes.
many nightmare tales of just unfortunate heads tails flips as far as hitting your opponent hitting heads on laser and you flipping tails to stay asleep. Jeffrey plays Ball Guy for the turn and gets to search out a bunch of different Pokemon here thanks to all the different ball search cards that they're able to grab. And one of those cards grabbed is that Guzzlord. Definitely, if Raikou's the big mainstay hitter of the Lightning deck, it's got to be Guzzlord in the Darkness deck.
Yeah, Guzzlord is a force to be reckoned with its Red Banquet attack, which can do 120 damage, and when it takes a knockout, you get to take a bonus prize card. Now, Jeffrey searches out a Garbodor with the Timer Ball heads, and this is going to be the Rebel Clash pre-release promo. The poisonous Puddle Garbodor can inflict poison if a stadium is in play, but I don't see any stadiums right now.
No.
Jeffrey does have a solid hand, though, with a Professor Sycamore for next turn. Now that Jeffrey kind of has a board established, and Brian has the counter energy, even though counter energy's effect is not activated because Brian is not behind on prize cards. Electivire's Electrified Bolt attack costs 2 lightning and 1 colorless energy, and with that additional effect of if this Pokemon has a special energy attached, it does 90 more damage, the counter energy will fulfill that extra requirement so that Electrified Bolt is doing 180 damage on turn 3.
And that is a massive threat for Jeffrey to try and deal with. It's just going to keep doing 180 turn after turn after turn, and Jeffrey's not quite set up enough to deal with something as powerful as that. Also, in addition, on this turn, Brian had to play an N. It was the only support option that Brian had access to, and it got rid of Jeffrey's incredibly strong hand. So unknowingly to Brian, he's just really set Jeffrey back big time.
Yes, because taking a little peek at Jeffrey's hand, it does not seem quite as good as the hand that he was holding on to previously with the Sycamore. This looks
Sycamore
like
and an Ultra Ball.
This looks like it might be mostly setup cards, a Verse Seeker, but no powerful supporter in the discard pile.
No.
It's going to be really tough. Brian searches out what appears to be a Blitzel for the bench, which can evolve into Zebstrika. And once this Galarian Weezing is cleared with Electrified Bolts, Brian is going to take the first prize of the match, put the ball in Jeffrey's court, and Jeffrey has to find a way to respond.
Jeffrey's hand is not great, but an interesting play that Jeffrey could go for is the derail on the Eviltal. We saw this Eviltal in Standard a while ago, just as a free retreat basic Pokemon in Eternatus decks, but it actually has a solid attack. The derail deals 30 damage, which, let's not forget, this damage is ticking up because the Electivire is poisoned as well, and it will discard a special energy. So now Brian has to find another special energy, but lucky for Brian, this deck plays so many of them.
It does have quite a few special energy. Speed, Lightning Energy making its way onto the Electivire, ready to fulfill that special energy requirement. The Eviltal is weak to lightning, but it looks like Brian's got no interest in knocking out the Eviltal. Lysander will be played as the supporter for turn, knocking out the Guzzlord, bringing Brian to just 4 prizes remaining. The Electivire is certainly electrifying.
Absolutely, and that was a huge turn to play the Lysander as well, because Brian is going to 4 prize cards, which would be a turn that Beast Ring could be played on Jeffrey's side. So targeting down that Ultra Beast, taking it out of play, Brian recognizes that's the real threat in my opponent's deck. By getting rid of it, now your opponent will not be able to have a pop-off turn with just like a Twin Energy plus Beast Ring and start swinging with Red Banquet.
Especially since that Electivire is already softened up.
Right.
That was certainly a threat if Beast Ring, Teammates, Raihan, any of those
so
cards
many ways
could have powered up that Guzzlord in a pinch. We see a Piers coming down from Jeffrey. Jeffrey is going to search out a
Venipede.
Oh, Venipede. Here we go.
Oh, no. Rare candy into the Scolipede.
Scoliopede. I'm going to have to look this dude
Yeah,
up.
it has like a poison sting attack. It deals 50 damage, and then it poisons the active. So 1 energy attacks is the name of the game, but I think that Jeffrey is content to just attach the energy and try to hold off for the big Venoshock attack, dealing 100 damage, and then if the opponent's active is poisoned, which Electivire obviously is, it deals 120 more damage. That is crazy high damage.
Yes, and Brian is really working through this match. I mean, another Aurora Energy, a Versus Seeker could just bring up the Scoliopede. Oh my gosh, the Scoliopede. No, I really wanted to see this thing get in there with a double colorless energy on it. It was ready to go. But Brian is going to just continue the aggression with Electivire, who is now at 120 hit points. So with 2 more turns of poison, it will get knocked out. But, or I think Derail.
Yeah, Derail's dealing enough here with 30, so.
Will actually finally put this Electivire to rest. But has it done too much damage already?
I think it may have. It's certainly not over. Jeffrey has options, as we see scrolling through the deck. Does look at that Galarian Moltres, whose attack deals more damage based on how many prize cards your opponent has taken. Now, all Jeffrey had for turn as far as a supporter was the Piers, which is not the super powerful supporter, especially when you're having to spend your Versus Seeker on it. But it will find the Thievul here from Evolving Skies, whose ability will shuffle both players' hands, and then they put those hands on the bottom of the deck, and then each player gets to draw 4 cards.
Right. So the Thievul will allow Jeffrey to reset both hands and maybe offer up some disruption. Brian does not have any of their support Pokemon in play yet. No Zebstrika, no
Electrode.
Electrode. Yep, there we go. There's so many Elects, okay? There's Electivire, there's Electric, there's Electrode.
Electabuzz.
Electabuzz. Listen, I'm trying to keep them all straight. And the Derail attack will take the knockout, and Jeffrey will go to 5 prizes remaining. Brian promoting the Electric with a Float Stone. And let's see what he's got.
That unit energy is a good option. Pretty close to powering up the Amazing Raikou. If there was like a Raihan available, potentially Brian could pull it off. But I don't think I see any of those pieces in Brian's hand. Stormy Mountains hits the field and will get played. An excellent card for Lightning and Dragon type decks in the Gym Leader Challenge format, as it allows you to search out a basic Lightning or basic Dragon Pokemon and put that directly onto the bench. And we see the grab of Team Up Zapdos. I know this is a card you're a big fan of.
Love this card. It's just such a nice low-maintenance attacker. Now, what's interesting about the Zapdos, does not hit for weakness. So even though the Yveltal is weak to Lightning, Zapdos will not be able to take the knockout. It looks like Brian may opt to kind of tempo into an attack with Amazing Raikou. Maybe not this turn, but next turn. Does find the Zebstrika and is trying to decide whether maybe to Marnie before using Sprint. And instead decides to just go for the Sprint ability. Finds Big Charm and a Volkner. Volkner can be used to find a basic Lightning Energy and a item card out of Brian's deck.
Oh,
so
and
we'll
this
see
is
what
huge.
Brian chooses to get.
It could grab Electro Power, which will boost the damage of Zapdos all the way up to 110, which is enough to knock out Yveltal with that Thunderous Assault. It boosts the damage output of your Lightning Pokemon by 30. So
80 plus 30.
Good math.
There we go. That is perfect math.
Oh, Brian's cooking now.
Yveltal has 110 hit points. Yep. Yes, with the Electrode hitting the board. Now this Lightning deck is really starting to open up.
Things are looking great for Brian. Has Big Charm as well to just add more hit points to one of their Pokemon if they want to. And still has not used Dynamotor, so that is still an option, and can use the Magnetic Draw of Electrode to draw just 2 more cards here. It doesn't seem like a lot of cards, but over the course of the game, as you continue to draw it really does add up.
Definitely does. The Zapdos getting the lightning energy from Electric's Dynamotor ability, accelerating the energy from the discard pile. With the Electro Power, Zapdos and its Thunderous Assault attack will be able to deal the perfect 110 damage to bring Brian down to just 2 prize cards remaining. Jeffrey is definitely in a tough spot, but finds the Rosa to be able to respond.
Yeah, Rosa's an excellent option. Similar to Raihan and teammates, it does see a bit less play in the Gym Leader Challenge than the 2 post-KO counterparts that it has, but it is solid. You get to search your deck for a Pokemon, a trainer card, and a basic energy card. And Jeffrey eyes up that Galarian Moltres right away, and I believe I saw a Professor's Letter in Jeffrey's hand already, so we could see Malevolent Charge, putting a bunch of extra energies in play, and then with an attachment for turn, Fiery Wrath would deal 20 damage plus 50 more damage for each prize that Brian has taken, which is 220 damage at this point.
I am worried about that Amazing Raikou looming on the bench. Maybe if Jeffrey has a way to boost this Moltres HP, that would be really good, allowing it to burn through with Fiery Wrath and take multiple knockouts. But also, Brian does need to find the extra energy to provide the grass energy requirement for Amazing Raikou, and that is no guarantee. I'm excited about this Galarian Moltres. Fiery Wrath is going to be swinging for 220 damage this turn, even though Jeffrey has no energy in play. Thanks to Galarian Moltres' Malevolent Charge ability, Jeffrey can accelerate 2 Darkness Energy from the hand and then attach an energy for turn to completely fulfill that Fiery Wrath attack cost and swing for a massive 220 damage with the Tool Jammer, going to make it so that the Electric's Float Stone does not work. So Brian needs to choose right now who's going to get the promotion.
And Brian will still send up. The Electric has Guzma in hand, though, so I feel like that is kind of where that decision came from. Brian has the unit energy or the blend energy in hand, but not one that provides a grass energy. So it looks like Brian will take a turn to power up the Regieleki with its excellent Terra Spark attack. It deals 120 damage and then 40 to 2 benched Pokemon. Brian will actually use Guzma, sends up the Electrode, brings up the Thievul, and now we'll draw an additional card with the Magnetic Draw. Still has Sprint available as well, but is just going to pass it over to Jeffrey.
Yeah, just looking to tempo in.
First time we've seen Brian really miss here.
Yeah, Brian kind of acknowledging like, okay, with the with the Tool Jammer, it is kind of slowing me down a bit. So I do like I like that kind of calm, collected play from Brian, though, realizing Brian's just got 2 prizes left.
Yep, good spot.
All Brian needs to do is attack essentially with the amazing shot on Amazing Raikou. And Brian will be able to collect 2 prize cards since Amazing Raikou can do 120 damage to the active and 120 damage to the bench. Jeffrey has an N. Both players will shuffle up, and Jeffrey will get 4 cards. Brian will get just 2.
Oh, this is huge. Jeffrey gets the Devoured Field. That'll boost the damage from Thievul. Oh, it's going to retreat, though. Jeffrey could have tried to set it up so that the Electrode actually got KO'd coming back into Jeffrey's turn, since it kind of feels like
poison.
Yeah, right. Because it feels like Jeffrey needs to buy a little bit more time, because Brian just needs 1 attack to close this out.
Brian at 2 prizes, Jeffrey at 3. Galarian Moltres taking another big knockout with Fiery Wrath, and we see the Blend Energy make its way on. Is that Blend or Unit?
That one is Blend.
All
yes.
right. Yes,
I messed it up already, too.
Yes, one of those. Yes. The Blend Energy make its way onto the Regieleki, provides 4 different type of energy. Water, fighting, metal, and lightning. The lightning is going to be the one that usually gets used in this lightning type deck. But the metal also helps out with the Amazing Raikou, which is why it sees play.
Yeah. Brian used Sprint already, has 4 cards in hand, a couple of strong item cards, but debating, I think, going with that Terra Spark. It discards all lightning energy from the Regieleki, and it will deal 120 to knock out the Galarian Moltres, and it also places 40 damage on 2 benched Pokemon. Brian goes to just 1 prize card remaining. Does Jeffrey have any way to come back in this game? Do the pieces exist in the deck?
I mean, we see Raihan, we see Field Blower can
Okay,
remove,
not bad.
some options from Brian's board, but with no actual attackers right now. I think we're going to need to see some sort of attacking threat hit the board. And with the Rescue Stretcher right there off of the Pokegear, that's a card that you kind of wish you had access to. Being able to bring back maybe the Galarian Moltres, who is definitely one of the strongest attackers in this deck. Jeffrey gonna grab Lysander off of the gear. What do you think, Chip?
It could be desperation time. Purloin has Fake Out. Flip a coin. If heads, you paralyze your opponent's active Pokemon. And we could see a play where you set up an attacker this turn maybe with the Raihan and then go for that flip. And then next turn you have access to that Lysander to try to deal with the threat of Raikou on the bench. But it does involve, of course, hitting a heads on the tail, on the Fake Out. But it doesn't look like that's happening because Liepard just got grabbed.
Yeah, so I think that we're going to see Liepard hit the board on Jeffrey's side. Liepard is one of the strongest new additions to the Darkness type pool of cards from Brilliant Stars with its trade ability. And wait, what? This Garbodor can attack?
Yeah, 80 damage from the Sludge Bomb. Gets boosted by the poison and also gets boosted by the Devoured Field, so it would be 100 damage. So we're close to where that Regieleki could get knocked out coming back in, but it's just not quite going to be enough. Now, the good thing for Jeffrey is that Regieleki does have a pretty hefty 2 retreat cost, which doesn't really make that much sense since it's like one of the fastest Pokemon in the video games.
Yes,
but
yes. Write a letter to your nearest TPCI representative and let them know that this is nonsense, okay?
Unacceptable.
Yes.
But all Brian needs to do is attack once more if there is a switch type card available in the deck. There's the Air Balloon and Scoop Up Net. They were both on the bottom of the deck, so Brian's decision to play this letter to try to shuffle the deck, to try to thin any cards out, is going to pay off massively, to be honest.
It's definitely nice. Sometimes, you got some search cards in your hand and you're going for a game-winning card and you just want to search to see, all right, how many outs do I have to my game-winning cards, right? Cynthia will allow Brian to shuffle up and draw 6
There's
cards.
No shot he misses
with
here.
40 damage already on the Garbodor. Zapdos's Thunderous Assault is just one switch away from taking the game-winning knockout. Will Brian find it off of these 6 cards?
Has so many extras after this one to hit it as well. But there it is. Air Balloon will decrease the retreat cost of Regieleki by 2, moves it to the bench, and Thunderous Assault able to deal with the Garbodor.
Great game by both players. That was a really exciting match.
Absolutely,
I think that we got to see some really cool strategies from both players there, with Electivire really getting things kicked off for Brian.
That early Electivire is really what allowed Brian to surge ahead in that game. Taking 3 prizes before it went down just did not give Jeffrey enough time to develop the board. And the fact that Electivire was combined with 2 Lysanders to just take out the Scolipede.
And the Guzzlord, the 2 strongest attackers.
Exactly.
Yes. It was such a powerhouse in the early game. And then Zapdos and Regieleki able to piece together everything else that Brian needed to secure the win. Hopefully, we get to see some Scolipede action later on. I mean, I was excited to hit the board. Rare Candy Scolipede. Had to read that card. Never seen it before. That's the excitement of Gym Leader Challenge, though. There is such a deep and rich card pool that you never know what you're going to see next. We're going to get Brian back here for a winner's interview, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. I am joined by Brian Chisholm back here again for a winner's interview.
Yep.
We saw you around 3 or 4 yesterday.
4.
with Mad Party. How did yesterday's event end up with Mad Party?
The stream game was the start of my downfall.
No.
I finished 5-3 after a couple misplays and a bad matchup.
Oh.
So
Tough.
Yeah.
But back here with Lightning now 2-0 in this Gym Leader Challenge event. So tell us about your decision to play the Lightning deck.
my friend built me the deck. I played one game with it before today, and that's it.
Okay, so new to Gym Leader Challenge
Yeah.
format, but in your limited experience, what are your thoughts so far? Is it a different playing experience than anything you've experienced before?
Yeah, it's different. It's kind of fun. It's sometimes the consistency problems are a bit annoying, but overall it's pretty fun.
Nice. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Was there any cards that you've had to read so far today? Maybe you didn't know what they did or anything you saw for the first time? Thievel.
The one that shuffles its Marnie. I didn't know that card existed.
Yeah. There's a Scoliopede was for me.
Yeah.
What does that do?
I didn't even read it. I just knocked it out.
It was too big.
Yeah.
Too big. It had to
I
go.
didn't like the candy either.
So your friend got you into Gym Leader
Yeah.
Challenge. Well, it sounds like you have a friend with good taste then.
Yeah.
So, that's good stuff. Well, thanks for joining us today, Brian, and definitely good luck in the rest of your rounds. And we'll see if maybe you can have a better experience post stream.
Hopefully.
Yes, than yesterday. Good luck.
Thank you.
We're getting kicked off with round 3 here at the Full Grip Games Gym Leader Challenge 1K. We have got an exciting match ahead. And speaking of exciting, Chip, we just gave away a tropical beach.
We did.
To one lucky player here at the Full Grip Games 1K. It was an amazing experience with 100 players in the event hall. We passed out about $1,000 worth of promo cards, including the most famous promo of them all.
Yes, Tropical Beach, of course, the world's 2011 promo version. One of the best cards in the Gym Leader Challenge format, a super solid card in the expanded format, and certainly one of the most coveted promo cards for competitive play. Every player got a promo card, and then everyone had an opportunity to flip their card up and see what it was, and one lucky person came away with a beach.
Yeah, it was so awesome to see the joy on that person's face when they realized that they were the one who pulled the card. Oh, what a reaction. It really was fantastic. So big props to Full Grip Games for juicing the prize pool here for the players, just giving everybody a little bit of an extra, just a little bit of an extra something to take home from today's event. I felt like that was a great way to give back to the players. We have got a Jeff mirror on our hands.
Jeff v. Jeff.
Yes. I'm really rooting for Jeff on this one.
Oh, really?
Yes. I think that Jeff is going to take it home.
There's a good chance that Jeff will come out on top. We've got Water on the left, piloted by Jeff Garrison, and Psychic on the left by Jeff Hyman. And both of these decks, while they are two of the more popular types in the Gym Leader Challenge format, both of these players are bringing something a little spicy to the table. Jeff Hyman with a bunch of big Psychic type attackers, such as Golurk from Chilling Rain and Necrozma from Unified Minds, all being powered up with Shining Mew with its legendary Guidance attack, which allows you to search your deck for 2 energy cards and attach them to your Pokemon in any way that you like. We already see Execute on the bench. And what does that mean, Andrew?
It means that we're going to get to see an Executor from Unified Minds with the full clean attack. Does 180 damage, with the small drawback being that you have to discard your hands.
That's a pretty big drawback, but for a stage 1 in the Gym Leader Challenge format to deal 180 damage, I think it is a worthy drawback for Jeff Hyman.
Yes, and Jeff has got a great lead with the Mew and will be able to accelerate a couple of energy from the deck to their bench Pokemon, and it's so good because you can accelerate special energy as well. Nidoran hitting the bench. And I think that Jeff's main strategy in this matchup is going to be to try to set up Garbotoxin Garbodor. Garbodor is just an absolute menace to any deck that relies on abilities. And in Gym Leader Challenge format, many decks do rely on abilities.
Well, speaking of abilities, Jeff has brought a super spicy tech in their water list. That is the Dracovish from Darkness Ablaze, which has the Primal Law ability. As long as this Pokemon is in the active spot, your opponent can't play any Pokemon to evolve their Pokemon, which is incredibly strong in a singleton format that is heavily based on strong Stage 1 and Stage 2 Pokemon.
Yes, there's lots of evolving that goes down in Gym Leader Challenge format. You could say that it's kind of it's what the format is all about.
Yeah.
Evolving your little guys into bigger guys. The format is paced in a way that evolution Pokemon really get to shine, which is what I think that a lot of people really enjoy about the Gym Leader Challenge format. Jeff will play a ball guy. I guess Jeff Garrison will play a ball guy. Jeff will play Jeff
Garrison.
Jeff
They
Garrison.
both have pretty short last names. We
It's
can just
true.
say the full name.
We'll say the full name. I just realized that if I just go Jeff for the rest of this match, it's going to get a little confusing.
We could do Water Jeff, Psychic Jeff, Left Jeff, Right Jeff.
Yeah, left Jeff, right Jeff. Red Jeff, blue Jeff. Yeah, so we've got Ball Guy, and Ball Guy will grab a Level Ball, Dive Ball, and Nest Ball. And Chip, I know you're a big fan of Ball Guy in the water deck. What does Ball Guy bring to the table here?
Well, Ball Guy is a great consistency option, as we see Jeff Garrison does grab the Dracovish right away. Ball Guy is a great consistency option in the Gym Leader Challenge, especially early on in the format, because it allows you to search your deck for 3 different item cards that have the word ball in their name. Level Ball, Quick Ball, Ultra Ball, all of these great search cards from over the years in the Pokemon TCG come together in most Gym Leader Challenge decks. So for a long time, a lot of players were adding this as a consistency option. Now, as the format has continued to grow, it does appear that most people have been dropping the Ball Guy from their list. Usually, whenever you're trying to add stuff, you gotta make some cuts to consistency somewhere, and Ball Guy is probably the weakest of a lot of the search options. But I still love Ball Guy in the water deck just because of the existence of Dive Ball, a ball card that allows you to search for any water Pokemon and put it into your hand.
And this is a fantastic top deck for Jeff Hyman with the Colorless or Lysander.
This is
could
great.
Target down something specific to really stunt Jeff Garrison's setup. The Necrozma is also going to be swinging for a massive 160 damage on the second turn of the game, thanks to the quick start from Mew.
Yes, the Mew accelerates the energies, and Special Laser deals extra damage if your Pokemon has a special energy attached to it. If the Necrozma, of course, has the special energy attached. And I like the aggressive play from Jeff. Target down the setup on your opponent's side, and this is definitely the Pokemon to target as well, because Shady Dealings is such a strong ability. It allows you to get anything you want out of your deck for the most part, any of your trainer cards. So taking that option away not only cuts Jeff Garrison off of the Shady Dealings Drizzile, but also future turns of the Shady Dealings Inteleon.
Yeah, and that is a really strong start from Jeff Hyman. Jeff Garrison now in a weird spot. Like, who do I promote? Was relying on that Shady Dealings to really get rolling. We take a look
this hand is
at
terrible.
The hand. Does it have a Drizzile in it?
It does have the Drizzile. And
Oh my gosh, just the setup completely just ripped out from underneath Jeff Garrison. The Shady Dealings was going to be a great option, but we do have the Call for Family Snom, I believe, right?
Yes, that is the Call for Family Snom. So Jeff Garrison will at least be able to search the deck for, I believe it is 1 Pokemon for the Water Snom. It could be 2, but it will get some more Pokemon in play. And the Whalmer gets eyed up right away, and I know that is one of the strongest cards in possibly all of the Gym Leader Challenge format. but very great in the water deck as it allows you to get to the Wailord, which has the monstrous 200 HP.
I do like Jeff Garrison's choice to go get the Lapras, because Lapras can at least try to slow this Necrozma down with its Confuse Ray attack. I mean, it's looking like Jeff Garrison's having a tough time setting up with the loss of that Shady Dealings Drizzile. So Confusion might be the best bet, and with the Starmie on the bench, you're going to be able to guarantee an energy back to attach to Lapras and inflict confusion. Jeff Hyman has a Fog Crystal, and I'm thinking that Fog Crystal is probably going to search out Trubbish. And sure enough, there it is. Trubbish with the Acid Spray attack evolves into Garbodor, so that Garbodor's ability, Garbotoxin, can shut down all abilities in play. This Psychic deck is not going to be relying on abilities nearly as much as the Water deck, so even though Garbotoxin turns off all abilities in play, that is definitely going to impact the Water deck more than the Psychic deck.
Absolutely, a very worthy trade, and one of the key pieces of Garbotoxin is needing a Pokemon tool card attached in order to turn on that ability to turn off your opponent's abilities. Now, when Garbotoxin was legal in the standard format, it's very easy to get a tool card. You just played 4 Floatstones, and it was Floatstone's one of the best tool cards ever in the history of the game, so it was useful in a bunch of scenarios, but also the best tool to put on Garbodor. But in Gym Leader Challenge, you're only able to play one of each card. So finding the one Floatstone is a little tougher, so Air Balloon comes down onto Trubbish.
Yes, Air Balloon is a fine replacement, turning Garbodor's retreat cost of 3 to just 1, a much more manageable one. Another useful tool that can go on to Garbodor is Rescue Scarf, which was actually the tool card that used to see play on Garbodor before Floatstone was released, and I'm really making myself feel like a dinosaur now.
That is before I was playing, but yes, I've built some old school decks, and that is very much what the strategy was with Garbodor. You just had to play Switch in that deck, because if Garbodor got stuck active, you were going to be in a little bit of trouble.
That's true. Necrozma is going to be able to run it back for another knockout without any form of opposition from the Water deck, which has been slowed down considerably.
Yeah. It's not looking great. Jeff Garrison's really just in top deck mode. Has to hope to find a supporter card. Worst case scenario, if you found an energy, you could at least go for that Confuse Ray.
Well, we got the guaranteed energy because of the Starmie.
Oh, sure, right.
So that's fine, right? And Fion is, fine. Maybe as a Pokemon to just throw up and let get knocked out if that's something that has to occur. And at this point, I think that Jeff Garrison is realizing, as much as I'd love to get the Dracovish into play, these Pokemon are starting to get evolved up. And we're going to need to sack the Dracovish for a Water Energy to try and go for a Confusion strategy with Lapras.
These are the type of things you have to do when you are in desperation mode. Try to buy yourself a turn. Unfortunately for Jeff Garrison, though, Jeff Hyman just has a absolutely massive hand and pulls that Tate and Liza.
Oh, yeah. Tate and Liza is a super useful card in this format because of its utility. Not only is it a consistency card because it allows you to shuffle your hand into your deck and draw 5 cards, but it's also a switch out, allowing you to either choose to shuffle draw your hand for 5 or switch your active with your bench. Jeff Hyman choosing to switch the active with the bench, get the free retreat from Trubbish, and take a third knockout with Necrozma. This Necrozma is absolutely unleashed right now.
This is kind of similar to what we saw in round 2, where the Electivire was just able to run over the opposition, take 3 early prizes. But in that case, at least the opposing player was chipping away some damage. Jeff Garrison just unfortunately has got not much of anything.
And it was all because of Jeff Hyman's decision to take out that Drizzile. So much of this Water deck relies on those abilities to get set up. The Water deck is one of the most powerful decks in Gym Leader Challenge format. However, if you stunt the draw power of the water deck by taking out Drizzile, taking out Octillery is another one that we usually see.
Right.
See Jeff Garrison is going for more of the stage 2 draw power with the Swampert and its power draw ability. But Jeff Hyman is just playing a consistent list that is not really relying on those abilities to set up, and instead the supporter cards are just flowing.
And versus Seeker from Jeff Hyman grabs that Lysander, brings up the Squirtle that just got the energy attachment. Special Laser is just cruising here. We could see a solo Necrozma just run over Jeff Garrison's board, and now the Nidoqueen is in play, which has the ability to grab other Pokemon out of the deck. Jeff's deck is cruising at this point.
Yes, and the Nidoqueen doesn't even get the Garbodor with the Squirtle going down. I don't think that there's any abilities that Jeff Hyman is really worried about. Nidoqueen's Queen's Call ability allows you to search your deck for a Pokemon that isn't a Pokemon GX or EX and put it into your hand. Nidoqueen grabbing the Golett out of the deck this last turn and putting it into play. So Nidoqueen's a great consistency card for this Psychic deck. Necrozma bringing Jeff Hyman down to just 2 prize cards remaining. Will Jeff Garrison be able to find a response, especially with an Executor getting built up on the bench?
It's looking really, really tough at this point. Jeff Garrison did finally top deck a strong Pokemon in that Wishy-Washy from Cosmic Eclipse. Its attack dealing 130 damage. It would be enough to knock out the Necrozma, and its hit points being big enough to withstand a hit from the Necrozma, but not big enough to withstand a hit from the Executor. So it could just be too little too late for Jeff Garrison. And Jeff Hyman, to add insult to injury, says, let's slam that Garbotoxin Garbodor in play.
Woo-wee. Yes, Garbodor hits the board. No abilities. Jeff Garrison will promote the Wishy-Washy, which does have a formidable 180 hit points. We'll get a second Water Energy, and Nessa can start bringing some Pokemon back from the discard pile. But Jeff Hyman has just 1 prize card remaining to Jeff Garrison's 6. And Jeff Garrison just hasn't been able to get anything really moving at this point. Wow.
Not good at all. Jeff Garrison's trying to make something happen, but it's not happening. And if Jeff Hyman has an energy card in hand, that would be the game. And there is the counter energy attached. All Jeff Hyman has to do now is retreat the Necrozma to the bench, and clean hit from Executor deals 180 damage. Jeff would have to discard their hand, but I don't think they mind since they're winning the game.
And that's exactly what Executor is there for, sweeping at the end of the game when all you need to do is deal a ton of damage. Executor can hit those numbers that many attackers cannot quite get to, and the Mind Bend attack is nice to have in a pinch as well. Jeff Hyman going to take that one 6-0. The Necrozma absolutely carrying, and it's all thanks to the Mew, the Shining Mew, that got that Necrozma up and rolling on turn 2. We're going to get Jeff Hyman back here for an interview in just a moment. I am here with Jeff, hot off their win in round 3. So 3-0 now with the Psychic deck.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about your deck and what made you want to play Psychic here at the Gym Leader Challenge event.
Honestly, I was thinking about it. I was debating between Psychic and Water.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit more comfortable with Water, but the Psychic just seemed more fun. Just the fact that you can shut off abilities with Garbodor or Wobbuffet is really good. I feel like a lot of Gym Leader Challenge decks run, they use abilities a lot, so
like
it's,
all of them.
Yeah, rely on it. So it's like it's a good way to shut that down.
Yes.
The other thing that really made me decide was I found a promo card called Gym Badge it came from Evolutions. It was a promo league Gym Badge, and it's an item card where you just flip till you get tails, and you draw a card
cards,
for
right?
each head. Yeah. And I'm like, that's perfect. And I had a Sabrina one, so I'm like, yeah, I'll throw it in there.
That's so sick.
right.
Have you actually drawn any cards with it yet?
The game before the stream match, I finally pulled it and I played it, but it was like the match was over before. But
that's sick.
so I'm gonna play it because like I've been wanting to play it.
I love the staying on theme.
Yeah, I'm trying.
That's
Man.
awesome.
It's so cool. This format's the thing I'm most excited about.
That's
for this
awesome.
trip,
I
yeah.
really appreciate you
Yeah.
making the trip out. The Executor got to get in there with a full clean.
I know, dude. The full clean's so good. I
Yeah.
mean, I wish I could have had the town map, combo, but
Yeah.
couldn't get it. But it's still good. It's
That's
still good.
awesome.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about the 2 matches you played so far. What have you been able to win against?
The first match was I think it was another water deck. The Necrozma, like getting that right away it's just insane because
Yes.
it's 160 and there's not really anything you could do with that, like against that.
Especially, I mean, we saw you use Shining Mew to accelerate to it.
Yeah, and then the second match I had was a Colorless. That one we went all the way to time and
Oh, wow.
turns, and that was crazy. But yeah, I was able to pull that one off too. But he got me real close because he was just trying to get his abilities going. But I
Yeah.
had the Garbodor. And it
Oh,
just
that's
shut it off.
awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Now, where are you from? Did you make the trip out with some friends of yours?
Yeah, so I made the trip by myself. I'm from Illinois. I'm from like the Quad City area, so
Nice.
like a couple hours away from Chicago.
Cool.
Shout out to my crew, my local crew at Nerd HQ. They're probably watching right now, but yeah, a couple of people wanted to come with, but they just weren't able to.
Sure.
But maybe next time for sure. But I really wanted to come for the Gym Leader Challenge, and I'm like, it's a fun trip. I made a trip out of it from work and stuff. So yeah.
Awesome. Well,
Yeah,
we really
yeah.
appreciate you making the trip out, and
Absolutely, man,
congratulations
every
on your
time.
round 3 win. Good
Thank
luck
you.
in the rest of the rounds
Thank
going
you
forward.
so much. I appreciate it.
Players are getting set up for round number 4. We have got Will Mantho on the right with the Dragon deck against Trevor Redding. You may know him as Tankman from the Tricky Gym Discord server with his Colorless deck. This should be an awesome match that we've got ahead. Will has been brewing up this Dragon deck for weeks and is really excited about the power level of it. Will has got both these players got some insane opening hands because looking over at Trevor's side, Trevor has got I think the Bridget in the opening hand, and Will has got the tag call. So they both have got the option to get going very quickly.
Looks like Will had to take a mulligan, so Trevor draws 1 extra card, which is also always nice, and especially since it was that Pidgeotto, which can evolve after a Bridget for the Pidgey. And Will start right away with that tag call, as you mentioned. Take a moment, check the prize cards. It's always hard to check your prizes in the Gym Leader Challenge format since everything is a one-of, but one of the most important things to check is always those Pokemon lines, especially in a deck like Dragon where you play very, just 1/1/1s of your important Pokemon, the stage 2 Pokemon, right?
Yeah, so grabbing the Guzma and Hala is going to be one of the best opening supporters for Will. Can't play it this turn because it's his turn 1 going first, but just getting it out of the deck and also playing the tag call to get a little bit of a deck search and kind of suss out which cards are maybe not available due to prizing, and then has to pass it over to Trevor. Trevor's got a wonderful opening hand himself with the turn 1 Bridget, and I know that Trevor really puts a premium on having powerful opening turns because Bridget is going to allow Trevor to set up cards like Bibarel potentially, or Cinccino, or Pidgeotto. We do see Bidoof in the deck. Porygon also going to be a card that Trevor is going to prioritize as well. With both Bridget and Gloria in the deck, there are plenty of options to search out basic Pokemon early in the game.
Very strong start, and this is what Trevor really needs since there are so many evolution Pokemon in his deck. He needs to get out the Pidgeys. The Minccino is in the active spot, which is great. Also, getting Porygon into play can be really key, since that Porygon Z's crazy code ability really just unlocks the potential of Trevor's deck. It allows you to accelerate any special energy from your hand to the field as often as you like during your turn. It certainly gets crazy when you get Porygon Z in play.
Yeah, Porygon Z is definitely one of my favorite cards in the Colorless deck, but Trevor's got a little bit of a spicy take on the Colorless Gym Leader Challenge deck with the inclusion of Fire Energy. With Fire Energy, you can use supporter cards like Welder to accelerate additional energy into play, which really helps to streamline attacks throughout the match, since you can use Raihan, Welder, just a bunch of different supporters to get things kicked off.
Trevor grabs Snorlax right away, one of the strongest early game attackers, and we've seen so much early game aggression in our streamed games so far. Usually whoever can come out swinging first is going to be very far ahead in the Gym Leader Challenge format. And since Trevor already had the double Colorless energy in hand, it makes so much sense to grab Snorlax with its excellent Collapse attack. It deals a solid 120 damage, and unfortunately Snorlax will take a nap after that, but you've got a couple turns to try to wake up, and it has a monstrous 150 hit points, which gets boosted even more by that Fighting Fury belt that Trevor just slapped down.
And despite the fact that Will has a good supporter in his hands with Guzma and Hala, is actually a really precarious situation, because the Snorlax, Verse Seeker off the top is not going to help. The Snorlax and its Collapse attack could do 130 damage thanks to the Fighting Fury belt next turn, and that Zygarde's only got 130 HP. So if Will decides to use Guzma and Hala for a card like Tropical Beach, I mean, the hand is just not very good, because Tropical Beach is not going to draw a lot of cards. So I think Will has to go for a Cynthia and Caitlyn, which will only net a draw of 3. But Will's going to need to find some Pokemon off that draw.
It really needs to be Pokemon Search or Pokemon. Otherwise, Trevor is very much threatening just a turn to win. Snorlax is that strong. Getting the double Colorless energy early is so good. Oh, also, this Colorless deck, I hadn't even really thought about it yet, got super boosted by Brilliant Stars because of double Turbo Energy.
Yep.
Another 2 energy providing card. Let's
3
see.
cards from Will.
Is there a Pokemon?
I see.
Dratini, or is that a Dragonair?
I feel like a Pokemon would have just smacked to the bench.
That's a Dragonair.
That is a Dragonair. But the Fighting Fury belt can give this Zygarde a little bit more survivability. However, it's still a really tough scenario, because a Field Blower could still net Trevor the KO. So Will, I think, not even deciding to use the Professor's Letter and just doing 40 damage to the Minccino. Not what Will wants to be doing on this turn in the match. Trevor's got the Pidgeotto and is going to start to be able to churn through the deck with that Air Mail ability, and things are really going to get kind of touch and go for Will as Trevor starts to set up even further in this game. Will definitely needs to get some basics into play ASAP.
Yeah, Will's setup is not very good. Trevor doesn't have to, it could theoretically win, right, with a Field Blower and a switching card this turn, but I would imagine Trevor should be okay just kind of taking the opportunity to set up a little bit more, try to get that Porygon 2 out, try to find the Vigoroth potentially to evolve that Slackoth and get into the Slacking, because Slacking's lazy ability is really strong, especially against a deck like Dragon that takes a long time to get set up and is reliant on a couple of key abilities like Dragon Call and Fast Call.
Yeah, I'm looking at Will's hand, just trying to think, like, okay, you make it through the turn, what are you thinking? You got the Guzma and Hala, which is doing nothing. This Zygarde is actually like the worst lead in the deck, because it literally does not do anything until later on in the game. Its Judgment Surge attack does 40 damage to each 40 damage times the amount of prizes your opponent has taken to one of your opponent's Pokemon.
Extremely strong option.
Wow, and a Marnie from Trevor is actually going to give Will a little bit of life in this game, I think.
I always hate having to play a card like Marnie or N whenever you know your opponent does not have a good hand, but sometimes it's just what you have to do. You got to value your own setup. You've got to try to make sure that you can play the game, and as long as that is the case, you'll be fine, right? So you have to make sure you can do that. So it feels bad to play the Marnie and refresh your opponent's hand, but it seems like it was necessary.
I kind of imagine the town map's going to just get slammed down to reveal those prize cards. Would seem pretty good, right? Level Ball, Rare Candy, these are some good cards to have. Bidoof, Trevor kind of thinking things over in the hand, and here goes the town map. Going to get to see what those prize cards are. And okay, I actually have a good look at them on this camera over here. So we've got Quick Ball, Nest Ball, not too much. The Unidentified Fossil, I think, would be the big one.
Yeah, and a couple Fire Energy as well. We see Trevor did miss the energy drop this turn, and those Fire Energies are key with the cards like Welder that Trevor does play. Trevor's hand is pretty solid still, though. Winona in hand is a great option for the colorless deck for next turn. You get to search your deck for 3 colorless Pokemon and put them in hand. And also Rare Candy would allow Trevor to just grab something like the Slacking or Porygon Z, whichever one he prefers, and put that into play on the next turn.
Yeah, so I think we'll probably sigh of relief, though losing the Dragonite and a Rare Candy off of this Juniper in his hand could be painful for sure. Dragonite is one of the key pieces of this Dragon deck, and to say that Trevor is just about completely set up at this point, I think is fair. There's not too much more that Trevor's going to need with the Slack Off hitting the bench, can evolve into Slacking, and Slacking is definitely one of the strongest attackers. Not just in the colorless deck, but one of the strongest attackers in Gym Leader Challenge.
Ooh, that is interesting that Will played the Timer Ball. I think just wanted to shuffle the deck. I guess there's something on the bottom of the deck that he wanted to have a chance to draw here off of this Juniper. Did he hit no basics again?
No basics again. This is rough. I mean, that's the thing about the Dragon deck. It doesn't play a lot of Pokemon, but at this point, I mean, my goodness.
Where are they?
There are none. And you have to be very concerned that your opponents at this point could find a way to knock out your Zygarde. And Zygarde, again, just the worst lead in this deck. The Snorlax has the capability of potentially taking a knockout. I mean, there's some supporters there. We see like Marnie's Pride. And Marnie's Pride is a supporter that some of the Dragon lists have been playing, and Will just has to take a knockout. The Nest Ball in the hand, but will be able to survive through the turn. Trevor promotes Snorlax, and we have got Winona.
Oh, this is so good, though, for Trevor. Can get Bibarel, can Rare Candy into the Slacking, and get the crazy code Porygon.
Gosh.
Just all of his powerful colorless Pokemon. This is just going to be a perfect turn for Trevor. It is possible to win here. Needs an energy card and a field blower, but
this is crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, this is why Trevor plays so many setup cards, because he just wants to set up the dream every game. I want Bibarel. I want Pidgeotto. Plays Cinccino and Pidgeotto and Bibarel. That's 3 draw support Pokemon, and that's the power of the colorless deck.
Right.
Is that it has more draw outs than every other type in Gym Leader Challenge formats.
Bibarel will use that Industrious Incisors ability to draw up to 5 cards in the hand. I think Will just wanted to check exactly what the card does. Trevor has the English copy, but wanted to play that slick-looking Japanese one in the deck.
Yes.
Field blower!
Oh my gosh, and the float stone.
Needs an energy!
And the
There's
fire
the
energy!
Oh, it's over! Will Mantha loses by never getting a Pokemon in play.
No. And that is rip. Nest Ball off the prize. Too little, too late for Will. Will just not able to find a basic Pokemon. What a devastating loss for Will. Will drop to 3-1, and Trevor will advance to 4-0 at the Gym Leader Challenge 1K. Dang. The Dragon deck, it's a little greedy sometimes.
It can be, and that is just the worst way to lose a game
is.
of Pokemon. I would rather lose a close game where my opponent just outpaced me a little bit. I'd rather lose a close game where I made a mistake that cost me the game because I know what I did wrong. I can improve from that. It feels so bad to lose a game whenever your deck just does not set up and doesn't do what it's built to do.
Right. And actually, what's crazy is just from talking with Will, we had kind of both agreed that the Thunder Mountain Stadium, I could go. You don't need it, right?
Cutting consistency is always risky.
It is risky. When we saw that really came to bite Will that game, because with the Guzma and Hala in hand, was not able to use the Guzma and Hala to go get Thunder Mountain.
Stormy Mountain.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And then go get a basic Dragon Pokemon, right?
Yeah.
So, like, those little micro decisions probably won't end up rearing their heads during most games, but we got to see that happen in real time, and Will probably will be throwing that Stormy Mountains back in the deck after this.
Yeah, that is very unfortunate. Consistency is king in the Pokemon TCG, but when you're trying to fit in cool cards like little text, things like, Field Blower that's really strong in certain situations, but it's not a consistency card, right? Things like Muscle Band and Fighting Fury Belt, these are really powerful cards, but they don't help your deck's consistency. So you got to fit all these powerful cards in there, and usually the cut ends up being consistency, and we just saw that, unfortunately, bites Will in this match.
And on the other side of the table,
speaking of consistency,
that Trevor has really been high on trying to fit every single setup card in the colorless deck. Gloria, Bridget, Winona, 3 different Pokemon that draw cards.
I think Ball Guy was in his list as well.
Ball Guy. I mean, it's literally a setup at all costs kind of list. And we saw Trevor had 2 different Stage 2 Pokemon and 2 different Stage 1 Pokemon set up by, the third turn of the game?
Turn 4, I believe.
Turn 4,
yeah,
right. So
3,
those different consistency choices ended up paying off for Trevor. We're going to get Trevor back here for a player interview after this quick break. I'm here with Trevor Redding, also known as Tankman from the Tricky Gym Discord. Trevor, you just advanced to 4-0 now with your colorless deck that you've really been working on.
I've been grinding it out.
Yes, and tell us about why you chose the colorless deck for today, and what went into crafting this thing.
Oh, a lot of stuff. So obviously I've been on attacking colorless the whole time the format's been active. And I was getting kind of burnt out of just like waiting on a plane, hoping I don't prize Porygon Z the last 2 tournaments, because that's pretty big. That's pretty important. But this time I was gonna play something totally different, like Lightning or something.
Yeah.
And then they announced like Double Turbo Energy, B Barrel, and like Gloria, and I was like, oh. And so now a quarter of my deck has changed since last time. Yeah, it's just kind of nutty how easily this deck sets up. I had like Pokegear to find Ball Guy, Winona, Bridget, Gloria. Yeah, originally I tested a list that didn't even play Porygon Z or Slacking. It was just hyper aggro with high damage attackers. And that deck is like really fast and aggressive, but I found it kind of burnt out at the end, especially against like grass and water. So I was like, okay, I have to have like a full setup deck in order to be able to compete with the top types, and that's kind of how I came to this deck.
Yeah, and let's talk about the consistency cards that you have in the deck. Bridget, Gloria, Ball Guy. You've got Tinchino, Pidgeotto. How did you fit it all?
I had to make some suspicious cuts. I had to cut research because there's multiple times where I know play research in every deck is like the first card, right? But that's not really how this deck operates. You kind of have like a huge hand all the time, and you don't want to just research away like your super rod and special charge, because I've like lost games doing that. So it's like, okay, I'll put the Colress back in, and so I had to make some really just weird cuts and then try it out, because the way this deck is different than most other types is like if you set up, you're drawing a ton of cards.
Right.
So like you can really sack some of the draw supporters and like set up Minchino, Pidgeotto, and stuff like that. And you also have the new Minchino. Oh yeah, the new Minchino, which is Call for Family for 2, which is huge because you'd always start it and feel bad, but now it's like actually pretty good to start it. So.
Feels great, actually.
Right.
Yeah. So that was really impressive to see. I think by turn 4, you had 2 stage 2s, multiple stage 1s. I mean,
Right.
really the dream set.
I mean, I've been drawing hot this whole tournament. I'm not gonna lie, but
Okay.
yeah. But yeah,
Right.
it's pretty much just the max consistency. I
when
think.
you build the deck to draw hot, then you can expect that to be the result.
Right.
Tell us a little bit about your adventure to 4-0 so far. We saw Will's Dragon deck, unfortunately, just not getting set up consistently. But what other matches did you play against to get here?
Game 1 was a dragon deck that pretty much went like that. Just went, unfortunately. Game 2, I hit water, and it was really close, and they bossed up my slacking before I even had a chance to use it.
Yeah.
But then I just super routed it back in and like just drew through the rest of my deck and like set it up again really quickly, and they couldn't do anything about it and just stopped them from taking their last 2 prizes.
That's wild.
Yeah. And then I hit dark, and they prized like half their basics, I think, or like 3 of their basics, and I was able to just set up and just take advantage of that and gust up Guzzlord before they were able to do anything with and knock it out with the slacking. So this deck is, one of its strengths is that it's just highly consistent at setting up. But if you don't set up, it's kind of a little iffy because it doesn't have to be draw supporters. But
Right.
that's just kind of how I decided I had to design a deck like this.
Awesome. Well, I think that consistency is definitely key in the Pokemon TCG, and it's really great to see that strategy pay off for you, Trevor. Tell us a little bit about how things went yesterday. You said it wasn't super hot. What did you play?
I played Suicune Ludicolo again.
And you won our last 1K
Right.
with that deck.
That deck is still sick. But okay, I didn't think about it's like a best of 3 and you only have 50 minutes. Because I won game 1 game 1 of round 1, and then against Jolteon.
Okay.
Which was like impossible before, but I played the Manaphy and had the capes and stuff, and it was like it's actually winnable now.
Okay.
And then game 2 they won, and then game 3 it was pretty much in a pretty safe spot to secure it out, but we ran out of time, so we went to tie.
Sure.
And then game 2 I hit Arceus Duraludon with Tool Scrapper, which I was betting nobody would play Tool Scrapper, but somebody did, and but I won game 1, and then lost game 2, and then went to game 3, and I think I guess I should have just planned ahead, and then like I'm not fast enough at playing a Drizzile deck in order to go into something like this for a best of 3. And I think it was pretty much just a bad meta call anyways.
Yeah.
The idea was that if Mew benches 3 Pokemon with Choice Belt, you can now knock them out, where you couldn't quick shooting them to finish them off before.
Right.
But, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean there's a whole learning curve
Right.
to kind of figuring that out, but I'm really happy that you made the trip out, and congratulations again, being 4-0. Glad today is going better for you. I'll be rooting for you in the rest of the games, and thanks for being here.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
I am joined by the one and only JW Kriewall, FlexDaddy, who is 4-0.
That is correct.
Here at the Fulgriff Games Gym Leader Challenge 1K. JW, tell us a little bit about the deck you brought to the table today and how it's been going for you so far.
Absolutely. Well, I came to the first 1K.
You did.
And I have some unfinished business because I finished second place. And that was a big deal. I was really kind of upset. I was a little sad that I had finished second
about a
place.
second place finish.
Yeah,
This guy, nothing less than the best.
Absolutely. Well, my
Yes.
time is limited. So when I'm
Isn't-
like every
isn't
tournament,
isn't
if I
all
don't
of
win
ours?
it, yeah, I know, right? Seriously, so I'm serious. So
I'm serious. I'm having a kid in 5 weeks. I'm serious. Yeah.
So I liked a lot of things about the first deck that I played in that opening tournament,
Yep.
which was Lightning.
Lightning,
And there were a
yep.
couple things that really stood out. I had a really nice draw engine
Yep.
because I could use Zebstrika, and then I had a way to take multiple prizes with the Raikou. So I always am kind of looking for that when I'm choosing a deck. Is like, do I have a draw engine, and is there a possibility to take like snipe damage, multiple prizes, or in the case of Dark, you have Guzzlord. So
Right.
I chose for this event Dark with that in mind because you get the Liepard, which has been unbelievable.
Really?
Unbelievable. Because that's all that Dark really needed. I cut the Crobat line. That sucked. Evolving to draw 2 cards, like, no thank you.
That's a 3 card wasted on getting to draw 3 cards.
Exactly. So
It's pretty bad.
I just
or 5 cards. It's not that great.
I kept the same core, which was
Yeah.
really heavy in supporters, like very supporter heavy core, because you only had that Crobat for draw. And then I just slotted in a Liepard, and then I had a free space to throw in some spice. So that's where I'm at. I got the Guzzlord to take a couple extra prizes, which I've done in my round 2 matchup against Metal, which was really
Okay.
good. And yeah, I'm just cruising.
That's wild. So you were able to beat a metal deck. I heard you did 190 damage to 1-hit KO a Caparaja.
It was kind of insane. So what is really good against the Metal deck, because they don't have any way to snipe that I know of.
Not
okay?
really.
So you just go for Spirit Tomb really early, and you just build Spite, and it's kind of a stupid prize to take for them because it's just one prize, and you can get it back out later, and they're trying to deal with the pressure of like a Hoopa,
Yeah.
right? Because Hoopa's smacking them for 90 or 110 with a muscle band, and so they're trying to get out from under that, so it doesn't really make sense for them to gust up the Spirit Tomb. So you can get that Spirit Tomb really nice and juiced up, as it were. And so I had the Devoured Field, Spirit Tomb with 5, and then I had the Muscle Band. Yeah, and then I also had a Field Blower. So I Field Blow his
Right,
metal
'cause
tool.
Of course, it had a tool on
Yeah,
it.
well, this is the matchup I was worried about. So I played a Field Blower because I was like, you know what, metal's just gonna, because I don't have a lot of guys that do a ton of damage. Like you got Spirit Tomb, you have Weavile, but they have to kind of like play into it. You have Zoroark, but they have to kind of play into it.
Yes.
Like you don't have a lot of guys that can reach those high numbers, so you need the Field Blower to try to get those tools off the metal. So I was able to do that. Took the big knockout. That was a really big swing because I was the only attacker on his field, and I just won from there.
I know, and you've been on the dark deck for a while. I remember like day one, you
Well,
were like,
I thought, before the first 1K, I
Yeah.
thought Dark was cracked.
yeah,
Again, because I had the draw engine and because I had the multi-prize taker. But then Lightning kind of came into my life, and I fell in love with that.
now
That was my first love.
Yes.
And now we have graduated.
Now we've graduated to dark. A true man of taste. And I see
Absolutely.
I really like your shirt.
Hey, thank you. So
Yes.
much, really.
Yes. Now, tell us where can people find you if they're not familiar
Yeah.
with the FlexDaddy name?
Yeah.
You are actually the co-host of a certain podcast, co-host of our yesterday's winner.
Absolutely. Riley Hulbert and I actually run a podcast together, one of the oldest, longest continually running podcasts for the Pokemon trading card game, and we do a lot of competitive stuff over there. So that is called Tag Team, and I know we have a lot of listeners in the chat. I can see it right now. But run that over there, and you can find some merch, articles that I write, and all the links to any of my socials over on my website, flexdaddy.cards.
Cards. Awesome. Yeah, and you got some good ones. I've seen
Yeah.
that you have a good deck.
Yeah.
A lot of the catchphrases, a whole bottle of ketchup I
Just
saw.
wait for I just ordered it. It's going to be so insane, dude. That's such a good shirt.
Yes, I just ate a whole bottle of ketchup. Shout
Yeah.
out to Pokemon Trading Card Game Live. Super, super fun. So it's wonderful to have you here, JW.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much for joining us. How have you enjoyed Brilliant Stars so far? Do you think that give us a little taste of what you think about the set?
Yes, that's insane. Like Arceus is just so good.
Yeah.
So good, so consistent. You can just throw it with anything, really.
Yeah.
But I loved Riley's deck, just kind of the simplicity of it. That's where I'm huge on, right?
Yeah.
Like the simplicity of decks, like four ofs down your throat. You don't really have to think and make like too many decisions in terms of
Right.
like, oh, my tech card, if I need it in this matchup or something. It's just a consistent deck. It's going to hit you hard, and
Beat
it has
stick.
that beat stick.
Oh yeah.
And that's kind of where we're at. You
Yep.
know, fortunately or unfortunately, like that's kind of where the
You
format's
just
at.
gotta acknowledge it and play into it.
You do,
right?
you do.
Yeah.
So I think the him winning was really, really cool. I'm really proud of Riley, and it's really cool to see just how the meta will form around that, and then maybe new counter strategies can evolve. Because I'm really on Urshifu right now. I like Urshifu, Rapid Strike Urshifu. Play with Moltres. I played a couple games with Kevin
Okay.
out there in between rounds because I donked him in round 2.
Okay.
But we were playing the matchup because he was playing Riley's deck, and I had my Rapid Strike Urshifu Moltres deck, and I was like, I now know that if I just play this one card, then I have a positive matchup against this deck, and it's kind of cool. We were kind of working through that matchup a little bit. So Rapid Strike Urshifu, I'm onto it, man.
It's not dead, you're saying?
It's not dead. No, absolutely
No, not with Mew VMAX, not with Manaphy.
No, you play with Moltres, you get it going. You can play Raihan now because you got Luminion.
Okay.
So you could search that out. You
Okay.
play some choice bands.
Right,
so
because you're
doing
not on the
bigger damage.
Italian engine with it.
No, it's too slow. It's
no,
too slow. It's too slow. Yeah,
Yeah.
as long as Mew doesn't take that first prize, like that turn 1 prize, then you can trade favorably.
I can't tell you how often I've heard that.
Well,
if
maybe
Mew just
well,
doesn't go
but-
turn 1 Meloetta.
Well, here's the deal, though, right? Because
Yeah,
it's all gonna crystallize, I think, around the Arceus deck. That
Yeah.
deck seems
It
just
does
cracked,
seem cracked,
very
yeah.
consistent. You're gonna do good things with that. So I think that's people are gonna shift to that, and then if they shift away from you,
Right.
oh baby,
There you go. Urshifu's time.
oh baby.
Okay. Well, thanks again, JW, for joining us, and good luck in your upcoming round. Hopefully, we get to see you on stream soon.
Unfinished business.
We have got Mike Gibbs on the left, your reigning gym leader challenge 1K champion with his grass deck against Jacob Weber on the right. And Jacob is going to be playing a Psychic deck. So Psychic versus grass. This is going to be an awesome match to watch. I was watching Mike Gibbs earlier in the day mount a huge comeback in the grass mirror. And Mike also did really well during yesterday's tournament.
Yes, absolutely. Mike made it all the way to the finals. This could be a pretty good weekend for Mike if he finds himself in the top 8 once again. Now, Andrew, a lot has changed for the grass deck since Mike won the last Gym Leader Challenge tournament. That thing being that Forest of Giant Plants has been banned from the format. Now, how has the loss of Forest of Giant Plants, but the addition of the Torterra and Grottle, how has that really changed the grass archetype?
It just makes it more fair.
Sure.
Yeah, that's really it. Giving one type the ability to instantly evolve all of its Pokemon on a single turn, especially when you have access to multiple abilities that call out other grass type Pokemon, can just create overwhelming board states too early in the match, which is against the spirit of Gym Leader Challenge format. So Forest of Giant Plants is just a card that didn't really need to exist within the format, and it is already banned in expanded formats. I think it makes sense for it to also not exist in any more methodical formats that like Gym Leader Challenge. So the community voted to let Forest of Giant Plants go, and one of the primary reasons for letting Forest of Giant Plants go was going to be the introduction of Grottle and Torterra. Grottle, with the Sun-Drenched Shell ability, can search out grass-type Pokemon once during your turn. Combine that with Grovyle, right? It's Grottle and Grovyle. That definitely won't get confusing. Yes, Grovyle. Grovyle has the Sunshine Grace ability, which can also search out grass-type Pokemon. So both of these Stage 1 Pokemon capable of searching out other grass-type Pokemon, and then Grottle evolves into the insane Torterra from Brilliant Stars.
190 hit points on Torterra just seems unreal. I mean, we're talking, this is rivaling Wailord, and this thing has pretty much no damage cap. Like, it can knock out anything in the format, theoretically, if you put enough evolution Pokemon in play, and this grass deck is full of evolution Pokemon. And Mike already has quite a few of those evolutions in the hand, and an excellent start for Mike. Going second is that turn 1 Bridget, and also started Zarude with the Pack Call attack. Probably just the ideal set of 2 cards to have in your opening hand as the grass player.
If you can start turn 1 Bridget, turn 1 Zarude, going second, phew, gonna be having a good time. Zarude's Pack Call attack allows you to search out a grass Pokemon from your deck and put it into your hand. But if you're going second and it's the first turn of the game, you can search for 3 instead. We see Mike go for Roselia, Bulbasaur, and the
good old Grookey.
Grookey, there. I was like blanking on it. It was like something about out of sight, out of mind, being
Bro,
underneath
he's got
his
a
hand.
stick. He's so happy.
There it is, the Grookey. Okay, yes, it was like underneath his hand for some reason was having me
Sure.
blank on it. Yes, the Roselia, Bulbasaur, and Grookey, and then wait, there's no grass energy in the hand. Though.
Oh.
So no turn 1 Pack Call. Still a very strong turn 1 from Mike, but not quite as explosive as it might have been otherwise.
Wow. That is really unfortunate because Mike does play 12 basic grass energy. So the odds of having at least 1 in your opening hand are super, super high. So that is really unfortunate from Mike. And Jacob is getting very nicely set up by getting the Dracloak and evolving that Dreepy 1 stage away from getting possibly the most powerful Pokemon in all of the Gym Leader Challenge format, that Dragapult from Rebel Clash with its Infiltrator ability, one of the most annoying Pokemon to play against, because if you do any damage to it, that player gets to flip a coin, and if heads, there's no damage.
Yeah, annoying only if you're unlucky. You know, I mean, just
Andrew says just get good. Flip
just
heads.
get good. Have them flip tails. They'll flip
Have 'em
tails.
flip tails, right.
Yeah, just give them the mean look, and and they'll just flip tails every time. They'll crumble under the pressure, right? Dragapult reminds me a lot of Whimsicott GX from Unbroken Bonds, which had a similar ability. Dragapult from Rebel Clash is a monster in Gym Leader Challenge formats with 150 hit points, a free retreat cost, a resistance of 30 to fighting, and the Phantom Force attack, which does 120 damage and places 3 damage counters on your opponent's bench Pokemon. Imagine if you flip heads on Dragapult's Infiltrator ability, then that Phantom Force turns into 240 damage that I've pumped out and 6 damage counters on the bench Pokemon.
Oh, Jacob did not go for the long distance hypnosis, which that would have been a great time to do it. Your active Marshadow's not doing much for you. You don't mind putting it to sleep. And you could put the Zarude to sleep, which is the real only thing that Mike has going. Just a pack call to try to get more set up. Now, it does appear that Mike is missing the energy still anyways. But Roserade with that La Parfume ability allows you to search out any single card and put it into your hand. And Mike grabs the rare candy right away. Are we seeing the turn 2 Rillaboom come out?
This is the power of Roserade. Roserade's La Parfume ability can really piece some of these combos together. And there it is, the rare candy into the Rillaboom on the second turn of the game. Rillaboom's Voltage Beat ability is going to fix all of Mike's energy problems. Starting right now. Voltage Beat gets 2 grass energy from the deck and allows you to attach them to one of your Pokemon. And then with a research, we are going to see a fully powered repeated whip this turn, so long as Mike finds a grass energy, which we do see in the hand off of the research.
Incredible start. Voltage Beat can grab 2 energies out of the deck. Repeated Whip is just going to start taking big KOs, and this has been the theme of the day. The person that can start attacking the quickest, the person that can start taking these KOs and put on the aggression has been the victor in most of our games. Now, Jacob is pretty well set up, has 2 energies on the Dracloak, only needing to find Dragapult to start swinging into Zarude. So I'm not as worried about Jacob's position as maybe some of our early rounds. But Mike's setting up nicely.
Mike is popping off.
Quite.
This is the dream turn 2.
For turn 2, this is absolutely insane.
The dream. Yes. This does not happen every game in a singleton format.
No.
You got to figure, this is happening in a deck where you can only play one of each card. There's a stage 2, 2 stage 1s, a fully loaded Zarude. This is craziness.
This is very strong. Mike is not set up a Trico yet, had a level ball in hand, so it makes me wonder if maybe a piece of the Sceptile line is prized. That definitely could be the case. That line is very, very strong.
And here is the Dragapult coming down for Jacob. Jacob taking a look at their hands. Got an old Cemetery and a Spell Tag and a Marnie to reset Mike's hand to only 4 cards. So if if the Dragapult does go down, you get punished by the Spell Tag no matter what.
Yes, there are plenty of great outcomes here for Jacob at this point, and that Phantom Force is going to spread some damage to the bench. Now, as Jacob, what do you want to start targeting? You want to spread the damage out a little bit or just stack it all on one Pokemon?
I'm thinking that a softening up of either the Rillaboom or the Ivysaur would be good. Maybe look at eventually knocking one of those out. And Jacob's hand is not looking good. This is going to be a huge flip.
Definitely. And that's where the Dragapult can come in clutch. If you flip a bunch of heads as the Psychic player and Dragapult just lasts even 2 turns, potentially 3 turns, that can really swing a game in your favor.
Looks like Mike is going to take the opportunity to use Voltage Beat to accelerate a couple more grass energy into play. Probably targeting down the
Loading up Zarude.
Going into Zarude, looking for a potential one-hit knockout on the Dragapult. That's going to be a lot of grass energy to lose if the Zarude ends up going down. Mike showing the most confidence in this coin flip.
Yeah.
That's what I'm telling you. You got to just give your opponent the mean look, just saying, all right, you'll flip tails.
Act like it's not there. And...
Act like it's not there. Brush it off, soldier. You got it. Yeah, this Dragapult, Jacob's entire strategy is hinging on this Infiltrator flip. This is going to be, oh my gosh, do you escape rope around?
Ooh.
You could, but I mean, you're delaying the inevitable at this point.
Yeah, you kind of need to deal with the threat of Dragapult, I think. And if you played Escape Rope, your best attacking option is the Shining Genesect. You could attach for turn and then bring an energy up to the active with its red signal, energy signal ability, I believe. And you could take out the mana, but you're not dealing with the real problem, which is Dragapult.
I think Mike probably coming to this realization that it's got to be about the Dragapult. The Dragapult has to go down. There's no clean way to do this unless he's got X-Maniac for next turn. But this is going to be a repeated whip. Will Jacob's Dragapult hang
flip.
on? Big flip right here. And it's
It's
a
a heads. Oh
the
my
Dragapult
goodness.
lives.
And you can just see the body language from Mike. Could not believe it. And that is a bunch of energy that's going to be lost. And Jacob does have an end to...
Top decks the
Woo!
end. That hand was dead, Chip. That was a
Wow.
dead hand. Jacob, just like that, was looking like he might lose his only attacker without a supporter in hand. The attacker lives, and now we're playing end.
And this is what Jacob needed to stay in this game. If Mike does succeed at KOing the Dragapult, even though Mike would lose a bunch of energy on Zarude, all Jacob had was the mana. And now Jacob has an opportunity to find more Pokemon, but I don't see any other basics in this hand.
There is a Bridget and a Gloria in this hand.
Okay, for next turn.
For next turn, all the Dragapult has to do is live again.
Hang on for as long as
Listen,
you can.
Listen, Dragapult, we're going to need you for one more turn. Run it back.
So this is really cool from Jacob. Has the Escape Rope in hand, can retreat the Dragapult and then play Escape Rope, and then Phantom Force will place a damage counter on this Zarude on the bench while getting a big hit into something else. Actually chooses to play the Escape Rope before retreating. I think there is still counter energy in hand, so
and
you can...
a basic psychic, yeah.
I think Mana has 2 retreat, actually.
Oh, so the counter will satisfy.
Yeah.
You could pinch the counter energy by actually, doing the retreat first, but it's going to get done. Yeah, Dragapult having free retreat does allow you to make that a little bit of a cheeky play. But this Dragapult is about to go, oh my gosh.
What does Mike even send up?
I mean, 240 damage over the course of 2 turns. More than that. I mean, we're talking 240 plus 60, right? 300 damage.
Wow.
Over the course of 2 turns, this Dragapult is wreaking havoc on Mike's board, and just like that, Jacob is back in the game.
What a swing, what a turn. Jacob is in an excellent spot, and now Mike's main attacking Pokemon in play, Shining Genesect, only has 10 HP remaining.
Yeah, we're taking a look at what Mike has as an option. Boss's orders, it's like you can't boss around it. The Super Rod is going to allow Mike to maybe put some energy back into the deck. That's rude. Oh, it was all in on the Zarude to take care of the Dragapult, and I know that Mike has got to be frustrated because that board position that Jacob is rocking with is not good.
No.
It is sparse. If the Dragapult just goes down, the path is pretty much clear for Mike to take over.
Right. Mike, I don't even think has a way to KO this active unless Venusaur comes into play, since its ability will effectively make all grass energy that Mike has count as 2 grass energy. So Mike would like to find that. I also have a feeling that Mike probably prized a piece of the Torterra line, because we have not seen Grovyle, we have not seen Grottle yet, and those are important pieces. So maybe you go for the boss's orders on the mana, try to chase a prize. It feels really bad, though, to just let this Dragapult get off another big attack. but you're not knocking it out here anyway. And swinging into this twice just feels so bad as
there's
well.
no chance. Yes,
Yeah,
that is not good. And I suspect by Mike's kind of decision to maybe boss and not go for the Venusaur is making me think that the Venusaur is prized.
That could be true as well.
I think that that's probably what's going on. Or else you just go for the Venusaur to go for the knockout again. So I think that Mike probably recognizing this and trying to dig it out.
Yeah.
Because if Mike does find the Venusaur off of the prize, then Mike will be able to potentially respond to the Dragapult with Rillaboom.
I think that was a Fighting Fury Bell grabbed off the prizes, so that is not incredibly helpful. But what is incredibly helpful for Jacob at this point is playing Bridget, searching out 3 basic Pokemon and putting them into play.
Yeah, Bridget's going to be finally, with literally no other Pokemon on the bench. This has just been the Dragapult show for Jacob, and that Infiltrator ability just saving the day. This game, it would have been a wash.
Yes.
Yeah, it was looking bad, especially since Jacob didn't find any basic Pokemon off of that end before. Just a couple of supporters. Might have just been Mike running through the board, but that's the power of the Infiltrator ability. You could play a card like Hex Maniac to take care of it, but you have to have the Hex Maniac in your hand at the right time in order to take that KO. Jacob gonna set up Ralts, Inkay, and Giratina from Lost Thunder. Giratina getting a Psychic Energy, which is great if you find a Dimension Valley, or a Malamar to use Psychic Recharge, then the Giratina can get to swinging next turn, and Jacob's going to take a knockout, going to just 4 prizes remaining, piling up damage counters on the Ivysaur.
There's no great option here for Mike. None of the Pokemon in play have the ability to one-hit KO Dragapult. You can, sending up the Roserade, its Squeeze attack deals 30 more damage and gives you a chance to paralyze the active Pokemon, so that could be what Mike is kind of doing right now, trying to buy a turn because the hand is just kind of weak. Mike's Zarude and Shining Genesect are in the discard pile, which are the best basic attackers. Mike did play a Super Rod, but chose to just put back 3 energy cards. Probably relying on Revitalizer and Rescue Stretcher to bring back the Pokemon to hand for later in the game, but now the Quick Ball in hand is not an out to any Pokemon to try to put some energies on with Voltage Beat.
Yeah, Roserade is getting the promotion, maybe because Roserade is just the weakest link on the board.
True.
And probably the best Pokemon to sack, but also because it's the Pokemon that can buy Mike a little bit of time.
Right.
I know we've talked about, and I'm sure that Mike is reading, whether or not Dragapult prevents effects of attacks. It does not prevent effects of attacks. So if Mike flips a heads on Squeeze, then at least the Dragapult will be paralyzed.
Yeah, and that would be great for Mike. And now the Squeeze would also put the Dragapult more in range of being more easily KO'd by something else. Mike actually just goes for Birdkeeper, drawing 3 cards, does find Revitalizer and also a Marnie for the next turn. I guess Mike can play the Revitalizer and get those powerful basic Pokemon back, try to load some energies up on them, but this turn is pretty much a wash. I do think Ivysaur's first attack is like Poison Powder, deals 30 damage and then poisons the opponent's active, so that is an option, but it does require 2 energies. So
it does. I think that this Ivysaur is just going to the active position to eat.
You say that, but Mike is thinking about attacking here.
You got to ask yourself, at what point do you run out of energy in the grass deck? Like,
Yeah.
How much juice do we have? How much gas do we have in the tank, right? Because Rillaboom's Voltage Beat, it's obviously incredible being able to pump energy into play every turn. But eventually, especially with that huge Zarude getting knocked out earlier, how many more Voltage Beats are we going to be able to see?
And Mike does not play Energy Recycler. I do think that was a card that was played in his tournament winning list. So with a lot of energy going down, there's no real way to recover them.
Ivysaur from Dark Explorers with the Sleep Powder. Okay, so it's auto sleep.
Yes.
Yes, Poison Powder is the second attack.
Okay, yeah.
So this could buy Mike a turn if Jacob is unable to wake up and doesn't have a switch card in the hand. The Revitalizer does bring both the Zarude and the Shining Genesect back, with the Fighting Fury belts. They're going to be a little beefier than they were previously. Zarude getting a Grass Energy into the Fighting Fury belts. And we've got a Sleep Powder coming down. Jacob will have to flip twice. First for Infiltrator, which does prevent the damage,
Wow.
and then for Sleep.
To see if Jacob is able to wake up. This is big.
Oh,
Wow.
wow. Just,
Hold on to that dice there, Jacob. That is
Yeah.
a good one.
If you're Mike, you got to be feeling bad about that. If the odds of your opponent flipping so many heads in a row, you got to start doing that math in your head, thinking, okay, logistically, you're going to have to start flipping tails here eventually, right?
You would think.
You would think.
Oh, and Jacob has boss's orders. That is huge. Can just targets down the Rillaboom, actually gets some good damage off on that. Easy to clean up later with the spell tag and some distortion doors from Giratina potentially, and targets the Ivysaur on the bench. I think Mike was almost considering scooping there. It looked like he was going to bring his cards all together, because this is just looking that bad.
It's rough, but I think that's, Mike could have a way out. It depends on how many resources he has to put energy back into the deck. I mean, honestly, Jacob's board is just not scary.
No,
that's the thing.
no,
It's just the Dragapult.
If you can deal with this Dragapult, you feel like you're in a decent spot. But
Right.
dealing with the Dragapult is the problem.
It is the problem. The Rillaboom is stuck in the active now. I mean, it is a close game. It's 4-3 prizes.
Yep.
Mike had the lead early on in the match, and kind of took that the early setup. Mike had the dream.
Yes,
I
Mike's
mean-
second turn was
Yeah.
like, if you could stack your deck to do that every game, that would be what you wanted to do as the grass player.
Absolutely. But you see, there are definitely strategies to slow your opponent down in Gym Leader Challenge, which makes it such a interesting game to play. Looks like Rillaboom will use Voltage Beat, pump 2 more Grass Energy onto the Zarude.
And this will allow Mike to take a prize, so we keep the prize race pretty close. But it does send Giratina to the discard pile, so Distortion Door will be able to spread more damage. And Jacob has just kind of got this little mini spread mode going between Phantom Force and Distortion Door. Also that spell tag. This can just stack up the damage so quickly.
It really can. I mean, I'm worried that maybe with the Guzma in Jacob's hand, that Jacob might be able to take another double prize knockout, or maybe the first double prize knockout of the match, maybe knock out the Rillaboom. And
I think Mike does have a Marnie in hand, though.
Okay. And an
And
N.
an N.
All right, so lots of hand disruption available. Yeah, this is tight. Quick Ball coming down
Yeah,
for
Trico.
Trico.
It did discard the Grovyle. I actually looked over Mike's list. Mike does not play Sceptile. So it is just Grovyle, Trico, just that additional Sunshine Grace, added consistency. Sceptile is so good. It feels weird to not play it, but when you're trying to make space, this deck has so many stage 2s as it is. Sometimes you got to make those cuts.
I think that with both tool cards in the deck, right, both the Fury Belt and the Cape, I think that Mike is going for more of an emphasis on the basic attackers.
Right. Sure. I see what you're saying. Now drawing 5 cards from Mike. Does find Netball, has the energy in hand already, but not much else to work with. No other Pokemon to try to get set up. I have to think that the Turtwig is definitely prized. Now we've seen Grottle and Torterra in the deck, which is really unfortunate because Torterra is the big beater of the new set. And I don't even think that was the Turtwig there off the prizes.
Yeah, I'm worried that Turtwig just might not be showing up to
Yeah,
work
it's
today.
too late now.
Yes.
If Mike had taken it there, maybe it can come into play to close out the game. But now,
Oh my!
What a
gosh,
draw.
The top deck.
What a
of
draw.
The Field Blower, absolutely insane. Field Blower, definitely going to be a game changer. I was just thinking to myself with that hand disruption, probably not going to be able to easily find the Field Blower, but the Field Blower can remove the tool from Zarude and allow Jacob to march forward to take another knockout, removing even more energy from Mike's board. This Dragapult has been an absolute terror to deal with.
this is not good for Mike. And this is why Dragapult is so strong. If it hangs around for such a long time. It just does so much damage, and it has a lot of HP at 150. That is not easy to deal with. Jacob has now set up Malamar with its incredible Psychic Recharge ability. Distortion Door from Giratina allows it to come from the discard pile to the bench and put 2 damage counters on Mike's benched Pokemon. And Jacob, this is just ideal. Now, it is still 3-3, but if we just look at the board state, this is bad. This is really bad for Mike Gibbs.
Mike has found a way to stay clawed into this match up until this point. I mean, Jacob takes the prize lead 3-2. Mike's gonna need something to give here, though.
Yes.
Like something has to go Mike's way, because now Jacob's board is starting to look a little scary. Avery will draw 3 cards. Flips it over. You could see with the way that got flipped over.
Turtwig's the last prize up there.
Is in the top left. That Turtwig just hanging out in the prizes. Yep. Not going to be available this game, unfortunately, which is just so tough because the Torterra is one of the strongest attackers in this
Mike doesn't
grass
have
deck.
any energy in the deck. Mike just used Voltage Beat, has no energies in the deck, has no way to even attack this turn. It's not possible. Has 1 single grass energy in the hand, but that's just not going to do it. And so Dragapult will be able to launch out another attack, and this Dragapult has just done like 600 damage this game or something like that.
Yeah, if you were playing this match on PTCGO, but here's the scoop. I think Mike just seeing that there's not really anything that we can do about this. That Dragapult just ran amok, and there is it's the power of Infiltrator right there.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is if Jacob had flipped tails on that Infiltrator, Mike probably would have run away with the game because Jacob had nothing else in play. Dragapult is so strong when you hit heads on that incredible ability.
And I think that we saw that it wasn't for lack of Mike setting up. Mike had the dream, the absolute dream in that game. That was a tough one for Mike, but Jacob emerging victorious with Dragapult in the first psychic win. No, second psychic win we've seen so far on stream.
I think so.
That Dragapult is really gnarly. I mean, I think that there was only really one Infiltrator flip that mattered.
Right.
I think that Mike actually gusted around once, maybe
escape roped
once.
But it
then
wasn't
it's like by ignoring the Dragapult.
Wasn't ever able to deal with it.
Yes, yeah. I mean, it's like you kind of need a Hexmaniac, a well-timed Hexmaniac just to guarantee it. Obviously, if the Dragapult goes down, though, that's the thing about that strategy is so much got invested into the Dragapult that if it had just got knocked out, Jacob didn't have anything else to work with.
Not at all. Jacob now moving to 5-0, feeling probably pretty good. Probably should be able to ID twice if he wants to. Maybe just play it out, try to get one more win to guarantee yourself top cut at this point, because these players are really thinking with that mindset. 7 rounds today, trying to just get to that top 8 spot.
Right. And what an iconic matchup in the Gym Leader Challenge format. Psychic won our first ever Gym Leader Challenge 1K in hands of Trey McCarden. And then Grass won our second Gym Leader Challenge 1K in the hands of Mike Gibbs, who we just saw on stream. So 2 of the most accomplished types in the Gym Leader Challenge format, duking it out. Really a fantastic game from both players. We're going to get Jacob back here for a player interview in just a moment, so hang tight. We'll be right back. I am joined by Jacob Weber, back for another interview. Just can't stop winning on stream, huh?
Yeah, it's pretty fun.
Well, it looked fun. Dragapult. I mean, what a card. Were you nervous about flipping tails there?
Oh, yeah. If I flip tails there, I don't have anything. I'm losing that game for sure.
Yeah, it definitely seemed like the whole game hinged on that flip. With how quick Mike got out the gates.
Mm-hmm.
Turn 2 Rillaboom, turn 2 attack. I think that the Dragapult really got to shine in that match.
Yep.
What made you want to play Psychic, and how have your matches gone so far? 5-0.
Yeah, so obviously they've gone pretty good so far.
I
but
think so.
The reason I want to play Psychic because, well, I started playing in
when Forbidden Light came out, and Malamar was my favorite card. So yeah, get a chance to play that again, and Let Loose is pretty fun too.
Let
Stuck a
Loose,
couple people with that.
Malamar, Giratina,
Yep.
some old favorites,
Yeah.
right? That's so awesome, and that's one of the things I love about Gym Leader Challenge format. You get to play with some of your old favorite cards,
Yeah.
and they're balanced, you
Yep.
know, with other single prize Pokemon, and really get to compete and kind of show what makes them special. What did you have any other close matchups today? Ones that came right down to the wire that you had to fight through, or have you just been kind of breezing through to 5-0?
My round 4 match, I played against the Metal deck, and both had one prize card left, and I stamped them to 1. And I had my Dragapult inactive and flipped heads, and then he had like 20 health left on his bench guy. And I had 2 prizes left. And then I had a Natu, the Natu that takes an extra prize card when you take a knockout.
What?
I escape roped his only guy on the bench. I had 20 HP left.
What? Oh, I'm gonna have to look up that Natu. It's got to be the one with one of the traits then.
Yeah.
Oh, that is so cool. I didn't even know that card existed. But I guess you can really fix some of the math. You can, like, with Dragapult placing damage counters, maybe Blacephalon placing damage counters, you can plan out these kinds of turns with the Natu.
Yeah.
Some really impressive play, Jacob. And congrats at being 5-0 so far.
Yeah, thanks.
And look forward to seeing how you do the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Players are getting set up for round number 6 of 7. These are the crucial rounds of a Pokemon TCG tournament. These players are going to need to go 6-1-1 most likely, or excuse me, 5-1-1 to try to make it into top 8. So every match counts at this point. On the left, JW Kriewall, of course, the second place finisher of the very first ever Gym Leader Challenge 1K tournament, and then Kurt Spice, who we saw yesterday making top 4 of the standard tournament. I'm Trainer Chip Ritchie, joined here by the host of Tricky Gym, Andrew Mahone. Andrew, what are you excited to see here in this match?
Yeah, that Flapple that we just saw, that looked awesome. Kurt has got a really spicy looking grass deck over here with many of the usual suspects, but a little bit of a spread package. Now, when I say grass, you don't usually think spread damage.
Yeah, that belongs to Psychic, right?
Right, or, you know, maybe Lightning with
Yes.
Regieleki and Amazing Raikou, but what if we said that grass could spread too? Flapple has the Apple Drop ability, which places 2 damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon, sends it back to the deck, and then Decidueye from Cosmic Eclipse with the Tracking Shot attack can really wreak some havoc on an unprepared board, doing 80 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon that has any damage counters on it, and 80 damage to the active.
It's sort of like a Jolteon VMAX. Now, obviously a lot weaker. It's a stage 2, does 2. It does 80 as opposed to 100, but when you consider the Gym Leader Challenge format, this spread damage is incredibly strong. I actually was speaking to Kurt after the tournament yesterday, after he finished in the top 4, talking about Gym Leader Challenge, what he was going to be playing. And he told me about this deck, and it seemed super spicy, and I'm glad to see Kurt's doing well with it and that we're having an opportunity to feature it here on the live stream.
JW kicking things off with a quick ball and the Ascension Zorua in the active spot going first. And looking at a Rowlet, you got to always worry about a turn 1 bird keeper. So that, and the Rowlet maybe taking a quick knockout with its Wind Shard.
Yeah,
attack?
Thanks to the Sky Circus ability, where if you play Bird Keeper from your hand, you don't have to have any energy attached to that Pokemon to use its attacks.
JW is just going to take a quick scan through the deck, and, you know, checking for prizes in Gym Leader Challenge format is something that you just have to do. You have to make sure that you're getting the right Pokemon into play for the match, and making sure that you're not getting out pre-evolutions that you might never find the evolutions for. So taking quick stock of which cards are prized, and JW going straight for that Purloin, looking to evolve it into Lipard. JW has been singing Lipard's praises today. This card is such a boost for the Dark deck in Gym Leader Challenge.
Yeah, Dark gained definitely some of the most power from Brilliant Stars, really just thanks to this card. Dark has always been a really solid type as far as the attacking options it has available. Some of the best attackers in the game, like Guzzlord, Spiritomb with its Anguish Cry attack, along with the Building Spite ability. These Pokemon are so good. But where Dark was lacking was in the draw support department. There's no real way pre-Brilliant Stars to have a good Pokemon that can see you additional cards every single turn. And every other type in the format pretty much has something that can do that. With the addition of Lipard, that iconic trade ability, it really adds such a boost to the consistency of what Dark can do. And that is a huge attachment, and not going for the Ascension, actually.
Because he's going first.
Oh, okay. Yes, that is, yep. Can't do that. My mistake.
Yeah,
that was a long first turn.
Kurt's going to kick things off with a Sonya, a nice full art Sonya, going to allow Kurt to grab a couple cards from the deck. And through this deck search, we can see that there is also a Pot Helmet in this list, which I really like. I think Pot Helmet is a super good card from Brilliant Stars, and I think it's going to have a deep impact on this format, as it gives every type of deck the ability to glance off 30 damage with the effect of a tool. And unlike tools like Cape of Toughness or Fighting Fury Belt or Big Charm that just increase the hit points of the Pokemon it's attached to, this actually prevents damage outright, which in some cases is better because Field Blower is a very popular card, and if you swing into a Pokemon that maybe has 120 hit points for 120 damage, if that Pokemon is wearing a Cape of Toughness or a Fighting Fury Belt, and then, you don't take the knockout that turn, just do 120 damage, and then the following turn you find the Field Blower, you'll end up scooping up that knockout either way.
It's kind of a way to take multiple prizes in a single turn, and that can make really big swings in a Pokemon TCG match. Kurt playing the Sonya does grab Turtwig, not something we were able to see from Mike earlier on with his grass deck, but Turtwig coming into play. Roselia as well, trying to set up for that Roserade's La Parfum ability, allowing you to get any card out of the deck. We saw how strong that could be in Mike's deck. We'll see if Kurt can make something similar happen.
Yeah, Kurt's hand is not looking particularly strong, and this escape rope hurts.
That's brutal.
Because Kurt has got both Roselia and Grottle, right? And Roselia and Turtwig. And Kurt does have the Grottle in hand, I think, and could use Grottle to go get Le Parfum Roserade to then get a consistency card to attack. But that well-timed escape rope from JW is going to allow Hoopa to get in there and start taking prizes on this turn too.
Hoopa, one of the strongest attackers in the format. It's got a lot of HP as a basic Pokemon, and its Assault Gate attack deals 90 damage for just one Darkness Energy. Of course, the condition being that it has to move from the bench to the active, but JW has plenty of ways to give Pokemon maneuverability, including the Dark City Stadium, which is not something you see all that often from these Dark decks.
That was a big top deck for Kurt. I think that's a Bruno I saw.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, that is huge. A life-saving Bruno off the top of the deck. Kurt was looking like they were going to be in a pretty tough spot. But now just considering, do I commit an energy to the Grottle? The Grottle can use its shell, sun-drenched shell ability in order to go get another grass Pokemon. It looks like Kurt is going to value placing a grass energy onto the Rowlet, and maybe is going to look to retreat the Rowlets. I'm not quite sure what Kurt's going for with grass energy there. But I guess the Grottle doesn't actually need a grass energy itself.
Not this turn, no.
Because Torterra's attack only costs 2 energy. So maybe next turn that Torterra will get some love.
Yeah,
with
I think
another grass.
I think Kurt is definitely thinking about trying to protect this Rowlet, especially if Kurt's able to get the Dartrix off of the Sun-Drenched Shell, because Decidueye is really one of the main pieces of the deck, and especially considering that a lot of the modern Dark type Pokemon, they're weak to grass. So Decidueye's attack is going to be more easily hitting one-hit KOs on Pokemon like Hoopa, which is weak to grass.
That's true. That is something that's big. I really love this Sun-Drenched Shell ability, just a natural consistency of the Torterra line. I mean, Torterra is such a fantastic attacker in its own right, but the ability to just go get a grass Pokemon out of the deck, and we see Kurt eyeing up maybe a Grookey in the hands there. Might want to get that up to set up Rillaboom. And the thing about the Hoopa, yes, it's an incredibly fast and aggressive attacker. It gets out the gates really quick. But in order to keep it going, you need to find a switch card every turn.
And
Now,
JW did pitch a couple switching options off of that research last turn.
Scoop up net.
Yep. Tate and Liza as well.
Now, the thing is
Mm-hmm.
that stand-in Zoroark can help with this.
Absolutely.
If JW is able to find that Zoroark from Breakthrough, JW will be able to switch the Zoroark into the active spot, putting the Hoopa on the bench. And then if JW can find a pivot card for the Zoroark, JW will be able to continue putting pressure on with that Hoopa.
I think that's the early game dream with the Darkness type deck. Getting Zoroark with a pivot option, either a Floatstone, Air Balloon, or the Hiding Darkness energy, and the Hoopa with an energy on it. So you can just stand in and retreat, and just spam the Hoopa over and over again. 120 HP basic that can deal 90 damage is incredibly strong in the early game of this format.
And Kurt's board is looking much more developed at this point.
Yeah.
We've got the Dartrix in the active position. The Shining Genesect's going to move the energy over to itself with its energy reload ability. Double Colorless going on to the Zorua, which, or Twin Energy. I mean, I guess they're effectively the same in this deck. But Cynthia will net JW a shuffle draw of 6.
This is a little risky from Kurt because Kurt has filled the bench all the way up. And Mind Jack Zoroark loves to see 5 Pokemon in play. Of course, Mind Jack dealing 30 more damage for each Pokemon that your opponent has on the bench. This is really powering up this Zoroark attack. As long as JW can find an Ultra Ball or other way to find it, and I don't see one in this hand.
I don't, but Town Map is such a beautiful consistency card in this format. Flipping over all of the prize cards, there's a Double Colorless, there's a Spiritomb, the Coughing, and the Guzma.
Those are some strong prize cards, and having the ability to now choose when to put Guzma in your hand, choose when to grab the Spiritomb and Muscle Band, Double Colorless, all these cards is really good for JW.
It's fantastic. However, JW does have a little bit of a lackluster turn. Not able to find the Zoroark. It's just going to have to pass since Assault Gate doesn't actually do anything if you didn't switch. So that Assault Gate did net JW the first prize of the game, but unable to pivot it back to the bench. Zorua has a lot of HP on it, or has a lot of energy on it, but not a lot of HP. With only 50 hit points, that thing is a little weak.
I don't think Kurt can actually attack this turn unless... Oh, Kurt plays counter energy. That's pretty interesting. That would be a great way for Kurt to try to get out an attack. Or if there's a rare candy in hand, okay.
You spoke a little too soon there,
I
Jeff.
did. That will unlock so much for Kurt here. If Kurt can find a Decidueye as well, as long as that's in the deck, we could see our very first Decidueye attack, I think, in the Gym Leader Challenge at any of these streams at all.
Yes, it would be the first time I had ever seen it.
Yeah, tracking shot.
Yes, which would be super dope. And is this a Bird Keeper?
It is a Bird Keeper.
So Bird Keeper getting played, maybe just considering who to promote. It looks like it's going to be the Zarude off the Bird Keeper.
Sure.
And there is Scoop Up Net and Netball in the hand. Field Blower. With the netball and a Rillaboom's voltage beat ability, the Zarude can guarantee attack this turn. And I have to say, what looked like a really dominant start from JW is turning into quite the game for Kurt.
Yeah, JW got a quick burst, had the first knockout, but has not been able to establish a board beyond the Hoopa. No Liepard to keep drawing cards, no Zoroark to start swinging for a bunch of damage, and now Kurt will be able to repeated whip for an easy KO. And I like this decision here. Go with the Zarude first. No reason to go with the Decidueye to start with because there's no damage on the bench, right? No Flapple has been set up to start to ping those damage counters. And it's also nice to attack with your basic Pokemon first, because that means later in the game you'll have more opportunities to get more evolution Pokemon in play to boost the Evo Press attack of Torterra.
Yeah, JW's gotta be a little worried about this.
Not looking good.
There's a lot going on Kurt's board right now. There's a Dartrix over there. If I'm JW, I don't even know what that card does. And I actually looking at it, that Dartrix looks like a hilariously miscut Dartrix. I don't know if you can tell that.
It does.
There is no bottom to that card. It is just miscut so bad. It's got a huge yellow border at the top. So
that's pretty funny.
That's hilarious. Obviously legal for play, sure,
As long as it's got all the information on the card,
and it appears as if it does.
The set number and all.
That's funny. And that's something that I love about the Gym Leader Challenge format. Getting to kind of pick all your favorite versions of the cards to put in your deck. That Dartrix is special in its very own way.
JW was having a really hard time choosing what supporter to play there. Had a few options between the Colress, the Marnie, and the Bird Keeper. Colress sees 6 cards, but you have to put some of those bad cards back into your deck. Marnie would just see you 5 off the top. Bird Keeper would see you 3 off the top. JW does opt to go with the Colress.
Finds the Liepard, finds the netball,
Yep.
nest ball. These are great rips for JW. This hand is looking much more exciting than his previous one.
And with that Dark City in play, this Liepard will have free retreat. So JW is certainly looking for a way to get that Zoroark in play to respond to this early aggression from Kurt.
Weavile for the following turn.
Yes.
If there's one thing about Kurt's board, it's got a lot of abilities on it.
Absolutely. Of course, Weavile's Evil Admonition attack deals 50 damage for each ability your opponent has in play. And what do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4 right now. That's 200 damage for just one single energy.
And with Guzzlord hitting the bench, now Kurt has to think like, okay, what am I actually going to be doing here? And I'm curious as to why JW decides to retreat before the trade.
Dark City only allows basic dark Pokemon to retreat for free. So send up the Pokemon with a lot of HP, and if you find the Zoroark, you can still just stand in.
Take the knockout. Yes. So JW sending up the Guzzlord, and I think JW did pinch the Super Rod in the previous hand, so didn't play that down yet. Does have Devoured Field, and looks like might have a supporter for the following turn over there. Cynthia and Caitlin, and is that a copycat on the edge of the hand?
Yeah, not a supporter we see all that often in GLC, but JW has said, you know what, I've seen a lot of big hands from these players. Everyone plays Colress.
Yeah.
Everyone plays cards like Bird Keeper to just increase the hand size. Copycat can definitely come in clutch.
I think the Copycat is a supporter. I was playing in a lot of my early Gym Leader Challenge lists, and then later on I was starting to cut it a little bit more and more.
Yeah.
But I think the Copycat is a good supporter and can certainly net a lot of really large hands in certain situations, kind of like Colress in that way. I mean, you can certainly Copycat for 10, 12. There's times where my opponent's hands are way too big. I would like to take advantage of it.
Yes, absolutely. JW does just have to pass for the second turn in a row, really leaving an opening for Kurt to get out to a big lead. Quick ball played from Kurt, does discard that Gladion. Must not be anything super important prized. And Kurt maybe here just getting ready to get that Applin down for the next turn so that Flapple's Apple Drop can start to really drop some damage.
How would Kurt do that?
For next turn. Like start to bench it. Get it ready to bench next turn.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I was going to say,
meaning.
Kurt's bench is pretty jammed.
Yes,
they're
quite full.
Nothing, but yes, I think that you're
Prep it
correct.
for next
yes,
turn.
here comes the Applin, which can't come into play this turn, but just getting it just in case something gets knocked out. And Torterra, I mean, with the 2 Pokemon search abilities, my goodness, the Sunshine Grace and the Sundren Shell getting all of the. Oh, and I guess
There's a way to bench it.
there is a way. Where there's a will, there's a way, Chip. We've got
Where there's a net, there's a way.
Torterra and Decidueye hitting the board. Field Blower on the stadium. And my
Huge.
goodness, this grass deck is popping off. This is a really wild turn, setting up the Applin, setting up the Decidueye. Even if the counter energy doesn't get activated, if Kurt takes the lead here, it's still a great colorless energy to help fulfill Decidueye's tracking shot attack requirement.
It does only require 2 colorless, so a great use of the card in a deck like this. Kurt does need to voltage beat 2 more energies onto the Zarude. As long as Kurt does that, this Guzzlord will go down, and JW is really going to feel the pressure. Needs to find Zoroark, needs to find Weavile. One of those things need to be played super quickly. Otherwise, JW will just fall too far behind.
Yeah, I think that, kind of recognizes that the Guzzlord's always an option. I mean,
that's a good way to get back in the game, but
it is always an option. I mean,
you got to be able to get it back now, though.
Looks like that's the voltage beat is not going on to, and it can't go to 2 different Pokemon. So Chip is going to go run out and stop that right now. It's not going to be that's not going to be a huge problem because they can just fix it. But Chip, is going to energy reload. Good stuff. Okay, shortcutting. Yeah, it's always a little bit, the shortcutting, I guess. Okay, so the Genesect just bops the energy over, which is totally fair game. After the voltage beat, got to figure, Kurt's been playing with this deck all day, knows what he's doing.
Yeah, well, we can't hear what the players are saying, so little shortcuts like that sometimes kind of go a little past us, but it makes sense, just
better to be safe than sorry.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So Zarude is going to use its attack to deal 120 damage to the Guzzlord, which isn't a knockout. Interesting choice by Kurt. Kurt could have accelerated a couple more energy onto the Guzzlord to take the knockout. But decided instead to juice up those benched Pokemon.
Yeah, I like this. It lets Kurt make sure to conserve energy. You don't have to go all in on this one big knockout, especially since JW has 2 Pokemon in play that can easily evolve into other Pokemon that one-hit KO the Zarude. And what this does is it sets up damage on the bench for Kurt to be able to snipe down with the tracking shot, provided JW can find a way to retreat. And finally, there is that stand-in Zoroark.
And I'm sure JW is happy to find that. Also finds the Beast Ring, though.
That's huge.
That is big. But if we take into consideration that next turn, Kurt could use tracking shot to put 80 damage onto Zoroark and 80 damage onto the Guzzlord, finish off the Guzzlord, and with the Applin, or the Flapple,
right?
Yes, with the Flapple from Rebel Clash, could do the extra 20 damage to fix the math on Zoroark, right?
Really well played by Kurt setting that up. I think being aware that both Weavile and Zoroark have more than 80 hit points, knowing that the Flapple needed to come down or be able to be played this coming turn so that that extra damage could be done to pick up these KOs.
Yeah. JW just looking over the board position here, making sure that he's not missing anything. Going in with Zoroark. Could go in with Weavile too, but I think that Weavile is probably the option to take the big one-hit KO on Torterra or something. So you don't necessarily want to just throw that out there. JW is going to take the lead with a knockout, presuming that JW does take this knockout here, which he has. He's got a nice hand. I mean, the Moltres, great option later in the game. Moltres can take some one-hit KOs at the end of the match. I think we are just going to see a Zoroark stand in and potentially a Mind Jack, and the trade begins. Even though JW is going to take the lead with this knockout, the board state, Kurt's board state, I mean, is just looking really intimidating.
Very strong. So many energy in play. Multiple stage 2 Pokemon in play as well.
If you're
And
JW,
this is
what do you even take off the prize? Look
Right.
at him. Look at him.
He-
Looking at it. Like,
is it too late for Spiritomb? Like, that's one of the best heavy hitters for 1 energy. But Kurt is got so much set up, it's going to be hard to really get the Spiritomb built up. And Spiritomb is also really bad against a Decidueye.
right. And JW just kind of mulling it over. Guzma, Muscle Band. Guzma, double colorless. I got the Beast Ring in my hand. I have to take this, right?
Right.
Because if Kurt takes a knockout and, doesn't knock out the Guzzlord, maybe, JW could find like a Raihan. And here's the pot helmet going on to the
Wow.
Decidueye, the Flapple to do the perfect math to the Zoroark. I can't believe it.
What a setup by Kurt.
Just absolutely mind-melting play. This is not something I thought I was going to be seeing in today's tournament. A pot helmet on a Decidueye from Cosmic Eclipse, supported by Flapple, and the Applin is right back on the bench, right? Searched out as soon as the Flapple goes into the deck, the Applin right back on the bench. And now Kurt has the option for a double prize take to knock out both Guzzlord and Zoroark with the tracking shot attack. And JW has got to be sweating about this.
Yeah, JW's scratching the head right now, trying to figure out what the best path back into the game will be. I love seeing the pot helmet played here. That when we were talking about GLC and what were the big cards coming into the weekend, you said that pot helmet was something that you thought had a lot of potential. Effectively, a metal frying pan for every single type.
Yep. I think pot helmet's insane. In a different way than Fury Belt and Cape of Toughness, because almost every Gym Leader Challenge deck plays evolutions. And the difference with Pot Helmet is that it can beef your evolutions up in a way that Fury Belt and Cape of Toughness cannot. I think it's going to be a valuable choice for a lot of deck builders going forward. Now, JW is on the back foot with a 2-prize take from Kurt using Decidueye's tracking shot attack. How do you respond to this?
This is tough. Evil Admonition is only dealing 100 base damage and then minus 30 because of the pot helmet. So that's not going to really be doing it for you. This is a dominant board position. JW shaking the head, maybe kind of realizing that this is tough.
This is bad.
Very bad. And 2 of JW's best options, the Spiritomb, which can build up damage to get to big one-hit KOs, that's in the prize cards. And Coughing remains in the prizes as well, which when you need to buy time, Galarian Wheezing is usually one of those best options, and JW can't do it.
Yeah, this is certainly a grindy spot for JW to be in. Only 2 Pokemon in play. Kurt getting the Applin down again is just kind of like showing the power of this Decidueye, and I think the pot helmet is in here by design, obviously, beefing up the Decidueye, making it so that it can go maybe with 2 tracking shots. If Decidueye gets the tracking shot twice, that is 320 damage to the opponent's board, right?
Right.
So insane.
I think JW needs boss's orders this turn. I think taking out that Applin on the bench will limit the tracking shot. There are other options. The thing is, though, is that then the Genesect can just come up and knock out the Weavile. So, but that's the only way JW, I think, can take a prize this turn because of only 2 abilities in play.
Darkness. Okay, so the Moltres comes down.
Okay, yeah.
The Moltres can take a knockout. JW needed the Darkness. Here's the Field Blower on the pot helmet. So things starting to...
No, JW only has 1 darkness, though.
I thought there was 2 Darkness in the hand.
No, it's that double colorless.
Okay, so with the Moltres only being able to get 1 energy, are you going to have to throw it back into the deck with Bruno? That feels really bad. N to 3 feels really bad, but I think that JW is going to end the hand back into the deck. After using trade already and only getting 4 cards, that feels bad.
Are we going to be in Icy Wind territory here, Andrew, where you're so far behind you have to go for like a Desperation Sleep?
Oh, I mean, end to 3 Icy Winds, potentially.
I think Kurt has already used Bird Keeper, so that's 1 switching out down.
JW finds Bridget, Air Balloon, and Galarian Weasel. Just an absolute trash hand.
Already used Trade as well.
Yeah, this is an Icy Wind situation. 100 damage, who cares? We're trying to do 10 and put you to sleep.
Yeah, try to buy the turn. You insta-put them to sleep, so Kurt needs to flip a heads or wake up or find a switching card. Let's see the flip. It is a tails.
Okay.
Okay.
JW needed that one, but in Kurt's hand, let's see what we got. Teammates and Marnie.
No switch out.
The Flapple. No, that's a
That's
Sceptile.
that Sceptile. Yeah.
Okay, so no, this hand is not going to do it, and will only draw Kurt 3 cards. Marnie will give JW 4 different cards.
I think this is succeeded. Kurt's only ways to switch are supporter cards, and none of those supporters are in hand. The only other option would have been Scoop Up Net, but Kurt played that card already earlier this game.
And what's important about this is it gives JW another turn
Yeah.
to potentially revive the Guzzlord
Yep.
and play B-String.
Yes, one more turn of B-String potential. JW has to get that card in play and also find the B-String. That has to be JW's route back into this game. Being able to take 2 prize cards on any of these 1 prize Pokemon.
Oh my goodness. I mean, Kurt's board is just looking so daunting.
There's that Super Rod in JW's hand. That old school Neo Super Rod can grab the Guzzlord, but I don't know if JW has a way to fetch it out of the deck in hand quite yet.
Maybe not. Trade could yield something useful. That Flapple just don't quit. It is going to use its ability again and pass. The Decidueye stays asleep. Does the Flapple place 20 damage? I'm assuming that it does, having gone back into the deck. So we'll see where that 20 damage goes.
Yeah, we got to get those dice out there. I'm sure that the players are aware, and we'll get caught up there in just a moment.
One does not simply shuffle a Flapple into a deck for fun. But JW is going to start playing. So we're going to go make sure that that damage counter gets placed just to be safe before JW makes too many decisions.
Yeah. Of course, as soon as I walk out there.
What happened?
There's dice on the active. Can you not see it on the camera?
Oh, why are they using that?
Yeah, that is a 20 damage counter
Tell
dice
them
on
to
the
use the
active.
right one.
Yeah, that's we can't tell what you want me to go tell them to put
Yes, what are they doing? I put literally dice next to the stream table for them to use. They're JW. He knows better. He's literally trolling me right now. JW is one of my best friends and is in my literal wedding party. Like, dude, just cut that out, please. Yes, JW knows better than that. He's just a massive troll. JW, we've got the nice, easy to see white and black die out there now. Thank you, Chip.
Yes, sir.
And JW is using the Super Rod, I believe, trying to figure out who to put back into the deck. Looks like maybe Guzzlord and 2 Darkness Energy.
Yeah.
Would be the targets for that. And we'll see if JW is able to draw into something good or keep this Decidueye asleep for another turn.
I mean, it's already asleep, so now you can go for the Evil Admonition to try and... Oh, I don't... Playing the Trainer's Mail after using the Super Rod, that kind of like decreases your odds of hitting a trainer card here, right?
Yeah, I don't really know what he's doing there.
FDR causing chaos.
Yes, FDR causing chaos today. Finds the Pokegear.
Okay.
And then the Pokegear.
Teammates, maybe?
Is looking for... teammates not going to do nothing because no knockouts. Bridget.
Oh, just kidding.
Could go get a card, though. If JW wants to run it back for one more turn of sleep, Bridget getting the Guzzlord, putting an energy on it's not terrible.
And the Weavile would do a lot of damage this turn because there's no reason to use Icy Wind because Decidueye's already asleep. So you could still hit for 100 with Evil Admonition.
And then maybe... Okay, so like you're already walking a tightrope, right?
Sure.
And we're going to Marnie. All right, so he's going to grab the... That's fine.
Still has trade available as well on the other end of this Marnie.
Exactly.
This could be an insane combo of draws. If JW finds the Guzzlord and the B-String as well as that double colorless energy, but finds the rescue stretcher, but Guzzlord got put back in the deck.
And I'm just looking at Kurt's hand because I'm like, is there a switch card in there? No, there's not. So JW is going to...
look at the discard pile.
Take a look at his discard pile. He's got Air Balloon. He's got Gloria. Rescue Stretcher, not going to work. Getting rid of the Gloria. Verseeker and Moltres? Okay.
I think JW realizes that there's just too much time gone in the game to use a card like Gloria or Bridget.
I think that is
JW
fine.
needs to find the pieces manually in order to kind of keep up with this one. There are 2 energy in the hand alongside the Moltres, but that's not quite enough to pull off an attack here for a Fiery Wrath for a bunch of damage. But
no, but I do like establishing
yes.
it. Yeah, just getting it down there, saying like, all right, if you wake up and do something crazy, at least I have somebody here who can make something happen, right?
that Galarian Moltres is
Big
weak
flip,
to grass,
big flip.
though.
It's a tails!
Oh my gosh! 3 tails in a row!
Just like that, JW is back in the game.
This is what separates good players from great players. JW knew that his only way back into this game was a sleep flip, and Kurt getting a little unlucky. JW was so far behind. Kurt's board was so dominant, and now JW is right back in this.
He's right back in it. Needs to find the Guzzlord. Needs to find the B-String. There's a couple of things that can go right. JW can tie it up. Kurt can go to 2 prizes the following turn. Getting rid of, neutralizing the Decidueye threat is huge because it's going to make it so that there's no more double prize shenanigans happening.
Mm-hmm.
But Kurt plays Brock's Grit, says, you know what? My board position is so supremely advanced at this point that I will just take the time to use Brock's Grit, put all of these grass energy back into the deck, and look how huge these attackers are.
Yeah.
Torterra, 190 hit points. Rillaboom, 170 hit points. Genesect, 130 hit points. JW maybe has Moltres to sack one of them,
Right.
but the rest of the prizes are going to have to come from somewhere.
Yeah, JW really needs to get that Guzzlord going and probably needs to combo it with like a boss
Rip
or
this Guzma off the prize.
Yeah, that's true too.
Basically it. So, if JW can maybe finish this thing off with a Weavile, right? Then, Guzzlord for 2, and then Moltres for 1.
Needs to find the Guzzlord this turn, though. Kurt is going to have to pass once again. Really unfortunate, but that's the situation we're in. Another tails! Not super relevant this time, but that is still just absolutely outrageous. 4 tails in a row, and this Decidueye is just sleeping on the job today.
Yes, absolutely. Just, I hate to say hilarious, but this happens.
Laughable.
This laughable. Yeah, this Decidueye is just zonked out.
Big snooze going on over here.
Does not seem to want to wake up. Maybe stayed up too late partying last night. Was not preparing for this round 5 of the Gym Leader Challenge event.
JW has Rescue Stretcher in hand as well as a Versus Seeker and a couple of options, either Research to just dump the hand. I don't know that JW really cares about putting the Hoopa down. That's pretty much the only good option to grab off the Rescue Stretcher, I think.
Yeah.
It could come in and attack, and that could be the thing you KO Decidueye with. You save the Weavile potentially, but Kurt's... I guess that actually would be good, because then if Kurt used the La Perfum, then that's one more ability in play, right?
I think that's a good play for JW.
Sure.
Yep. JW, get the Hoopa back. Just save the Weavile. The Weavile is one of the only Pokemon in your deck that can do some serious damage. You gotta pinch it just
and
in
for
case.
1 energy as well.
Yeah, exactly. The Hoopa is more of a niche use. I hope that JW is just going for the Research. I think that's the one we're looking at. It's on the top of the deck.
I hope he chooses Colress.
Or okay, it's this guy over here. Research for 7.
Actually, are there cards still Marnied on the bottom of the deck? I think there are, so that could be a reason to go for Research over Colress if there's stuff on the bottom you don't need.
Exactly, and we get a trade. So we find Ultra Ball. We don't find Beast Ring. Are there any
Devoured
cards?
Field is a good card, a math fixing card in the future.
Finds the Beast Ring,
Okay,
has the Ultra Ball and the double colorless energy.
What?
JW can take a potential. Hasn't attached an energy yet.
No.
If there are 2 energy in the deck, this is the play. Oh my goodness! Off the trade, and just like that,
It's only 1 darkness energy. Only 1 darkness energy in the deck.
Oh my gosh! No way.
JW drew 2 darkness energy.
Okay, he can still set up most of the Guzzlord
Right,
this turn.
right. Don't
which
have
is
to attack with it this
still
turn. Yeah.
Big, right? Still big. Really,
Wow.
so close. Just by 1 energy, the Guzzlord getting some power from the Beast Ring. Absolutely crazy card. You can only play one of them in Gym Leader Challenge, but when you get that card on the right turn, I mean, really, some things can happen.
And JW has set up the last 4 prize cards.
Yes.
Weavile takes 1, then the Galarian Moltres takes 1, and the Guzzlord takes 2. And I fully expect to see the Guzma grabbed off the prizes. And sure
Yes.
enough, that hits the hand for JW. This is an incredibly close game. Kurt needs to take a knockout every single turn, but even if Kurt does that, JW has the Red Banquet to just kind of circumvent that.
But I think I see the Roserade in Kurt's hand.
Okay?
So with Roserade, Kurt can go get whatever he wants. We see that
Boss's orders.
coming to the front, just searching the deck with Turffield Stadium.
Yep.
And since the Guzzlord was not able to attack this last turn, Torterra can target down the Guzzlord and knock it out with a well-timed Evo Press. There are 3 evolution Pokemon in play now. Boss's orders going for the Moltres instead.
Okay.
Okay, with the Moltres knockout, JW now is in a position where he still has a chance to win because he can Guzma the Roserade, take 2 prizes, and then just has to piece together 1 more prize.
But that's actually the thing. This is kind of smart from Kurt because that's the only thing that can take a 1-hit KO on this Torterra. He's forcing JW to have the Gust, but we saw JW take the Boss's orders, and now JW has, saw JW take the Guzma, and now JW has top-decked Boss's orders as well.
So a
Gust plus
game?
Gust.
Yes, but we need, there just needs to be a way to knock out that final Genesect, right? It'll be the weakest Pokemon on the board.
I think JW has to attack with the Weavile here because you have to KO one of the Pokemon in play that has an ability, right? And then Guzzlord is your way to KO the Roserade. So you need to go Weavile, KO the Genesect, and then Guzzlord, KO the Roserade.
I think you got to unload the Guzzlord right now. You have to.
But
Because
then your
if the
Weavile-
if the Guzzlord gets gusted next turn, it's game over.
Yeah, the Weavile or the Roserade does have 90 hit points.
And
I suppose,
Guzzlord
right? Yeah.
and Guzzlord can knock out both Genesect and Roserade by itself.
Sure.
So you got to go in. You have to assert the Guzzlord right now.
Well, no, because Guzzlord can only knock out the Roserade. It only deals 120.
There's
It cannot
like a
knock out
devoured
the
field in this deck.
He discarded it off Ultra Ball. He discarded it off Ultra Ball, bro.
All right, so the Guzma, I think that this has to be the play. There's a muscle band in the
Oh,
prizes,
right.
though.
Okay.
So
That can be the piece to knock out. That's still not enough to knock out the Genesect, though. With the Weavile, it's still not enough.
Guzzlord, JW just traded away a boss.
Okay, so not going for the Gust.
So what is he cooking up here?
Going with the Weavile grabs the Muscle Band, but Kurt will certainly not
And
put another
now,
ability in
Here's
play.
the deal: Torterra is only doing what 100 damage. I guess you could use Torterra's second.
So
attack,
that's
though.
why JW didn't KO the Genesect then. The play I was talking about is because it takes an evolution Pokemon out of play to KO the Roserade.
Yes, but if there was a way to, Rillaboom can accelerate 2 energy to the Torterra. You could go in with Hammer In. That can, deal plenty of damage to take a knockout. I'm just not sure what JW is thinking getting rid of that boss's orders.
The Gust probably was the best way. And I really still think that JW needed to use the Weavile that turn since an ability had to be the thing that was taken out of play. Because now if Guzzlord goes down, I just don't know that JW has the gas.
JW has teammates in hand. I think that he's thinking he's got some combination of cards that can maybe get Galarian Moltres.
Okay.
That's got to be it.
Oh, is Clara left in the deck? If Clara's left in the deck, that's it as
or
well.
he's going for Clara.
Yeah.
Does he play one?
I think I saw it when he was searching through. Yeah, there is a Clara in the deck.
So then that's his route.
Yeah.
He is just
Okay, yeah.
He's just gigantic brain.
That's it.
He's gigantic braining the entire thing. He says, I don't need boss, any of that. It's all about Galarian Moltres.
Yes.
If my opponent has 1 prize left, I'm going to be doing 270 damage, and there's nothing that can survive it.
That's got to be it. And
Yeah.
there are very few cards left in the deck. So trade should almost guarantee that JW can find that Clara. So as long as there is 1 energy as well as a Clara available to JW, Fiery Wrath can 1-hit KO anything on Kurt's side of the
And
field.
here we go. It
Let's see
doesn't
if he
get-
has it.
Doesn't get any closer than
There's the
this.
energy in the hand.
Energy is in the hand. Just 1 top deck, and there's only 2 cards left in the deck, so JW knows if the answer is in the deck, he has got it available to him.
It's got to be the Clara. JW thinking about this. So maybe there's more than 2 cards in the deck then, because otherwise it would be guaranteed. Draws for turn. It's the Weezing. I don't see the Clara. There's teammates in hand. Can play that card. Trade can be for the Bridget.
So he's looking at the discard pile. Did he discard the Clara? No, he's getting the cards. He's looking at them. He's eyeing them up. Okay, here's the Moltres. Here's the Dark Energy. What is that
Trade.
last card in hand?
Is it the Clara?
It's the Clara!
It's the Clara!
And
Grabs
here
back
it
the
goes.
Moltres, slams it down, 2 energy accelerated, attach for turn, Fiery Wrath, dealing 270 damage to 1 hit KO the Genesect, taking the last prize. What an incredibly close and competitive game. These players played their minds out, and JW saw the lines. The one play that got him back in, he had to Icy Wind for a turn, and Kurt had to stay asleep. What a crazy game, Andrew.
Absolutely bananas, Chip. Absolutely bananas. And you know what? You don't win 2 regional championships
Wow.
unless you're capable of making comebacks like that. That was a game for the ages. A wonderful match and well played by both players. JW Kriewall advancing to 5-1.
My mind is blown. That last sequence of events, that was one of the best games of Pokemon TCG I've maybe ever watched, Andrew.
Yeah, that was
Of
awesome,
any format,
man.
whatever.
That was awesome. I'm just like smiling ear to ear. That was so fun to watch.
Wow.
It was so close.
High level play from both players as well. Like, these guys played their minds out. Kurt lined everything up perfectly, played conservative with the grass deck. The double tails to stay asleep for multiple turns. Ended up being 4 tails by the end of it, but
Sometimes you need we say it all the time.
wow.
You have to play to your outs.
You do.
And JW, with his back up against the wall,
Insane comeback.
played to his outs. He was like, he saw the line. He's like, I gotta sleep a couple turns. There's a reason it's here. You know, the sleep can be effective, and that's one of the things I love about Gym Leader Challenge format is that status conditions matter. You know, sometimes those status conditions can really turn the tides of a match, especially if, you know, one player just didn't decide to play a switch or an escape rope or something like that. You know, sometimes lists can get a little greedy with their switch outs. And
JW's coming here just dancing. He's
Is
feeling it right
literally-
now.
yeah.
What a game.
If it wouldn't be frowned upon, the shirt would be off and he'd be swinging around his head. We're going to get JW
Literally
back here
flexing
for an
right
interview
now.
in literally just 2 seconds. He's right here. JW in the house, the FlexDaddy, with a stunning comeback and the win. JW, how you feeling after that one?
That was exciting.
That was a thrilling conclusion. I'm not gonna lie, JW. Thanks for looking a little bleak in the middle of that game.
You know, I thought to myself, this is it. I'm going to go back to Columbus and, you know, just try again next time. I was
Back it up.
I was really proud of myself, but it was his deck ran insane. Well, okay,
Insane.
so against the grass deck and against most decks, I'm trying to like level set everything because I don't have the biggest, beefiest attackers.
No.
They can do some damage, like the Spiritomb takes a little bit of time, but
Pretty
it's
low
like
to the
I
ground.
need Galarian Moltres, especially against the ability heavy guys.
Yes.
So grass, water, you know, I just need to slap that boy in the active. As soon as I found out he was prized on my first deck search, I'm like, this is going to be a long game.
The Galarian Moltres was the star of the show. I mean, my goodness, with the Clara.
Oh my gosh.
What an insane play. I didn't even know you were playing Clara.
So those are like a 2-piece combo, right?
Yes.
It's like Galarian Moltres is good, but its enabler is really Clara.
Yes.
Because you can use it multiple times. And the thing in GLC is that, you know, for the most part, you can start attacking with Galarian Moltres like turn 3, 4,
Yeah.
and really start taking those one shots. And then at the end of the game, it's just your big sweeper and you do 270 and knockout.
Yes.
Anything.
In the format. And we were all just sitting here like, dude, he's getting rid of the boss. Like, what is he doing? and then I was like, oh, he thinks he's got a way to get back into Moltres. And
Yeah.
that's when Chip was like, he plays a Clara in
Yeah.
the deck. And
Yeah,
we
exactly.
were like, and that's when we started going bananas because we realized that you had the trade for the
Yeah.
final 2 cards in deck. And trade really was
Yeah.
the glue that held it all together.
That's what I'm saying, dude. You just need a couple extra cards a turn. You
Yeah.
saw me use it every turn, like when I could, just getting those resources into hand, and really paid off, especially at the end play, right?
Yeah.
Because needed to get into that Clara. So,
How about those sleeve flips?
my goodness, bro, let's go! 3 in a row,
Three in a
and I
row.
needed them all.
Oh, yeah.
because I needed to knock that out over 3 turns.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
the more turns I give him, the more chances he has to draw into Guzma and other things.
The
So
hand disruption just happened to stick those couple of turns, and that was what you needed. But I mean, you play deer out. We say it all the time.
Yeah.
You got to play deer out.
played her up.
You play deer out. You saw, you're like, okay, I'm gonna have to thread this needle.
I saw a line,
I saw a
and I
line.
just had to take it, and I was kind of resigning myself at the point that I used the sleep attack on the Weavile. I was like,
This is the line.
Probably
it's like maybe like a 5%.
Well, I'm just
you know.
you like, and I'm sure you do it too. Like you brace yourself for like,
Yeah.
okay, they have Guzma. Like, all right, the game's over.
Yep.
Right? It's like
Oh, yeah,
they have AZ or something.
You try to
know.
walk yourself down a little bit so that you're less disappointed when it happens. Yep.
Exactly. That's exactly it.
Yeah, so you
So-
start doing that a little bit. You're like, all right, just do it already. Just
Rip it off.
do
Rip the
it.
Band-Aid off.
All right.
So
We got the next round coming your way. JW advancing to 5-1. Congrats again, JW.
thank you, man.
We are getting going in the last Swiss round.
The win and in round, Andrew. Everything for the whole tournament is on the line at this point.
We have got Ben Telfer on the left with an attacking colorless deck. Snorlax in the lead, definitely the strongest opener in the deck with its collect attack. Can just draw 2 cards. Very good.
Solid.
And then it has an attack that does 120 damage.
Collapse, baby.
Yeah, and it's collapsed because the Snorlax goes to sleep.
Oh, he fallen down.
Yeah, takes a little nap after that. And, this is just a great lead because unlike the Snorlax that has the Gormandize ability, right? This Snorlax can attack much more quickly than that Snorlax. So once it's in the active spots, it can draw cards with Collect, and it can be a valid attacker, and it has 150 hit points. So Trevor from our community definitely helped to popularize this Snorlax. I was definitely a Gormandize Snorlax fan myself, but I think that this Snorlax from Rebel Clash certainly has some cool things going on. John Pendis is going to be piloting the Dragon deck and opens Ultra Necrozma, and that is always scary because if John has the perfect combination of cards, that Ultra Necrozma can get attacking on the first turn of the game.
Absolutely. 170 damage for just 2 energy, which you can provide with the double dragon energy. So a card like Guzma and Hala gets you everything you need. Ultra Necrozma normally can't attack until the late game thanks to its Ultra Burst ability. This Pokemon can't attack unless your opponent has 2 or fewer prize cards remaining. But that's a basic Pokemon with an ability, so the Dragon deck plays Silent Lab to get around that drawback, and that allows you to start swinging with Luster of Downfall as early as the first turn of the game.
And John going to shuffle up after the level ball, grabs a Gibble to put onto the bench. Gibble is definitely a great early game grab for the Dragon deck because it can evolve into Gabite, and Gabite has the Dragon Call ability, which allows you to search your deck for a Dragon-type Pokemon. The Parallel City could be disruptive, limiting Ben to just 3 benched Pokemon, and I know that this colorless deck really likes to go wide.
Definitely want to have a lot of support Pokemon in play. Colorless is definitely the strongest type when it comes to support options. Chinchino with the Make Do ability. Airmail on that Pidgeotto, and now with Brilliant Stars, the Industrious Incisors from the B-Barrel. Incredibly strong. Ben will play a Ball Guy, solid supporter option as it gets you a bunch of ball search cards, Ultra Ball, Timer Balls to start, and still can grab 1 more.
Yeah, John unfortunately did not play a supporter from their hand this last turn.
True, yeah.
And doesn't seem to have a lot else going on. It is just a very responsive hand. Raihan and teammates and a revive. So, not a lot going on there. However, if Ben were to take the knockout with that Rare Candy teammates in hand,
Rare Candy Garchomp and double Dragon energy.
and all of a sudden John is chilling. So as kind of suspect as this start has been for John, it has all the gas it needs to be able to launch an aggressive attack should Ben take a knockout.
Ben's hand is really not that great, and I don't think Ben's going to be taking a knockout at any point, but this is where the collect from Snorlax can come in clutch. These type of attacks really bail you out whenever your deck has a slow start, just drawing you a couple of cards to get moving, and it does look like Ben flipped a double tails on that timer ball. That is a big feels bad.
And then Snorlax Collect will draw 2, netting the Marnie.
Oh, look at that, Andrew. Normalium Z in the hand, I believe, with the Air Slash. That's a great card to combo with the Tornadus from Vivid Voltage.
Yes, Normalium Z. All rule box Pokemon are
Flyinium Z, I believe, actually.
Oh, yes, it's not this one. Yes, I was going to say, Normalium. Don't typically see that, but, I'll take your word for it, Chip.
Excuse me, my mistake.
Yes, Flyinium Z is a card that gives this colorless deck the option to use a GX attack, because you could attach it to a non-GX Pokemon. So even though GX Pokemon themselves are illegal in Gym Leader Challenge format, because all rule box Pokemon are illegal in this format, you could still launch a GX attack with the speeding Sky Strike GX attack. The only thing that is required is that you have a Pokemon to attach it to that has the Air Slash attack. And the Tornadus has got the Air Slash attack.
Look at this grab here from John, the Axew. I know this is a card you are a big fan of, Andrew. The Haxorus from Brilliant Stars can hit for a lot of damage, but this Axew really unlocks its potential and lets you get it into play super quickly.
I think this Axew is totally busted. Just flip heads and you've got an instant Haxorus in play. With its Ultra Evolution attack, you get to flip a coin. If heads, search for Haxorus, put it straight into play. I mean,
who cares about Fracture, bro?
Yeah, Fracture, Rare Candy, whatever, what have you. None of it matters. If there's an energy in hand, we're going for it.
Oh, this could be huge.
Oh, no.
Just kidding.
Sad. I wish that would be dope. You know what's also hilarious is that the Aerodactyl, right? The Aerodactyl, and I like what John is doing here. This is calculated, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because John could have quickballed for any basic Pokemon and just left it on the bench. But with the teammates in the Rare Candy in hand, John is saying, all right, Ben, if you knock out my Gabites, I go Rare Candy Haxorus, Double Dragon knockouts. If you knock out my Axew, I go Rare Candy Garchomp, Double Dragon knockout. So either way, I'm pulling off a Bananas play next turn. If you dare to take a knockout.
And Ben has chosen to just discard Marnie. No need for a draw supporter, and I think this is Ben recognizing that John has a really bad hand. John has just kind of played off the top deck. I know benched the Axew last turn, and I think obviously would have benched it the turn previous if it was drawn. So Ben can draw a couple cards with Industrious Incisors.
Finds the Guzma, finds the teammates, and I think we probably will see that Snorlax knock out the Gibble.
I think knocking out the Gibble's good, yeah.
I think so. The Gibble evolves into Garchomp. The Garchomp can go invincible. I mean, if you play 5 rounds in this tournament, you probably have seen Garchomp by now. There's quite a few Dragon decks out there. So I think that this is a heads-up play from Ben and also a heads-up play from John, because John recognizing that this Gibble might become, a target. And now I've got an option. John's also got the Revive in hand to bring the Gibble right back.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, this is great. John can play that teammates and start attacking with the Haxorus right away. Collapse does put the Snorlax to sleep, but luckily for Ben, that coin flip was a heads. And John's actually chosen to send up the Ultra Necrozma, so that may be the option that John wants to go for off of the teammates, finding a Silent Lab and a Double Dragon, as opposed to trying to do the Rare Candy plays.
Yeah, that might be the option we see. John going for the teammates. There's the Double Dragon. I do think it's probably a better time to use Counter Energy if you've got it.
Sure.
Just because the Ultra Necrozma kind of squishy and honestly, doesn't usually stick around for too many turns. But it looks like Double Dragon may be the card of choice, the difference being that Double Dragon makes it so that if Ben is unable to respond to John's Ultra Necrozma and unable to counter the Stadium, then this Ultra Necrozma is coming right back for another knockout.
And I think that's fine from John, because if Ben does not find an Aerodactyl and a Twin Energy, Ben won't be able to attack because that double Colorless already hit the discard pile on the Snorlax.
The Fossil will get promoted.
Okay.
And I love this Aerodactyl card. It's so hilarious, right? Because the Aerodactyl has a clause with its Fossil Fangs attack. So long as you don't have any GX or EX Pokemon on your bench, this attack does 90 more damage. And of course, in Gym Leader Challenge format, that's not possible.
Ben's just got the teammates in hand. Ben can go grab the Aerodactyl and the energy, and this is pretty much perfect. This is an easy response KO, and we'll let Ben continue to race the prizes, and John is still left with just a Gibble and an Axew after this.
Yeah, this is tough. I mean, because John, used the teammates on. That's why I think that it had to be maybe the Garchomp is prized or something, or the rare candy or something like that. The rare candy's already in hand, so maybe the Garchomp is prized. But I think that if you use, the rare candy Garchomp here, then you give yourself one more turn guaranteed.
I don't see the Twin Energy here in the deck.
Oh, wow. Is it not there?
I think what that means Ben needs to do
The
is...
Aerodactyl, I think, might also be prized.
I thought I noticed it. Okay, but yeah, grabbing the Lugia instead. Okay, well, that is a big change of plans here for Ben. Does grab Rare Candy, has Porygon Z in hand. So Rare Candy into that, and Crazy Code comes online. So it is still possible for Ben to get off an attack this turn, but it's going to be very reliant on this Industrious Incisors.
Yeah, and this is one of the reasons why the prize check is just so important in Gym Leader Challenge, because your entire game plan hinges on your prizes.
Floatstone.
There's a Floatstone. I'm pretty sure the Fossil cannot retreat, though, right?
No, it cannot retreat. You can discard it, but if you discard it, that means you're not going to get Aerodactyl in play this game.
And Aerodactyl is one of, if not the best attacker in this deck, doing 180 damage for 3 energy. Not a Pokemon that you want to miss out on using. But there's not really another option for Ben right now, because Ben either leaves it in the active to get knocked out by Ultra Necrozma, or attempts to retreat it, and that doesn't really do a lot either.
I thought I saw the Aerodactyl in the deck. Maybe it was actually that Tornadus. They could look a little similar, so I have to assume that if it was in there, Ben would have gone for it and just accelerated to the active and tried to hit one more energy off this draw, but unfortunate. And yeah, no counter stadium either will allow John to just keep going in with this Ultra Necrozma, and Luster of Downfall dealing 170 can get out of hand really quickly if you don't deal with it.
Definitely. Ben is going to need to respond. Rescue Stretcher will bring potentially the Snorlax.
Could shuffle back in.
Cinccino. Okay, so Cinccino going down. So now we've got Bibarel and Cinccino. Air Balloon on the Bibarel and a Cynthia for a shuffle draw of 6. Going to be a nice hand refresher for Ben. Ben just looking for a way to knock out the Ultra Necrozma. The Ultra Necrozma was getting a little out of hand. Now with 2 prizes taken. This Lugia can do something about it, though.
Energy Loop.
Dealing a base 120 damage. Lugia places an energy attached to it back to the hand, which is a nice way to conserve energy, but I only see 1 energy here. Accelerated with Crazy Code. Ben is going to need an additional energy drawn off of Bibarel or Cinccino.
Ben can thin one more card out of the deck here with the Capture Energy. Just grab something like that Tauros, that Single Strike Tauros. I don't know that I've ever seen this played in a colorless deck, but pretty decent option. I think it's got a similar attack to like the good Tauros GX from back in the day, where it deals more damage based on how many damage counters you have on yourself.
The Tauros can also just dunk, which is one of the reasons that it sees play. With Twin and double Colorless energy, I think it does 60 for 1 or something like that. 60 for 2
right?
Colorless.
1 attachment.
Yeah, exactly. With like Muscle Band and things like that.
And Ben does
here
find the energy.
are the energies. Chaotic Swell also going to make it so that there are, there's going to be a more difficult time getting those stadiums into play. Chaotic Swell, I think, is a super underrated card in this format because of its ability to block meaningful stadiums like John's mountain range, Thunder Mountain, No.
Thun-
Stormy Mountains. I almost had it.
One of
Yes.
those mountains.
Stormy Mountains from coming into play. And that's going to be a huge, a huge thing for Ben going forward in this turn.
One of the really cool things about this Lugia in this deck is that it returns an energy to your hand, and Crazy Code can allow you to just re-accelerate it once again. So it lets you conserve those energies. If Lugia doesn't get knocked out, you can just slap it back down and you can still keep streaming those energy loops. And if Lugia does get knocked out, you save an energy.
Now, I think that, there's a Raihan in John's hand. Bird Keeper. Okay, here we go.
It might be that Ultra Evolution might be the only option for John. Needs 3 pretty good cards here.
Okay.
Oh, finds Garchomp.
All right. So we got a rare candy Garchomp, but that is a Prism Energy on the Gabite.
That does not work with Garchomp.
That is not going to do the thing that you needed to do, which is count as either a water or a fighting energy. Prism Energy only counts as a rainbow energy when it's attached to basic Pokemon. So that's not great. We could see a situation where Axew potentially goes for an Ultra Evolution.
Yeah, and that might be the play. Dredagon does get grabbed off of the Nest Ball. I know that you, ever since that card got announced, you were super hype on the Dragon deck, and it just really feels like when GLC first came out, it was pre-Evolving Skies. Dragon was pretty weak, but after Evolving Skies and new Dragon cards got printed, it feels like every single set, this deck has gotten better and better.
Dragon just keeps getting juiced, right? Because they took 6 sets off of printing Dragon Pokemon in the Sword and Shield block, so obviously Dragon playing with a little bit of a card pool disadvantage, but with only 6 sets off, you could certainly weather that if they keep printing good Dragon cards, which they seem to do. And here comes the Ultra Evolution.
Let's go.
From the Axew.
Ooh.
Going straight into Haxorus, and this Haxorus is pretty crazy. Let's take a look at it.
This is the breakthrough Haxorus, if I remember correctly, and it has 3 attacks. Not normally something we see on a Pokemon TCG card, and they're all pretty solid. Dragon Dance, it's got a lot of HP. You could boost your damage. Sharp Fang for 60 for 1 is not too bad. And then Dragon Pulse dealing 130 damage for 2 energy with a pretty steep cost of discarding the top 3 cards of your deck, but a solid damage output.
Both players tied at just 4 prize cards remaining. That Haxorus is looking awfully menacing in the active. 160 hit points. What do we do to combat this? I think John just, effectively buying themselves a turn, which is very good. Lugia kind of caps out at 120 damage with the powerful colorless energy. Going to be looking more like 140. Quick math. I do see the Peonia in Ben's hand. That's a cool card with Bibarel. I like that.
Yeah, absolutely. You can find burnable cards off your prizes, put a couple prizes back that you couldn't burn, and then all of a sudden...
Oh, I'm talking about Peony.
Oh, Peony.
Yeah, the other P.O.
yeah. So Peony, really cool as well, because you just discard your hand.
Right.
You draw up... you get to search 2 trainer cards out of the deck, and that combos so insanely well with Industrious Incisors.
Looks like Ben is going to gust up the Gibble and take a knockout with Lugia's Energy Loop, going to just 3 prize cards remaining. John promotes Haxorus. Does John have a play out? I think I see a Cynthia there. And finally, the Stormy Mountains can go and grab a basic Pokemon out of the deck. Let's take a look at this deck and see, are there any valuable basic Pokemon to get?
We could see the first ever GX attack on stream on the next turn. Ben found the Twin Energy off the prizes, has the Tornadus in hand, and the Peony to go get that Skyenium Z. Andrew, I'm excited. I think that it could be happening this next turn.
Oh, man. The Flyenium Z is so crazy. It makes you, it's funny because the new Garchomp, makes itself invincible with its Sonic Slip ability, but the colorless deck is like, yo, I can do that too. with my Flyinium Z and my Speeding Sky Strike GX, which does a similar amount of damage and has a similar attack effect. So that's a really cool little thing that we've got going on. Both of these decks having that invulnerability option. And as we saw earlier during the day with Dragapult, anytime you can make your Pokemon essentially invulnerable for a turn in this format, it's going to be going to have a huge impact on the game.
Absolutely. This could be actually a fine turn for John to go for the Dragon Dance. There's a water energy on that Axew, or the Haxorus, excuse me. Looks like the judge is reading it right now.
As I would be too.
But unless John draws counter energy, there's no way to just Dragon Pulse for the KO. So maybe just a Dragon Dance into a Sharp Fang on the next turn, and that then allows you to spread an energy to the bench to power a different attacker up for the future.
Air Balloon onto the Haxorus, Fighting Energy onto the Drampa, and what John could do is leave the Haxorus active, just use Dragon Dance, right?
Yep, that's what I'm saying, man.
That's so crazy. And then if you swing into it, it's like, okay.
It doesn't get knocked out. There's nothing that Ben has that can KO it this turn.
And you power up my Drampa. I could just use my Floatstone, retreat into Drampa, and start using Berserk. Or, mess around in Dragon Pulse for 230 damage. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Or Sharp Fang for 160. That's crazy.
And just for one energy card. And that's what I'm saying. It lets you attach an energy to the bench and get that ready to go. And John will have a lot of plays. But this is crazy from Ben because a Lysander will reset that Dragon Dance effect. Any effects on Pokemon get reset when you send that Pokemon to the bench.
Yes. So I think that Lysander will be a great play this turn. Looking at maybe Druddigon or Drampa. Ben choosing the Druddigon.
Yep, great choice.
And going to take the knockout with Energy Loop as Druddigon's only got 120 hit points. So John now thinking, okay, I've got the Haxorus. Haven't really been able to maximize it yet. My opponent's only got 2 prizes remaining. You can afford to go down a few prizes in Gym Leader Challenge and mount a comeback, but John needs to start that comeback now.
Yeah, it has to happen very soon. Probably needs the counter energy at this point in order to just start dealing with this Lugia. And that was a really smart play from Ben because John has already discarded the Team Magma secret base.
Right.
So Drampa is going to be really limited in its damage output, and Druddigon was the only real threat since that is something that could have come up in revenge for a bunch of damage.
Dratini hitting the bench with the Stormy Mountains, and John trying to craft their way forward, just thinking, okay, what do we actually have available to us? There's a boss's orders, so maybe a weaker target could get taken out. If there's a damage buff available, maybe the Drampa Berserk does 70 base. It does feel pretty bad to just let Ben maybe go again, but maybe Swords Dance is what has to happen.
Just the same play again.
Yeah, just saying, please don't gust again, right? Guzma and Hala will get a special energy out of the deck. What you could do is you could, discarding that Garchomp, saying, you know what, okay, it didn't end up buffing out this game.
Yeah.
Which is...
I don't think it's going to happen.
No, definitely tough. We're looking for a special energy, a stadium card, and a tool card. I think that as far as special energy goes, Rainbow Energy could ping a damage counter onto your bench Pokemon.
Okay, yeah.
So that you can activate Drampa's, Berserk attack. But you can't attach 2 energy this turn. So it's not going to solve your lack of having a play this turn. And the Water Energy on the Haxorus is not going to satisfy half of Haxorus's Dragon Pulse attack, since that takes a fighting and a metal energy. And you can see how piecing together the correct energy in this dragon deck ends up being a little bit of a chore.
It takes a lot of hard work and dedication to train these wild dragons, man. It is tough. This deck is hard to navigate. There's so many different energy types. All of these Pokemon, that's just kind of been the trend with Dragon Pokemon. They have these crazy energy requirements. And that was kind of circumvented once the Double Dragon Energy came out. But in GLC, you only get to play one copy of that card.
Yeah, the Double Dragon Energy is one of the most important cards for any Gym Leader Challenge deck. Name a deck that relies more on a single card than Dragon and Double Dragon Energy.
Right.
And speaking of Double Dragon Energy, we haven't seen Double Dragon Energy from John yet.
John used it on that Ultra Necrozma early game.
Oh, that's right.
Yep,
That's right. So this counter energy, kind of a pseudo second Double Dragon Energy for John on the Haxorus, will allow John to finally take the knockout on that Lugia with a Dragon Pulse.
And we see Thunderous come down, Tornadus, excuse me. Crazy Code accelerates 1 energy. Crazy Code accelerates 2 energy. Andrew, I think we're going to see it here.
I do think so.
Adventure Bag can grab it out of the deck.
Yes, go gets the Flyinium Z. And with the Adventure Bag,
oh my gosh,
you can see that this is a strategy that Ben has been going for with this deck, reliably getting the Tornadus online, speeding Skystrike GX, dealing a whopping 180 damage, setting up the Kangaskhan on the bench. But I think, does the Tornadus need one more energy?
It does need one more energy card. So what Ben's going to have to do is dump the hand with Peony, can thin 2 cards out of the deck, just grab 2 burnable cards that are not great anymore. One that is really great is that special charge. And then now you'll have both Bibarel's Industrious Incisors to draw 5 and Chinchino's Make Do. It's pretty hard for Ben to whiff here. Let's see if he can draw those pieces.
I really like that Peony in this deck because it allows you to clear your hand. Sometimes your hand is just going to get clogged with Bibarel. I had found that in my time playing the Colorless deck, and Peony just clears it. It allows you to get cards like, maybe Bridget or Gloria, other stuff that you just don't want to have in your hand. You can clear those cards out with Peony and then just start churning again through the deck with Bibarel's Industrious Incisors ability.
Special Charge, such a good card to combo with this Porygon Z. 2 special energies get to shuffle back into the deck, and that's 2 more energy attachments for Crazy Code. Industrious Incisors drawing up to 5.
What?
There it is! Recycle energy goes on to the Tornadus. Ben still has the ability to make do to draw a couple more cards to get through the deck. And now Tornadus can come up and use Speeding Skystrike GX, taking 1 prize card, and now that Pokemon will be immune from all damage next turn.
There it is, the Speeding Skystrike GX.
Wow.
And that's a reader for the judge. Yeah, can't say that I've seen that attack pulled off on stream. That is awesome.
And the judge flipping that GX counter for us. Let's go. Yes. A GX counter on a Pokemon stream for the first time in like 2 years, probably. Since a tabletop stream. Wow.
You love to see it. That is such a cool card. The Tornadus now immune to all effects of attacks and all damage from attacks during the next turn. But John does have a Gust, and there is no
just has to stall.
Has to pass.
Just has to stall.
And all Ben needs is a way to retreat.
And Ben grabbed that triple acceleration energy off of the prizes. That will allow the Chinchino to retreat and air/KOs the Drampa. Speeding Skystrike being the key piece there. And Ben Telfor wins in round number 7 to secure a spot in the top 8.
Yeah, that was awesome. I mean, what a cool deck. The Bibarel from Brilliant Stars really putting in some work there, drawing cards with its extremely industrious teeth.
A GX attack, Andrew. What a play. Incredible. Love to see it, man.
Love to see the creative deck building in this format. Flyinium Z would have been a card. I mean, when that card came out in Standard, you're reading these things like, this is this is a joke.
In the bulk
right?
box.
Yeah, in the bulk box it goes. I mean, there's trainer cards like that exist in standard right now. The like single strike tool card that
Rapid
allows
strike
you,
scroll of scorn and stuff like
the
that.
one that like allows you to do 300. That's kind of the one I'm thinking.
Yeah.
To give you an idea, Flying EMZ, occupies the same kind of space as that card, which you probably haven't ever used to actually ever do 300 damage, as it costs 5 energy. But you can imagine some crazy combination getting cooked up that maybe there's a situation where it's easy to get 5 energy onto a single strike Pokemon and then bust out a 300 damage attack. Pretty cool, right? Speeding Sky Strike GX, a really neat strategy to see in this colorless deck.
So cool. Really well played by Ben. Unfortunate draws for John, I think, is really what that came down to for John's side of the field. Just didn't get set up, didn't get things going. And we've seen that 2 times now on stream from the Dragon deck.
I am curious if, going for the Ultra Necrozma there instead of maybe the Garchomp. The Garchomp was in the deck. Could have set up the Garchomp with the Rare Candy. The Rare Candy was in the hand. And instead, that Rare Candy I don't think ever got to see play. So, there's some different lines that maybe I would have liked to have seen, but it was still a great game by both players. John just barely missing top 8 with that win and in situation. But Ben looking as if they are going to be advancing to top 8 here at the Gym Leader Challenge 1K. We're going to get Ben right back here for an interview, so hang tight, and we'll be right back. I am here with Ben, hot off his win in the winning into top 8 with the colorless deck. Congratulations, Ben. How you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling great. I was really nervous going into the last round because we were talking about maybe IDing for the that sounds like there was gonna be a bubble and my resistance didn't look too great, so I had to play it out and luckily it worked out for me this time.
It did. So the attacking colorless deck, we've got some really cool inclusions in there. The Tornadus with the Speeding Sky Strike GX, the Adventure Bag to make sure you can get the Flyinium Z tool card. Tell us, how did you come to the conclusion to play the colorless deck?
Well, I didn't have too much experience with GLC format, so this was like my first deck I tried. I wanted something simple, nothing too crazy, so I just want like basics, attach energy and attack, nothing too crazy. And so I was testing that for a little bit, and then I was looking through the card pool and I saw the Z move cards. And I was like, oh, these look cool. I wonder if I could like tech one of these in the deck. And I looked in the deck and I saw that Tornadus has Air Slash.
Perfect.
And I can accelerate energy. So I was like, well, maybe I'll just build around that a little bit. And I put in the Adventure Pouch? Adventure Bag? Yeah. So I put that in there to help get it, and it's been working out well. I'm really happy with it.
Awesome. That's awesome.
Yep.
I'm really excited for you. Where are you from? Did you travel here? Did you come here with some friends?
Yeah, I came down here. I come from West Michigan.
Nice.
I go to school at MSU, so I'm in the Lansing area too.
Oh,
often,
nice. I'm very familiar, actually.
Yeah.
Cool.
So it was a lot of fun.
That's awesome.
Yep.
Well, congratulations on a job well done, and I look forward to seeing how you do in top 8.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Yep. We are about to get underway with the top 8 here at the Full Grip Games Gym Leader Challenge 1K, and we have got a really surprising top 8.
Yes, very surprising indeed. No grass players in the top 8, which is the type that won the last 1K tournament. I don't think that anyone would have expected grass to totally miss out on the top 8.
Yeah, and I would not have guessed that there'd be 3 darkness type decks.
Yeah.
But it's looking like Lipard is really proving to be a great consistency card for these darkness type decks. It looks like our first top 8 match is getting underway right now, so let's head down to the table and cheer on Jesse Parker and Thomas Rowe.
Looks like Jesse is going to kick things off, grabbing a level ball, which can grab any Pokemon with 90 HP or less. And Remoraid start over on the right, and Thomas Rowe with that Impdimp start over on the left. Jesse is a big fan of this water deck, I know. Jesse made top 8 at the last Full Grip Games, the last 2 1Ks in a row.
2 top 8s back to back. So you know that Jesse is hungry for that win. Jesse piloted the water deck to a top 8 at the first Gym Leader Challenge 1K, to a top 8 finish with a devastating loss to Control in the second Gym Leader Challenge 1K.
A very close game.
And now here we are again in top 8. Jesse Parker has been piloting this water deck really well. We've played it on stream a number of times. Jesse often features on Tricky Gym during our tabletop days. So very thankful for Jesse being open and available for those tabletop streams. Been a great addition to the Tricky Gym content that we have been producing together, and now showing his merit on the tournament level with another top 8 appearance.
Yeah, water is one of those types that I think everyone knows is incredibly strong in the GLC format. It's got some big, basic attackers with the Lapras, the Wishy-Washy, and also one of the best attackers in the format in that Wailord with the massive 200 hit points. It's got the energy acceleration with both Frostmoth and Blastoise. It's got the deck consistency with Octillery and the Inteleon line. This deck has just always been positioned to do really well. And surprisingly, though, it's a deck that has never taken down one of these tournaments. So Jesse, as someone who I know loves this deck, is surely looking to be the first water gym trainer to take down one of these events.
And this is our top seed from Swiss, Thomas Rowe, with the Darkness deck. Looks like this Darkness deck is going to be playing the Grimmsnarl. Grimmsnarl can do a massive amount of damage with its attack if you have, I think, less than 3 Pokemon in play?
Yeah, itself, and then you have to have 2 or less benched Pokemon.
Yes. With its rear attack, it's 240. I didn't want to misspeak, but yes, 240 damage.
Ridiculous.
It's just an obscene amount of damage with that single strike Grimmsnarl from Evolving Skies.
Now, there's a new Impdimp from Brilliant Stars that actually has a Call for Family attack, but Thomas is choosing not to play that one as opposed to playing this one with an attack that appears to do just 10 damage, and then you flip a coin and do 30 more. So did get a heads and yeah, solid 40 damage output, but gotta feel like a Call for Family would have been pretty nice in this spot.
Jesse Parker with the perilous timer ball, right? Because you've got Octillery and Sobble in play, and you're going to need one of those to get popping here. Oh. And instead, we're going straight
rare
for
candy
Inteleon. And I saw Jesse putting the water energy onto the Sobble. I was like, okay, I guess, maybe somewhere down the line we end up attacking with Inteleon. But no, I think Jesse is thinking that we are going in with Inteleon on the second turn of the game. Rare candy Inteleon coming down, and Inteleon can use its Shady Dealings ability to search out 2 trainers from the deck. And with that kind of search available, you are going to be able to pull off an attack even without Blastoise or Frostmoth in play.
Yeah, Aqua Bullet is an excellent attack in this deck. It deals 120 damage, so by attacking with this Pokemon on turn 2, Jesse is enabling a really aggressive game state. It's going to be able to deal with pretty much anything that this Dark deck can throw at it here in the early game, and it also deals 20 damage to a benched Pokemon, which will make Thomas really think twice about benching some powerful Pokemon like Guzzlord a little bit too early, because that softens those high HP Pokemon up.
Here comes the Inteleon. Taking a look at Jesse's hand, there's the Cyrus. I love that Japanese Cyrus.
Oh, yeah.
That is so nice. And a Gust.
Wants to target the draw from Thomas. Get rid of that Purloin so that there's no potential for a trade on this coming turn to get Thomas more cards.
Thomas does find a nest ball.
Yes.
Yes, those two are illegal during the same time, I think. Yes. A nest ball, which can go get a basic Pokemon out of the deck, which is very good. However, this Inteleon using Aqua Bullet on the second turn of the game going first is a lot of pressure from Jesse. And Jesse with the turn 2 Gust knockout with the Pokemon that has 160 hit points to 120 damage. That is a very strong start from this water deck. And Thomas is going to need to find a way to claw himself back into this game.
Now that we are going to be playing a best of 3 with 90 minutes for Top Cut. So these players have plenty of time to try to get 3 games in, but these GLC games can be quite grindy. So if you get behind pretty early, that is always something to consider. Thomas still has plenty of time to try to get back in this one and does eye up Guzzlord right away. That is always an excellent way to try to get back into a game.
Yeah, just Guzzlord, hiding Darkness Energy, and a Cynthia. And I actually really like this play from Thomas because with the Cynthia, you could say, all right, maybe I get to poke and soften up your Intellion with my Impy Dimp, right?
Right.
40 damage, right?
Yep.
And then if I can hit the 40 damage off the Impy Dimp, then your Intellion has 120 hit points. And guess who swings for 120 damage?
I have a feeling it's Guzzlord. That red Banquet attack is one of the strongest in the entire format, honestly. These are the types of attacks that are the best in GLC, that draw you extra prize cards, since every Pokemon in the format only gives up 1 normally.
And we're taking a look at Thomas's hand after that. Cynthia seems to be a Guzma, Marnie, Liepard. The Liepard, you know.
That always feels bad. Right after your
Purloin.
opponent gusted and knocked out your basic, you draw the evolution. And Thomas does hit a heads there with the Imp Dimp.
I'm telling you.
Okay, that's good math right there.
That is some good math. 160 HP is just a little annoying to have to hit, especially early in the game. Like, come on, 160, man. We just started.
Give me a break.
Give me a break. But the 40 damage, that's double heads from the Impy Dimp. And I got to say, this is the most amount of damage that I think I would have ever seen from an Impy Dimp.
So maybe it is actually paying off for Thomas not playing the Call for Family Impy Dimp. That's definitely the one I would have played if I was playing a Dark deck this weekend.
I think so. Yes, the new one from Brilliant Stars. I didn't even know that as a Call for Family attack, which is for a basic Pokemon and puts it onto the bench. But damage output is always good as well.
And this one has 10 more HP as well.
And if you combine it with Dark Claw or Muscle Band, you could donk with it.
You can really get in there. That is for sure. Jesse will surely target down that Guzzlord on the bench. And Thomas could red Banquet this turn. It's a little hard to pull off, especially with the cards in hand. But if there was something like a Teammates or a Raihan, we could see the Dark Patch. We could see the Raihan just get the energy back. And then also the double Colorless or Twin Energy from the deck.
Zoroark comes down. Now Zoroark's Mind Jack attack, not going to be doing the most amount of damage with only 2 Pokemon in play. But Jesse's board position is not actually like, you know, insane right now.
No,
it's
not
really
at all.
just quick Intellion. Jesse's kind of used the Intellion engine, which is usually what you use to set up in the water deck, and used it instead to be aggressive. So, Jesse's board position is kind of indicative of that.
Thomas is having a really tough call here. Does just choose to play Marnie, but had an Ultra Ball in hand. And one of the cards that Thomas would have had to discard with Ultra Ball was the Guzma, which is one of the key cards in GLC. You only get one, of course. Oh, the Dark Patch was drawn. If Thomas had gotten a double Colorless energy, that would have been huge. Does not quite make it happen, though.
Okay, so Spiritomb now, and Spiritomb is going to use its Building Spite ability to place a damage counter on it. Good to get that Spiritomb down as soon as possible so that you can use its Building Spite, place damage counters on it, and then its attack does more damage for the amount of damage counters on it. So after 5 turns of Building Spite, you build up to do 160 damage with its Anguish Cry attack. Looks like Thomas does kind of favor the Zoroark and the Guzzlord over the Spiritomb, though.
And that makes sense, because water is a type that loves to have a large bench size, so it's pretty likely that later in the game, Zoroark's Mind Jack could come in big. Thomas actually has the Guzzlord attack next turn in hand. Raihan is ready to go. Also has the option to Dark Patch if they would rather do that. But Raihan is the card that you'll want to play to go get that twin or double Colorless energy out of the deck. And Red Banquet is probably coming. Unless Jesse could theoretically knock this out, it would need to be a pretty strong combo of cards, Muscle Band plus a Guzma. But if Jesse does not have that, it really does look like Red Banquet's coming.
And you could see, Thomas just holding on to the Dark Patch, not feeling like they needed to play it this past turn to accelerate the energy onto the Guzzlord. Because what if something did happen?
Right.
You would feel
it needs
pretty
the
bad.
darkness energy and the discard for the Raihan as well.
Oh, this is true, right? For
Yeah.
also holding that is just a really good call by Thomas, valuing the consistency of the Raihan play, allowing him to get whatever he wants. Now, Jesse's going to continue setting up, which is going to power up the Zork's Mind Jack attack. We see the Staryu making its way onto the bench, the Wishy-Washy with its massive 180 hit points.
Guzzlord can't deal with that.
No, and the thing is that this water deck is going to have a ton of abilities in play as well. So if Thomas can get Weavile online, Weavile is also a great attacker into this water deck.
Jesse plays a Professor Juniper, dumping the hand, drawing 7 new cards. Octillery also coming into play. We've seen a lot of Industrious Incisors today, but Octillery is the OG Sushi Master, letting you fill your hand up to 5 cards once per turn. Really strong ability for this water type deck.
Yes, Octillery. Oh, me and Octillery. We used to draw cards. Oh, the days. Octillery.
It was a simpler time.
It was the simpler times. I do love Octillery from Breakthrough. What a wonderful card. It brings me a lot of joy to see that card continue to see play in year 2022. Such a good card.
Jesse, I think, is trying to set up the ability to attack with the Wishy-Washy. That's kind of what he was going for with this play, but unfortunately is unable to find 2 more energy. That would have been key because Intellion is in range of this Red Banquet, and we know that Thomas is waiting with the Raihan and actually draws the twin energy for turn. This could allow Thomas to go for a Cynthia and Caitlyn instead, or even a different supporter off of this Pokegear. That was a massive top deck since Thomas has the Dark Patch.
Yeah. There are just so many options, right? I mean, because in a way, it's like you don't want to use the Dark Patch or the Raihan on the Guzzlord if you could B-String, right? So it's just like, okay, this is the last turn that you can use B-String in the game, but you might just not need to use it. So you're trying to figure out, how do I maximize my resources? I think that it probably will just be the Twin Energy making its way onto the Guzzlord, or if it's B-String, that's what I'm saying.
For darkness energies on the Guzzlord does work. You don't have to use Twinner DCE, and that allows you to save that Twinner DCE for the Zoroark for future turns.
In fact, you could lay that DCE or Twin down on the Zoroark right now.
Yeah.
Because even though this Guzzlord's going to be getting fitted with 3 more energy, none of them are the actual attachment from turn.
Oh, and this is huge, actually. Thomas is eyeing up Field Blower right now. Oh, well, Jesse does have that Staryu in play with Free Retreat, so I like the Field Blower a bit less. I think if Jesse did not have Staryu out there, Field Blower off that Floatstone would be a huge play, since Frostmoth is the only form of Energy Excel right now. But Staryu having Free Retreat is pretty good.
Looks like Thomas might save the B-String. I mean, I think that the thing about using the B-String, like, yeah, it is a super cool card to use. There's, it's only effective on this turn or the 4 prize turn. Jesse's at 3 prizes, so this is the last opportunity to use it, assuming that Jesse can cook up a knockout the following turn. But you're wasting all the darkness energy out of your deck when the Guzzlord is one of the targets that really likes to take advantage of the double colorless energy. And it looks like maybe the Guzzlord's getting saved for later.
Yeah, that does appear to be the case. Thomas not wanting to just go in right away with that Pokemon. Interesting choice for sure. And now I think we'll just have to see a Mind Jack. Otherwise, there's no really other way for Thomas to take a prize. And yeah, Mind Jack takes a KO and actually takes Field Blower off the the Fighting Fury Belt off the prizes there. That could boost the Guzzlord's HP by a decent amount.
Yeah, bringing it up to 190 HP would be pretty tough to deal with. Would offset the 40 damage that's already on it. Thomas going to go to 5 prizes remaining to Jesse's 3. But I worry that, not attacking with the Guzzlord there, you're kind of just allowing the Wishy-Washy to come into the active, and that Guzzlord is not reaching for 180 hit points.
Not at all. Maybe Thomas could have set up the Sneasel on this last turn. Let that be your option to try to get to the one-hit KO on the Wishy-Washy. But regardless, here we are. Jesse sitting with that Octillery in the active spot. That splash energy was huge, by the way. It allows Jesse to bring back that Intellion and the Sobble, which is really just one of the best pieces of the water deck.
It is. Yeah, that was very significant. And a Colorless for 6 is going to net Jesse 6 cards.
Needs
from
one more energy.
The deck. Yes, one more energy to attack with the Wishy-Washy. And I do see a lot of discourse about which Wishy-Washy, which is so fun, right? Because you could only play one Wishy-Washy, but there are a few competitive Wishy-Washies to choose from. And
funny to say.
Yes, there are a few Wishy-Washy that are really good in this format. This Wishy-Washy here from Cosmic Eclipse has the Hydro Splash attack, a solid 130 damage for 2 water and a colorless energy, but it does have the Scatter ability, which could be good. And it can be bad.
It depends on the situation. Sometimes you want that healing. Sometimes you're happy to flip tails on a Scatter and shuffle it into the deck. But sometimes shuffling it into the deck takes your only energy out of play. And then you're like, why am I playing this card at all?
Uh-huh. But I think the Wishy-Washy having 180 hit points is like, I mean, it's insane.
Right.
That's the thing, is it's just so difficult to knock out. Jesse hasn't gotten Wailord into play this game, but Wishy-Washy in a pinch is basically a second Wailord.
Right.
You know?
This is a huge draw from Thomas. Top decks the boss's orders. We know that Twin Energy is in hand. Fighting Fury Belt will take this Guzzlord out of range of the Wishy-Washy being able to KO it. And Thomas could target down the Energy Excel here.
But then Jesse's just a field blower away from the win.
Yeah, I mean, that is true.
Yeah.
I mean, there's only 2 prizes left anyway, though.
It's true. It's true. You know, no backup attacker would mean that, you know, Thomas would lose. So that's not great. I think that you would kind of have to target down the Sobble if you're going to do anything, because that is probably just his easiest out to the field blower.
Sure.
And you kind of have to assume that your opponent's playing one, I think.
Yeah, definitely. It's a very popular card in GLC just because of how powerful all the many tools from over the years of the Pokemon TCG are. Thomas has a decision between Rosa and Erica's Hospitality. Which do you value more? The draw 6 off the top or search out specific cards? It seems like Thomas wants to just draw cards, recognizing that, hey, maybe just 3 specific cards from Rosa aren't enough to keep me around in this game.
Yeah, I think that that's probably fair. Yeah, it needs a more explosive draw. Erica netting 6 is, I think, reasonable. You want to find, you know, a backup attacker. You want to find, you know, another draw supporter for next turn. Maybe a recovery card. Just a lot.
That's pretty good.
Sneasel's good. The coughing's good.
And the Field Blower is an excellent draw as well, because now Jesse's pivot is gone, and with only Frostmoth as energy acceleration, Jesse's going to need to find a way to switch in order to attack. And usually, I'm pretty sure in Jesse's list, the only real ways are like supporters. Tayton, Liza, Guzma, things like that.
No, there's no actual switch cards in there.
One Scoop Up Net, which could be useful.
For sure. And it's just going to be a Red Banquet for 130 damage, not taking the knockout. And with the tails, the Wishy-Washy will go back to the deck.
I wonder if Jesse would have rather flipped a heads or a tails there. That does heal the Wishy-Washy, obviously.
It does. But with no pivot on the board, right? You're like, okay, I don't have a free retreater. I can't just promote my Staryu anymore. It's evolved into a Starmie. My Floatstone just got field blowered, right, by Thomas. So how do we proceed from this point? Probably wants to promote the Sobble is my probably my promotion, because it has 1 retreat. Even Drizzile has 1 retreat. It's fine. Gets knocked out. It's fine. You know, if you end up getting stuck or not getting what you need, the Sobble just is kind of the throwaway here. If you know, push comes to shove, the Starmie, similar function, also has a
still
retreat
has 1 retreat, right?
It doesn't really matter, but I think I'd prefer the Starmie to maybe stay safe if something really tragic were to happen and I not find any energy.
And honestly, worst case scenario, you could be going for the Star Freeze here, and and now that's not an option.
It's not an
right?
option,
Yeah.
right. So I think that it doesn't really matter. I mean, Jesse's guaranteed a number of energy because of the Starmie's space beacon ability. The Starmie is such a nice consistency booster for this water deck because space beacon is the ability that just keeps on giving. It allows you to discard a card from your hand, and then, okay, we just got a beacon. The late game beacon.
Interesting. Not usually something you see. Usually beacon is reserved for the early game. You really want to get into this Pokemon quickly and search your deck for 2 Pokemon to set your board up. But in this position, Jesse knows that he's only got 2 prizes left.
Whoa.
What's up?
Is that Jesse's deck? Oh, no. Okay, I was going to say, that's Jesse's hand.
Yeah.
I was going to say, is this Jesse's deck he's looking at? This is like 4 cards.
No, this beacon here will allow Jesse to now search out the Wailord, which I think is kind of going to be the way that Jesse can close this game out.
Yeah, just a little bit of a weird, clunky situation, losing the attacker,
Right.
not having a ton of draw off the Octillery, just a, maybe a 1, draw of 1 or something. I do think that it's a little bit strange that maybe the Space Beacon wasn't played to accelerate, just dump more energy onto the Wailmer this last turn. It's not really wasteful in any kind of way.
I think maybe just playing around a potential boss's orders. If you put too many energy, you only get 2 back with the Space Beacon, right? So
that's true. It looks like Trainer's Mail is going to come down from Thomas.
Trainer's Mail is a card I really love in GLC. I love it in just about any deck. I know it's a card that's easy to cut. It's really great in Dark because you have limited draw options since Liepard's pretty much the only way. But in pretty much any deck, Trainer's Mail is bound to find you a good card at almost any phase of the game.
Right, because it gives you some selectivity over what cards you see. For the same reason that Pokegear is good in decks that play a lot of supporters.
I bet that a neutralizing gas here would be pretty strong.
Yes, it's just one of the reasons I was confused at why Jesse didn't pump more energy into play, because that is an option for Thomas. Thomas could just completely shut down this water deck, and with only 1 energy in play on the Wailmer, Jesse is completely at the whim of Tom and whether Tom can get a neutralizing gas in play.
Searching the deck, let's see if that wheezing is there, and sure enough it is, and Thomas is happy to evolve that coughing. Neutralizing gas, of course, turning off all abilities on your opponent's side of the field. And also severe poison here on the Vulpix would be pretty nice because it either forces Jesse to attach and retreat or just give up this prize card going back into Thomas's turn.
And I guess there actually may have only been 1 water energy in the discard pile. I was just assuming that there were more, but now that I'm thinking about it, the Wishy-Washy got put back into the deck.
Right, yeah.
Right, and the Intellion had a splash energy on it.
That's true.
So I think there was probably only 1 water in the discard pile to fetch with Space Beacon.
What a draw. Thomas finds the reset stamp and an energy card in order to attack with the Galarian Weezing. It is a costly retreat, though, because Guzzlord has a retreat of 4.
And a Hiding Darkness, which negates it.
That is true. There is a Hiding Darkness right there. I kind of, for some reason, thought that was on the Zork, but the Zork had the air balloon earlier. Yep.
So, if Thomas wants to go, with the old shake and bake, stamp to 2, and retreat into Galarian Weezing for free, and neutralizing gas makes it so that the abilities don't work, and Thomas is starting to turn this into a game that he can walk back.
Absolutely. Now, what does Thomas grab here? To me, there's kind of 2 options. You either set up the Grimmsnarl, you've got a few turns to do that, or you can put back some of these draw support Pokemon and heavy hitters like the Zoroark. So that is what Thomas will do. Puts back the Purloin to try to get to Liepard in the next couple of turns.
And Jesse's hand is looking real bad.
Oh, no.
It's like a Wailord and a Gloria, I think. Yeah, it's not It's not good.
Ability lock is too strong.
Yeah, I mean, Jesse would love to Hex Maniac. That's not helping. Gloria, Whale Lord. Ooh, this is ugly. Jesse got caught slipping here, and this is devastating. I mean, it all came down to the tails flip on the wishy-washy, and combined with the lackluster next turn, where Jesse wasn't able to kind of keep the pressure on with the water deck and just got caught slipping one turn. Now it's going to be a Hex, but you turn off your own abilities.
Right.
So, yeah, you turn off, but it's more or less, I think, to burn it out.
I think so.
And then, Space Beacon.
Still can, or just Beacon.
Oh, yeah, that one. Yep.
There's a lot of Beacon happening here.
There is.
So Beacon can still grab 2 Pokemon, and Drizzile is one of the choices. But now this Alolan Vulpix goes down to Poison, going back into Thomas's turn, and this is the exact situation you love to see if you are the Darkness type player.
Alolan Vulpix goes down. Thomas goes to 4 prizes remaining.
What can Jesse promote here?
Yeah, Jesse's definitely in a tough spot.
Starmie makes sense.
Promoting the Starmie, I mean, you're not using it.
Right. And if you do get your abilities back, Jesse still has a bunch of energy in the deck. So this is the one that is like the most okay to lose out of the 4 other ones on the bench.
Right. Looking at Jesse's hand, yeah, it's just Gloria. I think, not great. A Drizzile that he can't use.
And Guzma being played from Thomas, targeting down that Wailmer. Jesse held off on playing the Wailord that was in the hand, trying to play around letting that Pokemon get poisoned or something like that, I would imagine. But that will yield Thomas 2 prize cards.
With the Guzzlord, but this allows Jesse to finally use his abilities, and the game is still pried 2-2.
Yep.
The Wailmer goes down, but the shady dealings from the Drizzile is going to be really nice for Jesse. Jesse is able to grab whatever he wants out of his deck, whatever trainer card he wants, and put it into his hand. What are we looking for here? Is it a Nessa, teammates? There is Octillery as well. The hand isn't great. There's a Marnie. That's fine. But Jesse needs to find a way to respond to the Guzzlord right now.
Yep.
Or else this game could get ugly.
Yep, this game could just be over if Jesse does not respond to Guzzlord. And I'm trying to figure out what the combo is. It probably is like Wishy-Washy plus Field Blower. And that requires Jesse to have Field Blower, the Wishy-Washy, and 4 energy cards, because you also have to have an energy to retreat the Starmie.
I think Jesse just, doesn't have a lot of energy in play right now. I think there's only 1 water in the discard pile.
So Space Beacon can only grab that 1.
Right, which is just not very good. So Jesse needs something like a Research just to go see a whole bunch of cards. I think that maybe Ultra Ball is the card of choice. Can Ultra Ball away the 2 bad cards in the hand?
Yeah, and then
Gloria and the Wailord. Go get maybe an attacker. Is Lapras available? Lapras is one of my favorite cards in this deck. If Jesse is playing it, would be a great grab. Let's see, taking a look.
I know Jesse's a big fan of the Lapras. Y'all were talking about that last time he was on, where a lot of people cut the Lapras from their water decks when they're trying to make space, and he's like, this card is just busted.
Lapras is too good.
But Jesse does choose to go with Wishy-Washy here, which is also pretty solid.
Yeah, the Wishy-Washy only needs 3 energy, so relatively low maintenance. However, okay, here we go. Abyssal Hand,
Nessa. And 2 water
and 2
energy.
Water energy is pretty good.
But Nessa isn't going to get water energy because there's no water energy in the discard pile to get.
Precisely. So I think that it's probably going to have to be a Marnie combined with a Field Blower. Does Jesse need the Field Blower? No, 130 plus.
No, he needs it.
Oh, he does need it. It's
yeah, because the Guzzlord has 150 right now. He needs either Field Blower or Muscle Band. Either of those cards allow the Wailord to get there.
And I think that the Evolution Incense going for the Blastoise is signaling to us that Jesse is going to go for the Marnie. Just wants to get this Blastoise to the hand, Marnie it to the bottom of the deck. 2 water energy, getting accelerated onto the Wishy-Washy with Frostmoth, Ice Dance, and Marnie.
Okay.
Both players will shuffle their hands, put them on the bottom of the deck. Jesse will get 5 cards, and Thomas will get 4. Can Jesse find the Field Blower? The Artillery has already been used.
Yep.
The Drizzle's already been used. Is it there?
I can't tell. There is the energy, so at least Jesse has the attack, but no Muscle Band and no Field Blower. Those were the 2 cards Jesse needed.
Yes, Rough Seas is like maybe okay. Can heal the Artillery just a little bit. Not really very important. It's going to be up to Thomas. If Thomas has a Gust card, then Thomas is going to be able to go back in with Guzzlord to take back-to-back 2 prize knockouts.
Thomas doesn't have it in hand right now. That is for sure, at least. There is a Scoop Net. There is the Lipard, so the trade ability could be online and could draw into that piece. And Jesse just has to send up this Wishy-Washy, can attack, and if Thomas does not find the Gust, Jesse could still come back and win this.
Yes, because Jesse just
can find the
needs
Field
to
Blower this coming turn, right?
Exactly. Just needs to find the Field Blower, and if Jesse does find the Field Blower, then Jesse's going to be able to take a double prize knockout for game. This game is as close as they come, and this is just game 1 of a best-of-3 set.
Yep, and neither player wanting to scoop because both players are still realistically very much in this game. Either player could win. I still don't know who's going to win here, Andrew.
I have no idea.
Yeah, and that's what's exciting in this situation. Thomas is going to get the right amount of damage onto this Guzzlord. It should be 150 170, right? So
yes, 130 plus 40
right.
does equal 170. Math's hard.
Yeah, needs one more. Yep, the 5. Yep, there we go.
Yep. You know,
It
been a long day.
Whenever I started counting dice in Pokemon, it's just so counterintuitive because
the teammates doesn't work here. Oh,
there's that Lipard. Can traded the B-String away. That's a card that's pretty much useless. And if Thomas does find a Gust card, this game could be over.
Yeah, Thomas just assessing the board, wanting to take a look at Jesse's discard pile, see what resources have been spent. 2-2 prizes, and I think Thomas asking maybe what the Cyrus did. It's the new boss's orders. It's in Japanese.
Right.
But yeah, that Wishy-Washy is formidable. 180 hit points. It's big, tough to knock out. Clara can get some energy back from the discard pile. I think Tom's probably gonna have to trade with Lipard though, and just see if there's something more off the top of the deck. Go for a Guzma, go for a Boss, Verseeker. Guzma's already in the discard pile. Can't play teammates. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Traded it away.
Okay, very good. Don't do it.
There's the Sonya.
The Moltres. Is there 2 Darkness Energy? And maybe Thomas can juice up the Moltres.
Was there another Darkness Energy in the hand? No. Can attach to the Weavile, though. Evil Admonition is hitting for 250 damage, which is enough to knock out the Wishy-Washy. But then Jesse has an opening to win the game if Jesse can find Field Blower.
Yes, so this is as close as they come. We'll see if Thomas is able to cook up a knockout. I mean, really, there's just a couple of things Thomas can do. Guzma in the discard pile. You know, Thomas can either try to knock out this Wishy-Washy, force Jesse to have something else, or Thomas can save the Guzzlord for next turn and try to find a Gust, right?
Oh, and Jesse doesn't even necessarily need... Oh, we'll just see it. Let's see. Is it a heads or a tails? It's a tails. Wishy-Washy goes back into the deck.
But I think Jesse is starting to speed up now. If Jesse can just find the Intellion, Jesse will be able to find the game-winning cards. And
doesn't
Jesse
even need the Field Blower then.
Could be a Gust.
Right.
It could be a Gust with Intellion because then the 20 damage will finish off the Gust Lord.
Yeah.
So Jesse just is basically in an Intellion and win situation with Artillery online, 2-2 prize cards.
Deciding what to send up here. I think sending up the Drizzile is probably okay because it already has energy on it to retreat. Now you're forcing yourself to commit to the Starmie, an energy to retreat if you want to attack with something that's not the Intellion.
Right. I don't think it matters, but we'll see. Jesse going in, finds the Intellion off the top of the deck.
Hand shaking.
Shady Dealings. Going to go in a Guzma or a Gust or a Field Blower. Any of this will the field blower Guzma's in the hand?
He's got it.
That's it.
That's the game.
Your hand is already the 2 cards you would have got.
What a draw for Jesse Parker.
Does he fail the shady dealings?
He fails the shady dealings, realizes that the game is his, can discard the field blower, takes a prize card, and then all he has to do is space beacon, or Guzma, whichever. And Thomas is like, all right, let's get on game number 2. Jesse Parker taking a win in game 1.
That was the perfect 3-card hand.
That was the perfect 3-card hand.
That was insane.
I think Jesse almost didn't believe it.
He was just like, this is it. I've got the golden tickets.
I don't think I've ever seen anyone fail a shady dealings before.
No, yeah, that was crazy.
Like the best ability in your entire deck, right?
I was a little concerned because I saw him going in for the shady dealings. It was like, oh no, he needs like a Kuzma or a field blower.
I didn't see it in the deck.
I didn't see it in the deck, but then wait.
They're both in the hand. Incredible. Well played by Jesse, and really well played by Thomas as well. Trying to fight back in that one. That wheezing turn was so clutch. Reset stamp plus the wheezing really locked things up. But I almost wonder if Thomas went in a little too early with the Guzzlord. Could have waited another turn and kept the abilities locked.
It's true. Right. It's true. And these kind of micro decisions are what's going to shape each of the games in these Gym Leader Challenge matches. Jesse's decision to go in with the Alolan Vulpix and take that turn to Beacon to try and tempo back into the game, the reset stamp, all these different things made for a very exciting game 1. We're getting into game 2 now. Players are getting shuffled up. Chip, what do you think about this matchup? I mean, does one of the decks seem more favored to you, or you think it's as close as they come? I mean, the Darkness deck seems like a deck that's a little bit of a dark horse in the Gym Leader Challenge metagame right now, because it hasn't necessarily proven itself hasn't proven itself yet, but it's always a deck that seems like it's relatively threatening.
With Lipard being included, I say Dark Horse no more, and I think that's proven by the 3 copies of the deck that made it into top 8 today.
Yeah, I think that the results speak for themselves. Dark is a mainstay in Gym Leader Challenge now.
Guzzlord's just too strong. These extra prize cards, like any of those cards that give you extra prizes in a singleton, single prize format like this, are just bound to be incredibly strong.
And it's hilarious because every type in Gym Leader Challenge has those cards. You're like, oh yeah, that guy's broken. that guy. Oh yeah, that guy is insane. And it just so happens that Guzzlord is like that card.
It's the best one for sure.
For the Darkness deck, Torterra is that card for the Grass deck. But the Water deck, it just has like a lot of really, really good Pokemon.
Right.
I mean, I don't know that there's one. Maybe the Wailord is the one. Super high maintenance though.
Right.
4 energy, not exactly the easiest guy to get going. Let's get down to the table for game 2 and see what these guys got.
Jesse will choose to go first. Throws an energy down onto that Remoraid. Wants to be able to pivot that out next turn, most likely. And also benches a Squirtle and a Sobble. 2 pretty solid basics to have in the opening hand.
It's and probably Thomas choosing to go second, right?
Oh, yeah, it must be. I think Thomas maybe wanted to be aggressive with something like the Hoopa, but unfortunately for Thomas, that Hoopa is in the active spot.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to get a turn 1 Assault Gate. If the Hoopa is in the active, the Hoopa is a card that needs to switch to the active in order to get its attack fired off.
And not a great supporter, to be honest. Tate and Liza only sees 5 cards. Tate and Liza is really good kind of in the mid-game. It provides the utility of Shuffle Draw if you need it, and then also the switch effect if necessary. This is pretty solid, though. Thomas does find a Nest Ball off of the Trainer's Mail, which can at least get a basic Pokemon in play, ready to evolve for the next turn.
Yeah, Tate and Liza is one of those supporter cards where you're like, okay, I'm glad I have it over nothing.
Yeah.
But also not an ideal way to kick off the game. However, Thomas does have some pretty decent options coming out of the Tate and Liza, actually, right. To my surprise. The Nest Ball can get a basic Pokemon. And I think Thomas kind of weighing, do I Quick Ball away my Sonia? Or do I maybe save this Sonia for next turn? And I think that saving the Sonya is probably ideal. Unless Jesse gets the knockouts, right? I mean, if Jesse is going to get a knockout this next turn, I mean, that would be pretty aggressive. I don't expect that that's going to be a thing.
No, I don't think that's really feasible. Jesse would need like Rare Candy, Blastoise, and a bunch of energy.
But it looks like that's what Thomas is going to do.
Okay.
I don't love that because it does just leave you at the whim of your opponent. Okay, so like next turn, right? Next turn, you don't have a supporter in your hand that you can play unless you get a Pokemon knocked out. Then you can Rosa. But if you don't get a Pokemon knocked out, then you're passing. So passing is not quite as good as like Sonya over the course of a couple of turns can grab, two Pokemon. I mean, next turn, Pokemon could get, Sonya could get 2 Pokemon, could get 2 basic energy.
Right.
There's a bunch of different things you could do with the Sonya. And maybe if you top deck a card that is bad, you could quick ball it away. But it looks like Thomas just really valuing getting the Guzzlord into play early and leaving just a single card in the hand with Rosa, which does feel pretty tough because now you wanted to be the aggressive deck, and now you're in a situation where you're waiting for Jesse to take a knockout. But sure enough, Thomas made the right call because here's Marnie.
Yep, it all works out. I mean, you look across the table and see your opponent with a 1-card hand, you're like, surely that's just a research, right?
Yeah, right. That's just quick balled away a supporter.
Right.
You're like, that's a research. Yeah, totally.
So things work out well for Thomas. And I like this decision from Thomas as well to prioritize getting Coughing in play. I think leaning into the Galarian Wheezing is super good against the Water deck. The Water deck has so many abilities that it wants to use and abuse. And if you can just turn those off, as we saw in game number 1, it can be incredibly strong.
That's for sure. Jesse going into the deck with a Capacious Bucket. Just going to scan through and see what resources are available. And that Fire Energy is telling me that Jesse is totally playing the Kyurem in this deck. The white Kyurem.
Right.
From Lost Thunder.
Burning Icicles, I believe, is that attack, which deals 80 damage, but then 80 more damage if that Pokemon has an extra energy attached. Looks like I was a little wrong, though. It is it's Freezing Flames.
Yeah, Freezing Flames. Yeah, you had to shoot your shot, Jeff.
Hey, confidence is key.
Yeah, there are a lot of Pokemon cards that exist. We try to know them all. You had the right idea. Yeah.
Burning Icicles, Freezing Flames, like effectively the same thing.
Right.
Icicles can't burn and flames can't freeze. Come on.
You knew it did 160 if there was a fire.
Yes.
Yeah. Water Energy going down onto Jesse's Wishy Washy. And taking a look at the rest of the hand, there's a Blastoise. Is there anything really going on here?
Wow, Jesse's hand looks like it might be pretty weak as well.
I think it is.
And Thomas is going to slam that Town Map, which is an excellent card for a deck like this that's a little bit slower because you get to choose when you take these prize cards and it gives you so much more information. And I think there's some pretty powerful cards over there in the prizes, and one of them being that Galarian Wheezing. If we look at the other cam, we can see that top left prize card means that neutralizing gas will not be an option this turn.
Yeah, no, not this turn. That is tough. Guzma in the prizes as well. Looks like Tom's just going to play Colress, though. Get a nice shuffle, draw 6, finds double Colorless, Field Blower, and appears.
Something that's really awkward as well for Thomas is that 2 of the cards that can move this Hoopa out of the active, well, really 3 of them, are in the prizes. The Guzma, the Air Balloon, and that Scoop Up Net. And this Hoopa's Assault Gate is absolutely useless if it's just chilling in the active spot.
I do like this play from Thomas, though.
Yeah.
Just getting to slap the double Colorless onto the Guzzlord, kind of acknowledging this is not going to be the most exhilarating turn, but I can start to build towards something more meaningful. With the Guzzlord, Jesse just kind of hoping for something and finds the Dive Ball.
Nice.
That golden Dive Ball is going to save the day, capable of finding a water Pokemon out of Jesse's deck. And I am pretty sure we're going to see a Drizzile or an Octillery
one
come
of these
down.
draw support options, almost certainly.
It's feeling like a Drizzle turn for me, as there are like 3 unplayable cards in this hand, so not super great.
But what are you gonna grab? I mean, I guess it's probably gotta be like Colress or N or something, because you can't Juniper away a hand that's got a Rescue Stretcher and the Blastoise and Frostmoth in it, so it definitely should be a shuffle draw.
Yeah, you just Colress and trust. You Colress and you're like,
Trust the process.
I'm gonna probably pass this next turn, or Beacon or something. You know, it's probably like just gonna draw a bunch of cards and then not do too much, but that's okay. I mean, look at the board. Nobody's taking any prizes. We're still gearing up in this game. Looks like Ultra Ball is going to be the decision, and
oh, this works too. Ultra Ball can get rid of those 2 Pokemon, and then Jesse can use the Rescue Stretcher to just put them back into the deck, and this Ultra Ball can grab that Octillery out of the deck so that Abyssal Hand can still draw Jesse a bunch of cards.
this is true. And so it doesn't guarantee a supporter, but Jesse kind of just trusting the process.
Yep. And it establishes the Octillery, which is one of the most important Pokemon, especially early on in the game. It loses its value a bit in the late game because usually your hand is kind of harder to thin down to 5 cards. But if you establish it quickly, it just helps you get more set up.
Definitely. So, but I mean, who do you retreat into?
Yeah, you definitely need to retreat before evolving because
right.
Octillery's got a 2 retreat cost. So I guess going into the gonna be the Wishy-Washy.
I mean, dude's huge, so
it is huge. It's probably not gonna be KO'd, and even if it is hit, there's a chance it could just get shuffled back into the deck thanks to Scatter.
right. And if with a water energy drop, the Wishy-Washy is just 1 energy drop now away from being able to Hydro Splash for 130 damage. So that's cool, and
especially when Thomas has like done nothing, right?
Yeah, I think it's fine. Like this Wishy-Washy will just be here, exist with 180 hit points, and probably not get knocked out next turn. And Jesse does find some other basic search cards. I mean, we've got like Gloria, we've got the Brooklet Hill. I mean, Gloria could just go get 1 more basic Pokemon, just get it out of the maybe get it out of the hand.
Yeah, and it always feels weird to play a card like Gloria and only get 1 card. The reason it's so good is because it sets up so many Pokemon in play, but that's really all Jesse needs right now, so I think it's totally fine. And now your Sonia can go get you a couple of water energies on the next turn.
Exactly, and there is the Rescue Stretcher in the hand. I think, did Jesse discard a Frostmoth earlier?
Is the Rescue Stretcher still in the hand?
Did not play it to throw the things back into the deck, yes.
I would have expected him to play it and then just try to draw that 1 extra card, but this actually does make sense as well, because if Jesse had drawn into something like the Rare Candy, Jesse could have just gotten the Blastoise right back right away.
Exactly.
And then now that Frostmoth is available since Snom was able to get benched.
Exactly. So, looks like that's probably what we're doing here. It was the Frostmoth and the Blastoise in the discard pile. Right. So, I think Jesse just really... valuing that Rescue Stretcher, saying I want to be able to pick whichever one I want on the given turn that I need it. So holding on to the Rescue Stretcher, saying pass, and it's going to be Thomas's turn again. See what Thomas has got in store for us. Players just kind of jockeying for position, trying to figure out, how to navigate forward.
Thomas has that Piers.
Yes, Piers can get a Hiding Darkness energy to move the hoop up. But as we see, can't Ascension.
Nothing really good to move into. Piers can just grab a basic Pokemon here, potentially. Get like that Purloin set up. Maybe grab the Sneasel. That is a really strong attacking option. Maybe even Zorua to try to get into the stand-in Zoroark. And Thomas is eyeing up the Hiding Darkness energy for sure, and maybe that Sneasel as well.
Yeah, just establishing basic Pokemon in order to maybe, kind of pop off in a future turn is about as good as it gets for Thomas right now. Thomas sitting with the teammates in hand is just going to have to wait for Jesse to take a knockout in order to get going. The Teammates is an incredible card, but it's not the one that you want to have to rely on if your opponent is having a slow setup, because even though Jesse's having a slow setup, now Thomas is having to wait for Jesse to, get caught up essentially in order to really start going.
Thomas was really debating there between the Sneasel and the Purloin. Does opt to go with the Sneasel since it is a solid attacking option and it is really low maintenance. The Weavile's already in hand. You just need 1 energy. And Hiding Darkness goes on to the Guzzlord. I think Thomas is just saying like, okay, please knock out this Hoopa. I can't do anything until it's gone. So please take it out. And Jesse, I think, is going to be just fine to oblige.
Yeah, I mean, the Wishy-Washy doesn't get knocked out by the Guzzlord,
Right.
so I don't think that Jesse's terribly concerned about it. I do agree with Thomas's route to get the Sneasel instead of the Purloin. It just makes sense considering that you are going to need something in case there's a nuclear play, right? Where like your Guzzlord gets gusted and just vanquished, right? You're gonna need something that can deal with whatever that was.
And
right?
that's honestly not the craziest thing to have happened because of Shady Dealings, Intellion finds Muscle Band and Guzma.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So like you need a backup plan, and I think that Thomas kind of acknowledges that. So the Sneasel going down says, all right, I'm safe from any sort of crazy play that you could potentially cook up. And I'm going to have now 2 major attackers established because the Impudent, it's not really doing anything right now. The Coughing with the Wheezing prize is definitely not doing anything right now. Jesse going to be able to toss both the Blastoise and the Frostmoth into the deck with the Rescue Stretcher and uses Evolution Incense probably to go fish out the Frostmoth and evolve Snom into Frostmoth to start accelerating energy onto the board.
Yeah, Jesse has the Level Ball in hand as well, so could also get the War Turtle in addition to the Frostmoth, so you try to start establishing both of those Pokemon.
Or,
okay,
one further, Jesse uses the Evolution Incense for the Intellion and sets up Blastoise, but I saw a Timer Ball getting moved around. Is Jesse gonna Shady Dealings and say, all right, I get the Blastoise if I flip a heads?
It could be the play. There is the Wailmer on the bench, so Wailord could be the option to try to get that set up. The thing about Shady Dealings is you just have so many options and so many different plays you can try to put together.
Yeah, it looks like Jesse is favoring the Timer Ball and the Rare Candy off of the Intellion Shady Dealings.
Oh, baby.
And here we go. If Timer Ball works every time.
Worst case scenario, Jesse can still...
Oh, yeah.
One heads.
There you go. Just Nerves of Steel. You got it. You're already committed to the Rare Candy, so...
Yep.
So,
man, that would have been a painful double tails.
Yeah, that one really would have stung. And then the Wishy-Washy flips the tails, and then the old water's back in. You don't have your setup. I think there is maybe... Is there a Level Ball in Jesse's hand as well?
Yes.
Okay, so he's going to get not only Blastoise, but also has a Level Ball to go get Frostmoth if he cares to.
Right, and that's not a bad option. Decent Pokemon to get set up. There is one really important support piece missing from Jesse's board, and that is that Starmie. So it makes me think that a piece of the line must be prized this game because Space Beacon is the way you keep recovering energy to keep deluging into play.
I think Thomas just pointing that Jesse's board is getting super boosted right now. Has got both Blastoise and Frostmoth. Just imagine all the energy you can put into play with both these guys. Yeah.
Jesse will play versus Seeker, has not played a supporter yet, and Sonia can get 2 water energy from the deck, and Jesse can start to accelerate those, and maybe we would see an Intellion come up in Aqua Bullet, or at least start to get those things powered up.
Yeah, or, okay, a fire and a water coming off of the Sonia, maybe... Jesse looking at an attack with White Kyurem eventually just wants to find the fire energy. I know that, I think that just committing the fire to the Intellion because it will never have a use anywhere else.
Yeah,
is
I think
just
Jesse
fine. Get it out of the deck so I don't see it later.
Saying that, okay, it's going to be harder for me to use the White Kyurem, so not worried about it. It also could be prized, and it looks like Jesse wants to start going with the Aqua Bullet now. This Intellion does still have 160 HP. It cannot be knocked out by the Guzzlord, and it softens up the Guzzlord so that it's much easier to deal with. Smart play, I would say, by Jesse.
Yeah, no, that's a super heads-up play by Jesse. Putting 20 damage onto the Guzzlord makes it much less of a formidable threat because of the fact that the Wishy-Washy just does 130. So that's perfect math to add up to Guzzlord's 150 hit points. Thomas, considering the hand right now, just top-decked a Marnie, but I think is going to favor the teammates, which is going to allow Thomas to go into the deck and pick whichever 2 cards that he wants to have. And the Parallel City. I love this
brutal.
card. Love Parallel City. What an insane card. However, is it the card to play if you're looking to attack with Weavile?
That is true. Jesse could clear an ability or 2 out of play, which would make it so that Thomas's Weavile is not knocking out the Intellion. But would Jesse really KO 2 of these Pokemon on the bench that have an ability? You can lose the Frostmoth since Blastoise is set up.
Yeah,
and
the
I guess
Frostmoth and the
Wishy-Washy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you sack those too.
Okay.
And then, so I don't think the Parallel is actually going to be really effective at doing what Thomas needs to do. I think that, I think that Thomas kind of acknowledges that. A nice idea, but not the time.
Field Blower the Brooklet is still pretty nice. It will limit Jesse from going to get another Pokemon to start powering up. And Evil Admonition easily takes the KO. And right away, we see Thomas reaching for that Galarian Weezing. Gonna hopefully try to slow Jesse down a bit.
Weavile's Evil Admonition attack is just so good against these ability-reliant decks. That was 250 damage.
Ooh.
Casual,
Easy.
with 1 energy. It's an absurd attacker.
Oh, Jesse is so close to being able to Guzma and knock out this Guzzlord. Drew an energy, but doesn't have a way to retreat and would need still 1 more in addition. So taking out the Weavile is still okay, but that Guzzlord is still an ever-looming threat.
Yeah, so it looks as if Jesse is scanning the deck right now.
Played the teammates, so has the option to get any 2 cards and get those things set up. Yeah. And what is Jesse trying to set up here?
What are you grabbing? Yeah, what are you looking at? If we take a look at the board position, I think Jesse's just okay to trade with the Weavile. Just get this thing out of here.
Yeah.
You don't want to gust. You don't want to, go around the Weavile because you got a lot of Pokemon with abilities in play.
Yep.
And the Wishy-Washy just needs 2 energies. So I think that Jesse just finding a way to get those couple energy, if it's a Professor's Letter or something like that, Letter and a Nest Ball are going to be good off of the teammates. Nest Ball can go get the Staryu, which I know that Jesse's going to want that Starmie, definitely. And Letter will find the final 2 energy. Blastoise will be able to use its Deluge ability to accelerate energy to the active Wishy-Washy.
And Wishy-Washy can come in and pretty easily clean this Pokemon up. Deluge, just one of the all-time great abilities in the Pokemon TCG. This card saw play when it first came out. It saw play afterwards, and once Archie's came out, it even won the World Championships in 2015. And if we're thinking all the way back, even good old Rain Dance Blastoise from the base set was one of the best cards at the time.
Yeah, this card has a top 4 and a World Championship title. Top 4 worlds early on in its career, I think. And then obviously the win. It was either top 8 or top 4. I can't quite remember.
Back in 2013.
Yeah,
yes, it did. Yes, it did top 4.
Yeah.
Yep, in 2013.
Yeah. So a star-studded card, and really is at home in this Gym Leader Challenge format. A card that will probably always be good.
And there's the Parallel City. Thomas is fine to drop this card now because the Weavile has gone down. So Jesse losing some abilities isn't that big of a deal. And now Jesse has a little bit harder of a choice and does discard the Wailmer. I think that's what he had to do.
Yeah. I think keeping the Staryu is big. It's, going to come down to resources at the end of the game. The Starmie can get resources back also is just a nice pivot to bring in other attackers. And we know that Jesse plays some other big attackers. With the Raihan, though, this Guzzlord's not going to be knocking out the Wishy-Washy. Guzzlord's only doing 120 damage. It isn't going to be taking bonus prizes. I think that the Guzzlord got powered up relatively early, but Thomas hasn't been able to capitalize on this Guzzlord. If the Guzzlord just has to take a bite of the Wishy-Washy, I think that Thomas trying to mitigate that with a Fury Belt search off of the Raihan. But if I don't remember, did Jesse play his Field Blower yet?
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
I think I saw it in the deck.
Yeah. Okay, and something Thomas actually could have done that would have been kind of interesting is Parallel City face the other direction.
Right.
Because the other effect, the red side of Parallel City, reduces damage from water-type Pokemon by 20. And this is kind of an interesting interaction. Thomas will retreat the Guzzlord into the Galarian Weezing, which will poison this Wishy-Washy, which turns off the scatter ability. So Wishy-Washy will be able to knock out the Galarian Weezing pretty easily in return, but this poison damage will make it so Red Banquet can now come in and take 2 prizes on Wishy-Washy.
This is true. Jesse has the Rough Seas, though.
Ooh.
I
still think, yeah.
Is it? Well,
because poison coming back, 50 damage, then there's 130 left on it.
50,
and
130. Okay, with the Fury Belt, it's just right.
And then the Pokemon is still poisoned. So,
if the poison, if the poison KOs it and not Red Banquet, then you don't take the bonus prize.
The the Fury Belt's the key card, right?
The Fury Belt is the key card. It fixes the math.
Yes.
But a Guzma
heals
is going to make it so that Jesse is able to bring up the Guzzlord. If Jesse is able to find a Field Blower off of this Abyssal Hand, Lapras going down.
This could be huge.
This is going to be big. Jesse can fully extend that bench now that the parallel is countered. Water Energy going to get accelerated onto Lapras.
And this is big. Jesse wants to thin the hand, looking for the Field Blower. This would be a massive knockout in this game. Does not find it yet.
And
cannot get there because Guzma has already been played, so there's no other way to see more cards this turn. That is a pretty sad whiff.
I think that Jesse's probably still okay to just go in with the Wishy-Washy and do 130 damage. This Darkness deck doesn't play any way to heal its Pokemon, really, other than Scoop Up Net, potentially.
And that's in the prize card still.
Oh, yeah, so that's not happening.
Right.
So I think Jesse's fine to just bring up the Wishy-Washy, the Rough Seas healing the damage, the Guzma healing the poison. So the master plan from Thomas to knock out the Wishy-Washy eventually for 2 prizes is not going to work.
Right. So this attack will put it up to 150. And something interesting as well is that we know that Fire Energy is in the discard pile. Space Beacon can actually get that Fire Energy back, so we could still see the White Kyurem come in and start hitting for 160.
Oh, and I know that Jesse likes that play a lot.
Yeah.
Because, once you find that Fire Energy, Starmie can just always grab it so that you are just a double deluge and an attachment from hand away from doing 160 damage for 3. Nice little attacker there with the White Kyurem. Thomas will use the Marnie. Both players shuffle their hands up and draw some cards. Thomas is going to get 5, and Jesse will get 4. Thomas taking a look at the hand, finds a research, and Purloin, which I'm assuming will just get slapped down on the bench because the Liepard is just such a key card and will help Thomas to find some of the key pieces that he needs coming down the line. Also, that Morgrem finally coming down, and that means that we're just potentially 1 turn away from a Grimmsnarl.
We are potentially getting into Grimmsnarl territory at this point. And that Pokemon is very scary for any deck, for any type. It can knock out any Pokemon in this entire format with its rear attack. Thomas will retreat the Guzzlord thanks to hiding darkness energy and sends up that Wheezing, activating neutralizing gas to turn off all of Jesse's abilities. And I think we're going to see the same play. Severe Poison will start to tick up on the Wishy-Washy, and Scatter is turned off because of neutralizing gas.
And it's going to be up to Jesse to maybe get out of this situation without abilities, right? Because the Galarian Wheezing is there. The Wishy-Washy can't just knock it out, do 130 damage, and kind of move to 3 prizes. With the poison coming back into Thomas's turn, the Wishy-Washy will have 60 damage on it, meaning that Guzzlord will be able to capitalize and take 2 prizes. And you can see how Thomas could turn this into a game-winning strategy. We've got the potential double prize take from Guzzlord, a potential 170 hit point attacker coming in to swing for 240 damage towards the end of the game. And then if Thomas can find like a Galarian Moltres or something, get it going, and that could be the final cards that Thomas needs to piece together this match. Jesse is going to use Nessa, which will recover up to 4 water energy or Pokemon from the discard pile to the hand, looking to favor just 4 water energy, which makes a lot of sense because the Starmie is not online yet, so wants to continue getting some attachments committed to these Pokemon. A water energy on the Lapras would be probably pretty good just to continue to get that Lapras powered up, because that does seem to be where Jesse is going. And what's crazy is the White Kyurem is still short of the knockout on a potential Grimmsnarl, even if it does get to do its massive freezing flames attack.
Right. So Lapras would have to be the best way to respond to that KO. So Jesse not finding the Field Blower is a big opening here for Thomas to get off the red Banquet. The Wishy-Washy is already in range. 2 prizes will surely be taken by Thomas and Professor Juniper. Oh, I believe Thomas top decked the boss's orders. That's a pretty unlucky top deck, because that's probably going to be a card that he needs later on in this game.
Yeah, that is tough. I do believe that Thomas found the Grimmsnarl, though.
Very good.
I think, which would be really big. Zorua could potentially be benched, as he's got 3 prizes left. Yes, here's the Grimmsnarl. But Thomas does need to be conservative with the Pokemon that he benches. I think the Zorua is good, right? But no more, because the Grimmsnarl needs to have a small bench in order to use its rear attack.
Yeah, just Thomas could bench a few more Pokemon, like 1 more Pokemon, and then just take the scoop up net, so has the option to pick something up if necessary. And then that way you leave yourself still with a few different options depending on what Jesse does. But also at the same time, there's a lot of good cards in the prizes for Thomas. I believe Guzma and the Reset Stamp probably going to be the first 2 grabs. Those are pretty good cards.
Yeah, Reset Stamp always feels bad against Octillery, though.
Yeah.
Like, they'll just draw it again.
If you can't combine it with the Wheezing, right?
Wheezing, or
like we saw in
knockout.
Game 1. Right?
Yeah, exactly. The Grimmsnarl getting the Dark Claw now, rocking out with
260, baby.
260. Yeah, and that Guzma is getting picked up by Thomas
and Reset Stamp
and
as well.
Reset Stamp, a 2 prize take thanks to Guzzlord's red Banquet
and
attack.
Jesse top decks the Field Blower, 1 card away from preventing the red Banquet, but this is still a good time to draw it, as it will still net Jesse an additional prize card plus the ability to attack.
And I think that I'm getting word right now that JW may have moved to top 4 on the other side of the bracket. Okay.
Yeah, this is actually the last match that is still ongoing. All 3 other top 8 matches have finished.
Okay, so we've got Trevor Redding advancing 2-0 over Dan Irish. Trevor with his colorless deck. JW Kriewall advancing over Jacob Weber. I believe Jacob was the player we saw with the Psychic deck.
That's right.
And Jonathan Tywater advancing over Ben Telfor. So this is the last match that we've seen. Every other top 8 match was a 2-0.
And Jesse's trying his best to make sure this match is a 2-0 as well. Jesse's already taken a prize card, goes down to just 2 remaining thanks to that Field Blower play, and will take 1 more this turn on this Purloin that has been offered up.
Yeah, Jesse's in a good position right now with just 2 prize cards remaining. So how does Thomas play out of this? I mean, you've got one of the best attackers in the format, at your disposal. Grimmsnarl, I mean, maybe not one of the easiest attackers to utilize, but 240 damage is, a pretty substantial amount of damage.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, that it is.
We know Thomas has the Guzma in hand, so that could be something. We could see like a Guzma the Octillery plus a reset stamp play. I don't know how good that is with Lapras and Wishy-Washy both already having so many energies, though, because that's really all that Jesse needs is just more energies in play.
Right. And it looks like Jesse's going to go down
1 prize left
to just a single prize left. And Thomas needing to figure out how to piece together the win. Guzma looking like it's probably going to be the play. Darkness Energy off the top means that Guzma Reset Stamp is a viable out for the Grimmsnarl. Neither of these attackers that Jesse has built up can actually deal with the Grimmsnarl in their current state.
The problem with this, though, is that Wishy-Washy and Lapras combined 2-hit KO the Grimmsnarl. So if Thomas went for like the Guzma the Octillery plus reset stamp play, knocks it out, targets Jesse's draw, then Jesse just has to attack 2 times and the game is pretty much over. So what Thomas could do is just target either the Lapras or the Wishy-Washy. Neither of those Pokemon can 1-hit KO the Grimmsnarl. I suppose Lapras theoretically could with a ton of energy cards. But by targeting down one of these 2 attackers and withstanding the next attack, Thomas would then be able to take out that second attacker, and then Jesse would be forced to try to find a way to close out the game by knocking out the Grimmsnarl.
Yeah, Thomas just really kind of going through the motions, seeing is there any way that he can stay alive in this top 4 match. Would love to, or this top 8 match, would love to advance to top 4. Obviously, just going through all the different routes that he may have available to him. And Delinquent is coming to the top of the deck. I didn't even know that Delinquent was in this deck. It's kind of a sick card.
That is a sick card. A card that's actually banned in the expanded format for how oppressive it can be when you play multiple of them. In this instance, a reset stamp plus Delinquent next turn could be good. Reset stamp this turn, sure, why not? And now Thomas will retreat Zorua and take out the Lapras. And I like, if you're going to take out one of the 2, you take out the Lapras, because that's the one that could potentially get enough energy to 1-hit KO Grimmsnarl.
Yeah, and this is the kind of play that would be super gnarly if there was no Octillery, right?
Yeah.
I mean, imagine like, reset stamp, Delinquent. Oh my goodness. I mean, what a crazy potential that is for disruption, right? Delinquent, just such a cool card, and I'm glad it's getting to see some life in Gym Leader Challenge format where it's totally balanced. You're not really going to get to abuse it too much.
If Jesse can find a Water Energy and the Muscle Band, this game is over. That would be enough for the White Kyurem to come in and take a knockout on the Grimmsnarl. And we have not seen the Muscle Band played yet from Jesse.
No, we have not, but it's in the list, right? Is it?
It actually is not.
No, I was going to say, I don't think it's in the list. No, Jesse, to my knowledge, has never played the Muscle Band, so that's not an option to take this KO. So then what are we looking at? Is this going to be a Grimmsnarl sweep?
It could be. I mean,
Jesse has
Jesse
just
has one
one
prize.
prize.
So he just needs to hit this and then be able to hit it again next turn. So what Jesse can do is attach 2 energies to the White Kyurem here and hit with the Wishy-Washy. Wishy-Washy would inevitably go down, but then you just need 1 more water energy on the White Kyurem, which you're guaranteed to have through the Starmie.
Right. So I think that Jesse is just concocting a checkmate scenario. Does need to not overthink this, I think, and just commit those 2 water energy to the White Kyurem.
Yeah.
Because of
I think it has 1 more water in hand.
Yeah, 2 water, but
Oh,
I
is
mean,
it 2? Yeah, it
you
is
got to
2,
commit
yeah.
1 of them.
At least.
Yeah, to the White Kyurem to just not let anything sketchy happen. But it looks like that's not what's happening, which makes me nervous. But
Well, you still have Space Beacon, and there's definitely 2 water energy in the discard pile still. So I don't know that it makes too big of a difference.
it just makes me nervous. I just wish there were 2 on the Kyurem.
Yeah, and there's not really a great reason for there not to be. But
Yeah.
at this point, Thomas has to figure out, with 130 damage on the Grimmsnarl, what are their options?
Right. The Grimmsnarl can still use rear attack, can take Thomas to 1 prize remaining, but with the Grimmsnarl only having 40 hit points left.
Oh, that's why. Because the White Kyurem just does 40 damage for a colorless.
For 1 colorless?
I think so.
No.
Maybe
does
it's 2.
Yeah, 2 colorless.
Okay.
All right.
And it does 30. Never mind.
And it does 30. There you go. So, what can Thomas realistically do? Delinquent, I think, is what we're going to see. If to discard, this is why I was nervous that Jesse's holding on to cards, because, you know, you get to discard your good ones. But I guess maybe Jesse is like holding, that's probably what Jesse's thinking. I hold the waters so that I can keep this card, which is Guzma, I think. Right?
That's exactly what Jesse's
So
thinking.
Jesse actually big-brained it and, you know, said, all right, I'm going to play around the
Delinquent that you know.
Yeah.
And then there we go. Deluge will attach 2 water energies, and Freezing Flames comes in and picks up the KO. Love to see the White Kyurem getting a little bit of action, and it was a long, grindy match, but Jesse takes it down 2-0.
And now we have our top 4 competitors for the Gym Leader Challenge 1K. That was just top 8. We're moving on to top 4 here at the Gym Leader Challenge 1K. That was a great match by both players. Jesse breaking the curse of the top 8, which is very exciting.
Yes, Jesse has made top 8 2 times, but never advanced past this phase. I know that has got to feel great to get that monkey off his back.
Yeah.
And now moving on to the top 4, you're earning more money for getting to this point. And I know that all of these players are hungry for the win, but I know Jesse especially really wants it.
Definitely. I mean, just having practiced with this deck on stream with his buddies back home, I mean, has really been working on this water list, and I know takes a lot of pride in his ability to pilot it, which he does very well. Congratulations to Thomas on the top 8 finish. We're going to get our top 4 matches started as soon as possible. So give us 1 minute to get our top 4 match set up, and we'll be right back with some more Gym Leader Challenge action. We are here with your top 4 match at the Gym Leader Challenge 1K with Trevor Tankman Redding on the left versus Jonathan Tywater on the right. We have got Trevor with his colorless deck versus Jonathan with their darkness deck.
I'm excited to see this matchup. Trevor has been in the top cut of these tournaments before, and that is not a good turn by Jonathan. Let's get that out of the way real quick. Just a quick little attach and a pass, and now on to Trevor to see what they can do to get this turn set up. The hand doesn't look the best here either, but a Giant Hearth will at least get an energy attachment.
Yes, not the most exciting turn 1, but maybe Jonathan has a supporter they just couldn't play, hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully so.
Yeah, that would be good. Trevor going to take a look through the deck and see what they have available to them here. There is a fire energy coming to the front. This is just the search with Giant Hearth.
Yep.
So gonna end up getting some fire energy, but a great time to take stock of what resources are available, something that is incredibly important in this singleton format. And I think that Trevor really knows this deck in and out. Since the beginning of Gym Leader Challenge format, Trevor has been working on this colorless deck and has taken a lot of pride in its evolution over the months, and I have to say it is probably at its strongest iteration yet in its current form.
And the big reason for that is Bibarel from the Brilliant Stars expansion. The colorless type already has some of the best draw support of any type in the format. Between Chinchino and Airmail of the Pidgeotto, those two Pokemon are incredibly strong already. And with Bibarel in the mix, Industrious Incisor gets you extra cards as well. The consistency of this deck is just insane.
Yes, I was just talking to JW Kriewall, who had also advanced to the top 4. Said that he is most afraid of playing against Trevor's deck, and that if he could go back and do it over again, he would like to play the colorless attacking
It's
deck.
just so consistent, and especially the way Trevor's built it. The Gloria from Brilliant Stars being in here as well. Winona, Sonia, Bridget, all these cards that get you your basic Pokemon in play. All Trevor wants to do is make sure that that they're able to play the game. Now, I will say, with all those great setup supporters, Trevor had a pretty bad turn 1. Just an attachment from the energy and a pass back to Jonathan.
Yeah, not exactly what you want to see. Jonathan does hit a heads on Timer Ball and will scan through the deck. Probably going to find a Zoroark, right? Considering that the only Pokemon in play right now is a Zorua. Mind Jack does 30 damage, 10 plus 30 more damage for each of your opponent's bench Pokemon. So doing 40 damage in its current state. The Slackoth,
it does have 60 hit points.
Has only 60 hit points. Good. I was going to ask.
So I believe if Jonathan had Muscle Band or Dark Claw, that would be a quick prize here on turn number 2, which would be super nice to just put on the aggression and leave Trevor with a lone Pidgey in play.
Yeah, and that Pidgey is not very big itself with just 40 hit points.
No. 50.
50 hit points. All right. So the hit points on the little guys, not my strong suit.
Well, not their strong suit either, since they aren't surviving many hits. Doesn't look like Jonathan has that Muscle Band or Dark Claw option, though. 40 damage thrown out is still not too bad, but what is kind of bad is the lack of much else.
Okay, Trevor does have an N now.
Okay.
And a level ball, which can go into the deck and find a Pidgeotto. So with this, Trevor will be able to start churning through the deck. Now, unfortunately, Trevor has seen that Jonathan doesn't have anything, right? Or else Jonathan might have maybe done something a little bit more exciting during their turn. So Trevor probably doesn't want to end unless he has to, but you know what? Sometimes you have to just value your own setup.
Yeah, I think that a time you have to end is when you only have a Pidgeotto and a Slackoth in play. Right? Like, it feels bad to end your opponent when you know they just have a bad hand, but you've got to get some Pokemon
and
down.
Jonathan is actually attacking.
Right.
I mean, like, it's
Zoroark
not doing
is
a lot. But...
Right. It puts on more pressure than a Pidgeotto's Gust would.
That's true. It's true. So, yeah, Trevor probably going to end up using the end. So then I'm curious, though, maybe Trevor does use Airmail just to kind of take a peek at the top 2 cards. Say maybe, okay, maybe I find
Bridget.
Yes,
wow.
And now can hold off the end for one more turn. Exactly what he wants to use.
What a huge hit there. And now teammates will be activated next turn as well.
Yes.
That's really strong from Trevor. And we'll be able to get really nicely set up. We see Lugia pulled to the front. That's Celebrations Lugia. I think it has like the Arrow Ball attack. I don't know what its second attack does, but definitely a solid option. I feel like previous to this, most people were playing that Sword and Shield era Lugia, the energy looper, right, from Darkness Ablaze, I believe. But now Trevor does love this Snorlax. I know, one of the better Pokemon in the deck.
Yeah, the Celebrations Lugia. Is that the one Trevor's playing?
Yes, it looked like
okay.
it. Yeah, it's right there at the front of the deck.
Yeah, the Celebrations Lugia is really cool. Trevor was talking to me about this card, and with the addition of double turbo energy from Brilliant Stars, Deep Crush is way more accessible than it has been so far.
True.
And Deep Crush does a nice 160 damage, and with the same drawback as Slacking. So you could just play a decent amount of switch cards to allow your Deep Crush and Slacking's attack to get reset by switching to the bench.
I love that. I love all the Celebrations cards, so seeing them get to be played in the Gym Leader Challenge format is pretty nice, if you ask me.
Trevor going for the Bidoof and the Porygon, as well as the Snorlax. And Jonathan just not really having anything. The Raihan is not going to be of any use.
Oh, no, and Jonathan just attacks. All Trevor needs is an energy card in hand, and I believe we know that energy is there because of the Giant Hearth early in the game.
Boom.
And Collapse does 100 damage.
That's it.
That's game one.
Yeah, game one. Unfortunately, Jonathan just not able to piece anything together in the first game, and Trevor able to end it with a bench out.
Jeez, that is very unfortunate.
Well, Trevor Redding is now just one game away from a finals appearance. I'm going to hope that Jonathan can get things going a little bit easier in game number 2.
That certainly feels bad. You had multiple turns to try to draw into something, and it just didn't happen.
Didn't happen for you.
Feels really bad, but you've got plenty of time for a game 2 and potentially game 3. So that is definitely the good thing. Jonathan really looking to establish a better board in game number 2.
Definitely. And we've talked about this before, but Trevor's deck is just insanely consistent. I mean, even off the Pidgeotto, finding the Bridget, it's not like the Bridget's the only out there. Having the Gloria also in the deck. Was there a Ball Guy too?
I think so,
Also in the deck. Having Winona.
Yep.
All these different outs Trevor could have hit off of that Pidgeotto, and just allowed Trevor to set up without having to play the N, right? Which was the game changer. If you play that N, then Jonathan has an opportunity to find some more Pokemon and potentially get back into this game.
I really do like the decision from Trevor to take a look at the airmail cards before just committing to the N for the reason that we talked about, right?
Exactly.
It was obvious that Jonathan did not have a great hand, and so why give your opponent a new hand if you don't have to? The airmail check gives you that chance to play a setup supporter, establish your own board, which is all you would really have wanted to draw off the N anyway, was a few Pokemon.
Exactly. Does look like these players are shuffled up and drawing their hands for game number 2, so let's get down to the table.
Appears like Jonathan will choose to go first in game number 2. Definitely a solid choice, if you ask me. Trying to get those Pokemon in play so they can evolve on turn 2. And in Gym Leader Challenge format, every single energy attachment is important, especially in a deck like Dark, where you don't have energy acceleration outside of like supporters and trainer cards.
Yes, so Jonathan will take their mulligan?
Yeah, I think so.
And
maybe not.
Yes, Trevor's going first. So Jonathan choosing to go second. Has got the coughing lead and can use Ascension on the first turn of the game. Taking a little peek at Jonathan's hand. Got a much better start than that last game.
Yeah, supporter's nice.
Yeah, Marnie's, ends. There's options here, which you love to see. Trevor, though, opening the best opener in this colorless deck, the Snorlax from Rebel Clash.
Super low maintenance, just needs a twin or a double colorless or a double turbo, and then one other energy, and can start swinging with Collapse on turn number 2. The unfortunate thing here, though, is it doesn't look like Trevor has an energy card and just puts the unidentified fossil in play and then passes it to Jonathan.
That is tough. but Trevor's going to get Marnie. And
Okay.
that is the nice thing about Snorlax is it's huge, right? It is definitely difficult to move, as Snorlax historically is.
Makes sense.
And it can help to draw out of the Marnies. And there's those energy. Yep, they're all literally right here.
But it's only energy. Oh, no.
Right. That is just, that's not the best, but it's fine. Snorlax will provide with its collect attack. And we talk, about how consistent Trevor's deck is. After just a collect of 2, you probably find a little something off the top of the deck to help you get moving. Nice to have the collect attack, which is not ability reliant, since it does look like Jonathan might be getting started with a turn 1 Wheezing of their own.
And Jonathan is still playing the Crobat line in this deck. I feel like that's a line that a lot of players cut from their Darkness-type decks in the GLC format with the addition of Liepard. But Jonathan says, you know what? Why don't I have the Golbat, the Crobat, and the Liepard as ways for me to draw cards?
Yeah, more card draw is usually better,
right?
If you ask me. I mean,
I'm always down.
I'm down to draw more cards. And Crobat's an attacker in a pinch that can attack with double colorless or twin. Does 100 damage for 2. With a Dark Claw or a Muscle Band, you're talking 120 damage. If there's a Devoured Field in the list, then you're talking 130 damage, which is the magic number in Gym Leader Challenge format.
And it's also got Free Retreat, which is a great thing for this deck because there's usually a lot of pretty hefty guys that are hard to move around. So having that pivot is really nice.
Trevor is able to find a level ball, so that's nice because it's not like Trevor's going to have to wait too long for some help in the form of consistency. If you don't get, a basic down this turn like a Bidoof or a Minccino,
right?
Minccino.
Yep, Minccino.
Yeah, or a Pidgey, then you're going to have to wait a couple turns in order to really evolve one of those up and get churning through the deck. But with Level Ball, if Snorlax can find an out to the card that evolves from whichever consistency basic that Trevor is going to select, I have to imagine it's either going to be Bidoof or Minccino, as those two do seem like the strongest draw options. I would gather it also is going to depend a little bit on the prizes. Some of the evolution lines could be prized, and this is one of the reasons that Trevor really values having all 3 of those consistency options in the deck. Looks like Pidgey might be the go-to as well. I mean,
Trevor's pulled a few different basics to the front of the deck at this point. Porygon, Pidgey, and the Bidoof, and it does appear that Pidgey will be the final choice.
The chosen one. Pidgey. The Pidgeotto's airmail ability just continues to impress. I mean, looking 2 cards deep, taking 1 can really add up over the course of the game, allowing you to see many more cards. I think that this powerful colorless energy, definitely going to go onto the Snorlax, because if you find a twin or a
double turbo or twin,
double colorless, would allow the Trevor to take the knockout on the Wheezing to hit 140 damage. The double turbo, unfortunately, would only be 120, so it wouldn't quite cut it.
Jonathan draws for turn, has that Galarian Wheezing already ready to go, and we see Golbat hit the field. Just discreet draw, getting a couple more cards. Just a little sneaky Golbat. No reason to pay too much attention to him. He's being discreet, getting a couple more. And I think Jonathan is fine with the Severe Poison. No other basics, so not the strongest turn, but still looking a little bit better than what Trevor's got.
And Jonathan does drop that twin energy onto the Golbat. It's got the air slash attack. You know what that means. It is Flyinium Z compatible, though Jonathan does not play it, but just worthy of note. Okay.
Sure. Imagine.
I'm just saying, double turbo just dropped. Okay. I mean, it's possible. And Trevor will, looks like, just call collect.
Yeah, collect one more time. The hand is still not great. Does attach a fire energy to that unidentified fossil. Aerodactyl is definitely one of the strongest attackers in this deck. It hits for 180 damage in this format, which is definitely enough to deal with big ol' Wheezing here in the active.
Jonathan taking a look at their options. There's a double colorless. There's a Lipard. Not too much. Maybe an N at the end of the hand. I can't quite see if it's an N. Trevor hasn't really done too much. So do you want to end your opponent who's kind of dead drawing?
Yeah,
that's a Tate and Liza off the top, though.
That is a draw option, and Trevor does also have an Ultra Ball, which can go fetch that Aerodactyl. But something that's really unfortunate here for Trevor is that this Snorlax is built all the way up to 120 damage on it, meaning it will be KO'd going back into Jonathan's turn, and that is like the worst scenario whenever your opponent is playing a special condition deck.
It's not ideal. The Wheezing needs dealt with, right? Because the Ultra Ball could do something cool, like grab a Bibarel to start churning through the deck. However, with the neutralizing gas ability, no abilities are going to be functioning. So Trevor's going to have to find out how to deal with the Wheezing in order to start moving through the deck with those abilities. The Wheezing just proving to be a very powerful Pokemon in this situation.
Very strong indeed. Maybe Trevor's thinking of holding off on the Tate and Liza, or just debating what cards to discard with the Ultra Ball, because it is certainly a tough call. Trevor does have Boss's Orders, so a play we could see would be like Ultra Ball, go get Bibarel, and then play the Boss's Orders in order to get your abilities, and then you could draw cards that way. I'm curious to see how Trevor will proceed. It will just be Aerodactyl, though.
I do like the grab of the Aerodactyl. Now Trevor's just one more energy attachment away from being able to deal with the Wheezing, like I said.
Yep. With
that Fossil Fangs attack, 180 damage. Aerodactyl is by far my favorite attacker in this deck. 3 for 180 is just great. I mean, it's great damage output.
Incredible. Trevor will play that Tate and Liza, a great utility supporter in Gym Leader Challenge, because in certain situations, it's really nice to have that switch option. And in certain situations like this one, you just need to draw more cards.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Trevor not going to mind seeing 5 new cards off the top of the deck. Has both Pidgey and Bidoof, only 1 energy drop away from being able to attack with Aerodactyl next turn, and is going to get to collect with Snorlax. We see Evo Soda. I think the Evo Soda you just probably play to get a Pidgeotto or Bibarel or something like that into play, and I think that Trevor agrees. Just thin that card out of the hand, out of the deck, and the hand. You want to just increase the odds that you're going to see good stuff off of this Snorlax's collect.
I almost feel like you grab the Pidgeotto here because you're going to collect, right? So your hand's going to get a little bit bigger, and I think that Trevor feels that way as well. But it is also kind of tough because your Snorlax is going down here, and I don't really love promoting the Aerodactyl, putting it right out there in harm's way. I don't think that Crobat could KO it. I think it does have 130 hit points, right? So Crobat wouldn't quite be able to get there, but it doesn't feel good to let it just get poisoned.
It doesn't. So the Snorlax will collect and then go down, and the Bidoof is looking like it's probably going to get the promotion. Jonathan taking the first prize of the match. And I think are they trying to decide order of operations here?
Well, I think Trevor's deciding what to promote is the thing. And the thing is because you do get to collect, you get to see those cards first. So now Trevor's got 2 more cards in hand. Then the Snorlax gets KO'd.
Right.
And now has 2 more cards to work with to figure out what the best play is as far as what Trevor will have access to next turn.
There we go. Yeah, it's really important being able to look at your hand when trying to decide whether to promote a Pokemon. It's one of the most key things. Hopefully they add that feature to the Pokemon TCG Live.
Potentially. Jonathan, looking through the hand, does have a Cynthia, so that could see a nice new set of cards. Parallel City as well could be an okay drop here if Trevor doesn't have a Stadium right away. But instead of playing anything at all, Jonathan is just content to go ahead and poison. I'm kind of curious with why you wouldn't just want to play the Cynthia, see a new hand.
Yeah, maybe there's something in this hand
Teammates,
that
I think.
Jonathan is holding out for. Yeah, I mean, is there
I think teammates is right there in hand.
teammates?
So.
But I mean, Cynthia's just 6 cards. You know?
Yeah.
It's nice to get other basic Pokemon in play, right? Into play.
I don't disagree.
Yep.
Trevor does find one of those consistency cards finally in the Ball Guy. Love this card. Get to search your deck for 3 cards that have ball in their name. Nest Ball, Level Ball, Quick Ball, Ultra Ball. Any of these cards are eligible targets, and this is a good way to get both evolution and basic Pokemon set up.
Yeah, I have to say, I mean, Trevor seems like he's definitely taking command of this match, though hasn't taken a prize yet. With the Aerodactyl set up, the Pidgeotto, things are going well. It seems fine. The hand seems solid. Jonathan's board state just makes me a little bit concerned considering how sparse it is.
Right. You want more Pokemon in play, especially in a deck like Dark, where a lot of your great attackers are stage 1s. Things like that Weavile, things like that Zooark. Those cards are really great, but you need a whole turn before you can start attacking with them.
Right. I guess the Crobat is kind of in the back pocket as an option. Can draw 3. I wonder what Jonathan is waiting for with this, with this board state, but I'm sure we'll see. I know Trevor loves this Kangaskhan from Darkness Ablaze with the rally back attack. Nice low maintenance attacker, can just do 120 damage in a pinch if somebody gets knocked out. The 2 fire energy, and now I think the twin energy also making its way onto the Aerodactyl.
Yep.
And Trevor just saying, okay, all right, this is enough. I need to just promote the Aerodactyl here.
Time to go in.
Yeah, this Weezing has taken 2 prizes, and I don't care if the Aerodactyl does get poisoned.
Jonathan plays the town map. I'm sure would have liked to have had that one turn earlier, since Jonathan did just draw a prize card right before that. And Jonathan has evolution, and since this can go get Crobat to go for the drastic draw ability. Golbat was being discreet, but, Crobat is a little bit more involved, a little bit more drastic, getting 3 cards instead of just 2.
And nothing discreet about a Crobat. Look at this dude. Awesome Pokemon card. Gonna draw 3 additional cards off the top of the deck. Free retreat, an incredible pivot. Once the Crobat is set up, it's just a nice, easy, low-maintenance attacker that could trade at some point in the match if you ever have to do 100 damage. Is great at doing that.
Oh, wow. Jonathan actually could get the knockout here. Jonathan has the Devoured Field in hand.
See.
And if Jonathan also has Muscle Band or Dark Claw, that's 130 damage in order to get the KO on this Aerodactyl, which is what Trevor's been committing energy to for the last 3 turns.
Looks like Sonia is going to be the supporter of choice. And let's see. Can we see what Jonathan is? Not quite. See what Jonathan is attempting to find off of the Sonia. Wants to set up Purloin and Guzzlord.
Yeah.
It looks like those are going to be 2 of the stronger options to pick. And once the Purloin is in play for a turn, we'll be able to evolve into Liepard. Guzzlord just going to sit and wait for a B-String, or Dark Patch or something of the sort in order to get up and moving.
Right. Jonathan, I do believe, has that Liepard actually in hand already, so next turn we can start to see the trades happening. I'm not sure if there's a Muscle Band or Dark Claw.
No, it's not. But I think that the double colorless energy going on to the Guzzlord just really establishes this board. How I said last turn that I wasn't liking how sparse Jonathan's board was? Well, Sonia really fixed that up. Now that it's a Crobat instead of a Golbat, this thing can attack. It's a free retreater, right? The Guzzlord has a double colorless energy. It's like night and day. I mean, this is a far more developed board, and I'm really liking Jonathan's position now.
I really am as well, because Trevor, while we'll be able to take a prize this turn, this Aerodactyl is looking pretty rough.
Okay.
Trevor,
I like this.
Yeah, wants to deal with what the real threat is of the Dark deck. And what this also does is turns on Trevor's abilities. Now Trevor can use Airmail to look at the top 2 cards and put 1 in hand. Does find that double Turbo Energy, which could be an okay option to power up Kangaskhan super quickly.
Yes, getting to draw 2 cards, good. Porygon 2 in play. Not really too much else going on, though. Just going to be a knockout on the Guzzlord. Trevor will take the first prize. Trevor will take his first prize of Game 2, putting himself down to 5 prizes remaining, which I'm sure he's happy to just get a point on the board and start moving towards that win condition. Jonathan going to promote the Wheezing, and I'm sure you're never mad when Wheezing survives a turn.
Not at all, but especially when you're against a deck that really relies on abilities like Trevor's does with the airmails, the make do's, the crazy codes, industrious incisors, all these different powerful abilities totally neutralized by that neutralizing gas.
There we go. Trade online now. That's the beautiful new artwork from the pre-release kits. Lipard from Brilliant Stars. Nice card for this Darkness deck. And we could see just how much more draw power you have with cards like Lipard and Crobat on the bench. Jonathan's got a really big hand now with a ton of options and can use that teammates that he's been sitting on for, the entire game.
Has been sitting on this card for quite a while and now can get any 2 cards from the deck and put it into the hand. This is like the GLC version of Arceus V-Star.
Yeah, teammates is insane.
Such a good card.
These kinds of responsive cards are so good in Gym Leader Challenge format because there are so many opportunities for them to get played. When your opponent has to take 6 knockouts in order to win, it means that you're going to have like 5 opportunities to play teammates, right? Which is just very good. Ryan, teammates, Rosa, these kinds of supporters that allow you to just hand select whatever you want out of the deck or to hand select specific cards out of the deck. Very good in a singleton format where every card is unique. It allows you to piece together combinations that might be more difficult to get together otherwise.
I'm not quite sure what Jonathan grabbed there off the teammates, but we'll certainly have options, and Quick Ball is not a bad one. That is just a book of a hand that Jonathan's got right there. Plenty of different choices.
Quick Ball away, the Cynthia, and looking for a new attacker. I think the Spiritomb, the Zorua, both options for Jonathan. The Guzzlord going down obviously is a little tough. I don't know that Jonathan cared to go get Super Rod off of the teammates to maybe put the Guzzlord back into the deck. Seems like maybe just foregoing the Guzzlord altogether at this point, saying, we tried. And the Guzzlord lost its DCE. The Twin Energy's already committed. The odds of me getting that dude back up and running are, slim to none.
Yeah, not looking great. It's a little tempting still, though. Jonathan, I think, does have the B-string in hand already, and Trevor's 1 turn away from being able to, from taking another prize and putting that B-string turn into play.
Here it is.
Jonathan does bring it back with the Rescue Stretcher.
Okay, all right. I didn't see the Rescue Stretcher grab, but yes, here's the Guzzlord. We're going to give it another try with the B-string already in hand. Why not? And with Super Rod in the deck, it means you can afford to commit 4 Darkness Energy to the Guzzlord, and you're not actually going to sweat it too much because there is the opportunity to throw those Darkness Energy back into the deck should the Guzzlord get knocked out.
And this is a really solid decision, I think, from Jonathan. Keep this Wheezing active, keep the abilities locked, and even if it goes down at this point to the Aerodactyl is going to be KO'd, and you're going to be on that 4-prize B-string turn. You can get some extra energies onto Guzzlord, start using Red Banquet, and now take 2 more prize cards.
And it's crazy how Galarian Wheezing is just that guy in this dark deck too. I mean, obviously Guzzlord is like probably the strongest attacker, but Galarian Wheezing's the strongest opener.
Oh yeah.
Just with the Ascension on Coughing, my goodness. I mean, what a strong card and what a great way to kick off any game. This Galarian Wheezing has been the story of this game too, just making it so that Trevor cannot use that airmail to churn through the deck, and you can see how dependent this colorless deck is on those powerful abilities. I mean, how many search cards does Trevor run? We got Winona, we got Ball Guy, you got Gloria and Bridget, and those are all great when the Pokemon that you're searching are actually helping you to draw cards. But when they're not helping you to draw cards, you have to be a lot more careful with everything that you do, right? I mean, you have to really consider every energy drop, every promotion, every little thing, because you're pretty much just playing your draw supporters, which aren't many. I mean, Trevor said that he cut research from this deck. There's literally literally no Juniper in here.
Wow.
Because I asked him during the player interview, I was like, "Yo, how'd you fit all of this? Because you've got it all. You know, you've got every single setup card, you've got every single draw support card. You know, how do you get it all in your deck?" And he said he had to make some pretty deep cuts.
I think Trevor just took an extra card off of the Winona. So I'm going to run out there and make sure that's all good.
Okay, sounds good. Want to make sure that, you know, the game state is staying in check. Real quick, double checking the take from Winona, right? Winona can get you 3 colorless Pokemon out of the deck. So what
Yep, we're all good.
Was there a 4th Pokemon taken?
There was a 4th Pokemon taken. So Trevor flipped 2 heads on the timer ball.
Okay.
And grabbed the Porygon and the Slacking.
Okay.
And then played the Winona. And it was a pretty long Winona, had a couple of decisions to make.
Yeah.
But the first thing he did when he grabbed Winona was grab the Slackoth and put it onto the bench. And then in addition to grabbing Slackoth, ended up taking Bidoof, Lugia, and the Snorlax. So Winona's not quite that good. I'm glad I noticed that right away. And then, yeah, so Trevor, I mean, no penalty was issued or anything like that. It happened pretty quickly, and that Snorlax just got shuffled back into the deck. No other actions had been taken, so no game state mistakes. Nothing was broken in the game state, so the Snorlax, I think, is what Trevor just decided to shuffle back in, and we are all good.
Excellent. Thanks for the hustle there, Chip. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm kind of, you know, locked in on my side of the desk, so Chip is definitely the runner and more closer to the doors.
Yeah, Andrew's, like, clicking all these cards, like, making sure we got the right cards pulled up, so... It's a pretty involved process back here, guys.
Yeah, there's a lot going on for sure. And it looks like Jonathan has got Bridget, which is like always a weird card to have to play when you have 4 Pokemon on your bench. But, you know, in a pinch, sometimes it's all you need to do. The Liepard is continuing to chug through the deck, 2 cards at a time. Sneasel is a welcome addition to this bench, though.
Definitely.
Because the Weavile's Evil Admonition attack does 50 damage times the amount of abilities that Trevor has in play. And right now, Trevor has 2, but Bidoof evolves into a Pokemon with an ability, and Slackoth evolves into a Pokemon with an ability. So there's the potential for this Weavile to be swinging for 200 damage, and for just 1 energy investment, it's not bad at all. I think Jonathan is really content to just kind of put energy on these Pokemon on his bench, while Jonathan just waits for the Weezing to inevitably get knocked out, stopping Trevor from using his abilities to draw through the deck, and forcing Trevor to make some weird, awkward plays in order to knock out the Weezing in the first place.
So Trevor does get the KO with Aerodactyl. Jonathan can send up this Crobat with free retreat, but important key piece now, Trevor has 4 prize cards. We could see the B-String come out. Guzzlord could be totally powered up, and Red Banquet could award Jonathan 2 prize cards on this turn, and there it is, slammed down.
Beast Ring. It is an item card that allows you to search your deck for 2 basic energy and attach them to an Ultra Beast that you have in play. However, you can only play it if your opponent has 3 or 4 prize cards remaining. Ultra Beast Pokemon were a thing during the Sun and Moon era.
Yep.
Not many Ultra Beasts floating around anymore. Kind of just a Sun and Moon thing. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. We have not seen any of those Ultra Beast cards printed since the end of the Sun and Moon era.
Yes, so this is a kind of a Sun and Moon exclusive, but it basically reads, go get 2 Darkness Energy and throw them onto your Guzzlord, and you can use it a third of the game.
Yes.
Which is like pretty good.
Not too bad if you ask me.
Especially since you want to just power up the Guzzlord out of nowhere.
Jonathan does need 1 more energy in order to red Banquet this turn. It can be any energy, any of those Darkness energies or any of the colorless energies would work, and I don't think I see one there in hand.
Yeah, Jonathan's got a Versus Seeker, though, and I think it's played Sonya.
Okay.
Teammates will do as well.
Yep, sure thing.
So Jonathan can use that teammates to go get whatever out of his deck, and is eyeing up a Darkness Energy. Yep, definitely needs that. So that's going to be the first card placed down. And I like the Fury Belt. Just make that Guzzlord really big.
Sure.
And I think that Jonathan going to just see how much damage that thing do again. 160?
And also,
all right.
also probably wants to prep for the lazy ability to come active, because shutting down abilities can really hurt this Dark deck. It's gotten so much used to being able to use the Liepard, and if you take that away, the deck becomes a bit weaker.
Definitely. You have to figure out, how am I going to deal with the lazy ability on the Slacking. The Slacking, after talking with Trevor, is the toughest attacker in this deck. I mean, it is insane. Its critical move attack does 160 damage for just 3 energy. It has a 160 hit points, and the lazy ability reads, as long as this Pokemon is your active Pokemon, your opponent's Pokemon to play have no abilities. Right. So it's just like Galarian Weezing in that way, right? It,
yes.
Turns off all the opponent's abilities, but then also does way more damage than Galarian Weezing, being able to just slam dunk 160. And if you can switch the Slacking in and out of the active position, you can reset that critical move, just like Zacian V's Brave Blade.
Yep. It's very similar, but with the ability lock aspect. I think the dream setup is having Slacking in the active with 2 energies on it, and then the third energy being that recycle energy. Since you discard an energy for moving critical move, that's a really easy choice. Just pop that recycle energy back to your hand, since if that card would be discarded from play, it comes back to the hand. So if Trevor can find all those pieces, that seems pretty solid to me. And then if you can stream that along with things like Guzma to send it to the bench and reset the critical move, things like Bird Keeper is another option that Trevor has in the deck, then all of these things allow you to keep stringing these attacks, and Slacking has a massive 160 hit points.
Now, Jonathan opting not to attack with the Guzzlord this turn, right? I mean, it was an option, right? To take 2 prizes. Instead, decides just to go up with the Crobat. I mean, it is an opportunity to attack with the Crobat because the Crobat only does 100 damage, so it can kind of just get in here while it's relevant. But I also am a fan of just using the Guzzlord while the Guzzlord's hot.
Yeah.
I hate having that thing sit around because it just gives your opponent time to deal with it. And there's a Guzma off the top of the deck.
Pretty good. I don't know that Trevor has the cards to deal with it still. Would need to have a Guzma and a Floatstone, powerful colorless energy, and another few energies to attack with the Slacking, because that Guzzlord did get that Fighting Fury Belt you were talking about, just boosting that HP way up there. This guy is a beast to deal with, and that's another reason that I like attacking with it as well, because it is really hard for your opponent to ever even deal with, even if it's active.
Yeah, I mean, 190 hit point basic Pokemon. Sheesh. Guzzlord's big. That's a lot of HP, man. Torterra has 190 hit points, and it's a stage 2. Caporaja has 190 hit points. One of the biggest dudes in the game. That Guzzlord with the Fighting Fury Belt. And it's funny because Fighting Fury Belt is a card that has had that history in the Pokemon TCG as well.
Oh, yeah.
During the 2016 season, it turned Yveltal EXs into beasts of Pokemon, giving them 210 hit points. Ridiculous. and that was in a format without Field Blower or Tool Scrapper
Right.
or anything like that. So basically just transformed your EXs into megas. Yeah, and that was it.
Trevor playing teammates is eyeing up the double colorless and the recycle energy, which is what we were saying. The dream, the setup. Those two energies on the slacking with the recycle. Very good. And like you mentioned, Trevor did draw the Guzma to reset that critical move multiple times. And sure enough, those are the two cards grabbed off of the teammates.
Yeah, that's going to allow Trevor to take the knockouts with the Porygon Z in the active spot. I love this town map play too. Going to allow Trevor to see those prizes. If we take a look, Versus Seeker, Field Blower over there, Fighting Fury Bounce. Some good ones.
Yeah, the Field Blower seems pretty good when your opponent's got a Fighting Fury belted Guzzlord. Also, the Versus Seeker allows you to get some utility, and it really depends on what Trevor is valuing at this time. If Trevor's already got supporters, you don't need to worry about the Versus Seeker, so a great time to grab that Field Blower.
Yeah, Trevor going straight for the Field Blower. Knew exactly the one he wanted.
Didn't even have to think about it.
Clearly saw off the teammates that the Field Blower ain't in here, so then knew that I want to get it, with the town map, and a very well-conceived play from Trevor. Looks like Jonathan's going to send up Weavile.
And something that's really good here is that Trevor has put only 3 abilities in play.
Yeah. So that means that Jonathan is going to need a damage buff in order to take this knockout. Either a Muscle Band Devoured Field, and there's that Devoured Field right there in the hand.
And that'll be perfect math. Boosting the damage output of Dragon and Darkness type Pokemon by 10. Exactly 160 to deal with the slacking. And Trevor says that is good enough for you to close out the game. I can't deal with that Guzzlord on the bench and this Weavile. Let's set it up and go to game 3. Well done by Jonathan to force this next game.
I think that was as smooth sailing as you could hope for from Jonathan. Jonathan just had the dream set up, the early wheezing, and you saw how that wheezing just made Trevor's game so awkward. I mean, a deck that has traditionally, or I guess from our vantage point, been so smooth to set up every game so far, when you can't use those abilities, it just makes it tough to do anything.
Exactly, and I think Jonathan was fine just kind of chilling for a while behind that wheezing and got the job done. It's just that good.
Right.
Trevor's deck is so consistent and so reliable. It took Trevor a little while to get some Pokemon in play, but the thing is even if Trevor had gotten more Pokemon in play, the Pokemon he relies on have abilities.
Yeah. And I think that just with all that time to work with, Jonathan was able to build up so many answers. The Weavile, the Crobat, just to do the dirty work and finish off what wheezing had started. And the Guzzlord with all the energy on it. Even though Trevor gusted and knocked out the Guzzlord, it's fine. We'll just go get him back out, And that Guzzlord got powered up again. So a really impressive game from Jonathan. I'm sure that Trevor is going to want a more substantial start and hopefully wants to dodge an early wheezing from Jonathan in this exciting Game 3. Let's get some hype going for these players. Whoever wins this game is going to advance to the finals and have a shot at that grand prize. Let's get into it.
Trevor drawing the opening hand. Looks like Porygon is going to be the starter. So I would assume Trevor will choose to go first. It seems pretty strong for the deck, but I guess maybe does he choose to go second with all the basic draw cards that he has, all the things that find basics? And it looks like the answer is actually yes.
Yeah, I think choosing to go second is really smart for Trevor. Trevor's got a lot of supporters that he's going to want to play on the first turn of the game to get this thing kicked off. Looks like the supporter selection in hand right now is like Birdkeeper and Colorless, which maybe aren't the strongest two.
No.
But Trevor does have a Quick Ball in hand and a Level Ball. So imagine Quick Ball for Snorlax, Level Ball for Pidgey, Birdkeeper, Collect, right? I mean, that's just a really strong opening hand. And that's what Trevor's entire deck is like that, right? I mean, it's like every opening hand that you can concoct has something probably good going on.
And Trevor also has that Cinccino ready to go, so Minccino's an easy choice off of one of those search cards. Jonathan has a pretty solid start, though. Zubat onto the bench, a Nest Ball can grab any basic Pokemon and throw it down, and that Spiritomb in the active, that's not something we've seen yet in this set from Jonathan really have a role, really play a factor, but starting it gives it a decent chance to do that.
Yeah, I think that if you can construct your opening hand with a dark deck going first, it has a Spiritomb in it. And the reason why is that the sooner you get the Spiritomb into play, the sooner you can start using Building Spite. And even if, you know, you use Building Spite 3 times, I mean, that's 100 damage for 1 energy. Building Spite twice does 70 damage, which knocks out pretty much all little Pokemon. Like this Porygon here is going to go down to a turn 2 Anguish Cry, right, for 1 Darkness energy. The Spiritomb is just a really sweet low maintenance attacker, and I love that Jonathan is going straight for the Guzzlord. Got the Twin Energy on it, saying we're getting this game kicked off right.
Trevor quick balls, but that's a painful discard. Colress is absolutely one of the best draw support options in the entire format, but I think that Trevor top decked a Marnie for the turn, so maybe considering going for that on the next one following this one. I do think we will see the Bird Keeper, like you mentioned.
I think it's Bird Keeper.
Yeah, and now Trevor knows that Marnie is the next available option. Jonathan doesn't have to put a bunch of basic Pokemon in play, so I think that's why Trevor decided to get rid of Colress over the Marnie.
Yeah, leading the Snorlax also just gives you a little bit of a buffer against Guzzlord, right? Because Guzzlord's Red Banquet doesn't easily reach 150. Not to say it's not possible.
It is.
But, you know, it doesn't easily get there.
Yeah.
And Snorlax could also wear a Fury Belt and make it so that it has 190 hit points as well, just like Guzzlord sometimes. So the Bird Keeper will find a Fire Energy, which I'm sure, you know, is going to be equipped to that Snorlax. Needed to find an energy, really, to put pressure on turn 2. Finds the Minccino as well, which is great because the Cinccino's already in hand. So then the Level Ball can go get either Bidoof or maybe a Pidgey or Slack, a Slack dude, a little Slack dude. Yep.
Slack off.
That's it.
Slacking Junior.
Yeah, so I think somewhere around you know, hour 20 of streaming, you start to kind of get fried. There we go, into the deck with the Level Ball, and it is going to be Little Slack Dude.
Little Slack Dude coming down to the bench. And Trevor will surely go with the Collect. And now Snorlax is also not in danger of being KO'd by the Anguish Cry, where something like the Porygon was very much threatened by that. So I'm sure Trevor is very fine with this, and a couple more cards is not too bad. Also finds the Bidoof for the next turn. Not a bad sequence at all.
Jonathan going to use Discreet Draw off of Golbat to draw 2 cards. Finds Hoopa, and you know how I said the Spiritomb, yeah, could knock out a you know, the Porygon on turn 2. Well, I think Trevor made the right call using Bird Keeper, getting that thing out of the active spot, out of harm's way, and now Spiritomb's not going to be doing anything to that huge Snorlax in the active spot. Jonathan will grab the Zorua off of the Nest Ball, Level Ball off of the Level Ball, and put it onto the bench.
Yep.
And then we've got Hoopa as well. I think I saw an Air Balloon in Jonathan's hands.
I think so,
Considering playing that. Air Balloon going onto the Zorua, I do really love to see that Air Balloon go there because it is going to make it so that a potential Zoroark could use Stand In later on in the match and retreat for free.
A Professor Juniper will discard the hand and draw 7 new cards, 7 new options for Jonathan to look at. It did discard that Crobat, which is kind of an unfortunate thing to lose, especially when you just put Golbat in play. But I think the trade-off is much better to just go ahead and get the extra cards.
I think, yeah, I really like this play from Jonathan. Just poke the Snorlax. Sometimes you just got to poke the bear. It is... okay, nice field blower from Trevor, removing that Fighting Fury Belt. from the Guzzlord and the Air Balloon from the Zorua. Those tool cards had to get played because Juniper was the draw card for turn. And if Trevor doesn't get the knockout on the Spiritomb will be able to use Anguish Cry for 100 damage and finish off the Snorlax next turn.
Super strong Marnie from Trevor, since Jonathan just filled up a big hand to 7 with the Juniper, so this is going to be really, really nice. But barrels in hand for the next turn. Of course, Bidoof did just now get benched. But no double colorless or twin energy, so we won't see Snorlax getting in there. It'll have to just be another collect, and now Spiritomb will be able to knock out Snorlax next turn.
Yes, so Jonathan will take the early lead in this match with no way for Trevor to launch an attack this turn. Trevor will just have to continue biding his time. He's got Winona for next turn. Not going to do too much this turn, though. Decides to make do, right? Does this make do?
I believe
yes,
so,
all right. Just,
yes.
Okay, grabbing the deck to draw the cards. Got it. Make do away the fire energy. Got town map. I
Not
do
bad.
like that. So going to take a look at the prize cards and see what we have. Aerodactyl and...
That's a pretty good. Those are pretty good couple cards. See what else there is here. Nest Ball, Fighting Fury Belt, Twin Energy is a tough one to see. And the Timer Ball, a lot of consistency cards, a lot of disruption as well with that N being gone. And one of the best attackers, Aerodactyl.
Nice to take a look at the prizes, though, and just see where they are so Trevor can start incorporating them into his game plan
100%.
to try and win. It's better to know where they are. So that town map definitely paying off for Trevor since there are some key cards in those prizes. The powerful colorless energy could go on to... Okay, I like it.
Let's go.
Cinccino. Just neutralizing this Spiritomb. I didn't think you had it in you, Cinccino.
Make Do has been pretty good, but Energy Assist, not a bad option either. And especially since the Make Do discarded a Fire Energy.
Let's go. So now Make Do or the Cinccino's Energy Assist is going to be able to accelerate that energy onto either Slackoth or Snorlax.
Yep.
Put it on the Snorlax, then Snorlax can use its Collapse attack on the following turn. And you know how I said that Jonathan was going to take the early lead? Well, it looks like I was a little ahead of myself.
Yeah, not expecting the Cinccino to come in and take a prize like that quickly. The thing about Cinccino is it does only have 90 hit points, and that is perfect for good old Hoopa sitting there on the bench.
Perfect for Hoopa, but the pivot was removed by Trevor
yep.
this last turn, so no Air Balloon to easily get out of the active position. Quick Ball will discard Galarian Wheezing. We're going to find Sneasel off of that, and Jonathan is left with 3 cards left in the hand. Trevor's not on his 4 prize turn yet, so Beast Ring not an option to get energy onto the Guzzlord. So the Guzzlord's kind of just chilling here until it's game time. It's not game time yet. Gonna have to wait another turn or two. And we'll see what Jonathan has as far as supporters for turn. Is there anything to help refresh his hand? Air Balloon, Rescue Stretcher 2 can get the Crobat back.
Yep.
Excellent. Crobat will use its drastic draw for 3. Guzma, Rod, and Beast Ring. Is that Beast Ring?
I think it was a Devoured Field was that last card.
Yes, Devoured Field.
Jonathan doesn't hit the basic energy, though, and I don't think it was in hand. The Floatstone is there for the Zorua, but no energy to attack with the Hoopa.
Yeah, so Jonathan's just kind of stuck. It seemed like Jonathan had gotten off to a really great start, but we could see when Trevor has his abilities and can actually use Make Do, rely on B-Barrel, stuff like that, can really make some things happen. It looks like Jonathan might just have to go for a stall play on the Bidoof, just, the old banana in the tailpipe maneuver, trying to just get him stuck. Oh, there is a double colorless. Didn't see that.
Nice. That is a nice way to sneak a little prize in here. Doesn't really target the stronger draw option. I think Cinccino's maybe a little bit better than Barrel. It's actually maybe a little close, but it does just take out one of those draw support. potential options, and Trevor did have the barrel in hand, and that feels pretty bad.
It does, but it's, you're losing the Bidoof, but you get to keep the Chinchino. It's fine, at least you get to keep one of them. And again, this is definitely why Trevor likes playing all of the different consistency Pokemon, so that never really has to worry about not being able to draw extra cards. And there goes the Bidoof.
Bye, Bidoof.
Rare candy off the top means that Winona is going to be able to get either Porygon Z or Slacking into play.
Wow.
Whichever one Trevor wants. Now, unfortunately, I don't think that this Snorlax is going to be hitting one-hit KO numbers on the Crobat this turn.
Trevor would need the Fighting Fury Belt, but we can see it right there on the board. It's just in the prizes. Crobat with 130 is just out of range of Collapse, doing 120 damage. And Trevor didn't draw any other damage modifiers. That powerful Colorless energy is locked up on the Chinchino. This is kind of tough. I think that it's pretty good to still go ahead and Winona. Go ahead and grab either the Porygon or the Slacking. Rare candy that one into play. And whichever one you don't rare candy, you can just get the stage 1 piece of that, either the Porygon 2 or the Vigoroth.
I think that's fine. Just continue kind of chugging along. Use the Winona this turn. Hope that maybe Chinchino can help you to find a draw supporter next turn or the energy needed to attack. I'm not sure that the Slacking is really worth prioritizing because, what sort of abilities is Jonathan relying on right now? Nothing, So probably the Porygon worth, kind of prioritizing over the Slacking would be my inclination, but I suspect that Trevor kind of is seeing the route in his mind right now, and I think is maybe favoring the Slacking play.
Yeah, Trevor's certainly got a game plan. I'm wondering, I don't actually notice the Porygon in the deck. Maybe it got discarded earlier in the game. There's that Pidgeotto there. I didn't see it.
Yeah. Oh, it's in the hand.
Oh, well, yep, there you go.
It's on the end of the hand, so that'll do it. The Lugia also getting grabbed, and that will be it for the Winona. Porygon 2, the Slacking, and the Lugia. And to shuffle up.
And this is a smart decision, I think, to use the rare candy on the Slacking. Just looking at Trevor's hand, Trevor doesn't have a lot of special energy in the hand, so no real reason to go for the Porygon right away. You can get the Porygon 2, you have the Porygon Z in hand, so in 2 turns you can get Porygon Z in play, and you still get to play your rare candy and get value from that by getting Slacking out.
There we go, rare candy into Slacking, Porygon 2, and the Recycle Energy going on to Slacking, and just a retreat and pass. So I think just trying to buy a turn with a Slacking in the active spot. Yeah,
hitting the Crobat for 120 damage feels really bad because it can just free retreat and go to the bench, and then now there's just a Pokemon with only 10 HP remaining chilling on the bench that you have to annoyingly boss later in the game, and if you're bossing, you're probably knocking out something else that's small, so hitting into this Pokemon is pretty much irrelevant. Sending up the Slacking to turn off any stand-in plays, I guess, is fine, but I don't know the stand-in really matters when Crobat already has free retreat.
Tate Liza gonna be played by Jonathan. We'll shuffle the hand into the deck and draw 5 cards. I'm not sure that Jonathan, has anything that can adequately deal with the Slacking this turn. We're getting kind of just a weird, grindy game 3, and I wonder if it could end up going to time.
It is definitely seeming like this one has gone a little long. Game 1 was really quick, let's remember.
That's true.
But Game 2 was a really grindy one.
Full game.
It made up, I think, for the quickness of Game 1. It's tough to finish 3 games of GLC in 90 minutes because the games are so long and intricate, especially when they're really solid competitive games like Game 2 and seems like so far Game 3 have been. We do have a little update on the other top 4 match really quickly. JW Kriewall is up 1-0 on Jesse Parker. They are currently in game number 2, and time is similar for those guys, so we are working through it. And if Jesse wins a game 2, then it could be a awkward situation in game 3 when time comes into play.
Trade going to get Trevor 2 cards off the top of the deck, finds a Fire Energy and a Gloria. Jonathan's Crobat just swinging into the Slacking for 100 damage, softening it up for, I mean, a potential Guzzlord later. It doesn't really matter, right? Just poking the Slacking is fine because Guzzlord could rip 2 prizes on it later. Trevor does have the double Colorless Energy and the Fire Energy with Porygon Z now online.
Yep.
That play is opened up, so Trevor can start raining those extra energy into play with Porygon Z's Crazy Code.
And a Versus Seeker to grab the Marnie will force Jonathan to shuffle the hand, put it on the bottom, and only gets 4 cards. And while Jonathan is ability locked, I don't know that it's the most relevant thing, but just limiting the hand size is pretty good on its own. And Trevor finds a bunch of special energy to work with.
Yeah, it's got some energy to potentially put into play. I'm not sure that oh yes, the Lugia.
Yeah.
Might like that that double Colorless or the twin. Hard for me to see.
That's the double Colorless.
There
The
we go.
twin is on the active Slacking. And by attacking with Slacking, critical move will bounce the Recycle Energy to hand, and that is the other energy needed to attack with Lugia on the next turn. Trevor takes a 5th prize card, or 2nd prize card, to go down to just 4 remaining. And you know what that means, Andrew?
Means it's Beast Ring time. Trevor grabbing the Fighting Fury belts off of the prize cards, and Jonathan promoting Zorua. There's the Beast Ring.
Wow, hits it off of the Marnie. Trevor's got to roll his eyes after that one. Feels bad. It's a one-of card in your opponent's deck, and you Marnie them to just 4, and they hit it like that. Jonathan grabs the Darkness Energies, puts them in play, and Slacking with just 60 HP remaining will be a quick 2 prizes for Jonathan.
Yeah, that is crazy. I mean, the thing has 150 hit points, but we do see Trevor has got an answer cooked up in the form of Lugia. Lugia can potentially respond to this Guzzlord with its Deep Crush attack.
Yeah.
Arrow Ball, let's see, does 2, 4, 6, Arrow Ball, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. Arrow Ball could do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so doesn't even need the downside of Deep Crush. Arrow Ball will be able to deal adequately with the Guzzlord. It's crazy how much that Arrow Ball attack can really add up with a bunch of energy in play.
Oh, it can ramp out of control, and with Crazy Code, you can even hit for bigger numbers as well. Like if Jonathan did find the Fighting Fury Belt to increase the HP of the Guzzlord, you could still just attach another couple energy to boost the Arrow Ball even more.
I think I'm really starting to like this Lugia.
It's pretty nice.
From Celebrations. I haven't really seen it played yet in Gym Leader Challenge, but it's really impressing me here. I think this is going to be the first time I've seen it, but it fits this situation just perfectly.
Works out very nicely. Trevor is going to go ahead and take a look at the Zoroark. Wants to make sure that they are totally aware of how the damage works out, how many Pokemon are safe to bench, and what you shouldn't bench. Cinccino gets sent up here.
It's got energy on it, right?
Right, so it can retreat.
And then maybe special charge it back into the deck. It's just an opportunity to... Oh, Crazy Code, I guess. It doesn't matter. Just gives JW or gives Trevor the option.
Right. It's always a pivot option. Anything with one retreat becomes a pivot once that Recycle Energy comes into play alongside Porygon Z. Make
Evolution
do.
Make do. Very good. Yes.
Yeah, tapping the card there. Gonna go ahead and draw 2 cards. Muscle Band.
Okay.
Could be good for future turns, though I do think Lugia is already getting there on this Guzzlord. Fighting Fury Belts could be a good option to increase this Lugia's hit points by 40, making it a 170 HP basic.
I do agree with the Fighting Fury Belt. I think that it's going to be a great option for Lugia to just make it big. Let's just make our guy really big, 180 hit point basic. Make it really difficult for any of Jonathan's Pokemon to take a return KO on it. With Trevor's board right now, Trevor actually only has 2 Pokemon in play with an ability. Weavile's only going to be doing 100. Yep. Weavile's Evil Admonition attacks. One of those attacks that can ramp up really, really to high numbers against this colorless deck. But Trevor has been able to play really heads-up Pokemon and get himself in a position where he's not really going to get one hit KO'd by the Weavile. And this Lugia has the potential to sweep a couple of knockouts.
Lugia getting pretty big.
Yeah.
And that's the thing about Arrow Ball, is that the damage cap is pretty much non-existent. It can get there against anything in the format, and especially since it counts your opponent's energies against them, energy-hungry Pokemon like Guzzlord really get punished by attacks like this.
Yep. And Bridget, just going to be played as a kind of burn it out of my hand situation so I don't get end or reset stamped into it later in the game. And Lugia is going to be able to take a huge knockout with Arrow Ball, doing 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 180 damage.
Yep.
With 5 energy on the Lugia and 4 energy on the Guzzlord. And it looks like N
Yes.
was the card taken off the prizes, with Trevor going to just 3 prizes remaining and tying it up with Lugia from Celebrations.
Yeah, N is a great grab off the prizes whenever Jonathan is just at 3 prize cards remaining. If Jonathan does manage a prize this turn, Jonathan would go to 2 prizes remaining. And there's something pretty important missing from Jonathan's side of the board. No Liepard set up.
Yeah, no Liepard set up. Taking a look at the hand, there's a parallel, but Jonathan's playing smart. There's no supporters in this hand either. This is devastating for Jonathan. Just an energy, hiding darkness energy to attach to the Hoopa, but that's not going to be enough damage to knock out this Lugia.
It's got to be a 2-hit KO at this point.
Has to be. It was always going to have to be.
Yep.
There's nothing on Jonathan's board that's doing 180 damage.
Nope.
So the Hoopa can come in with Assault Gates and poke.
Yep.
But it feels pretty bad because Lugia is just coming back in for another prize, and Trevor's going to probably take the lead.
Trevor will definitely pull ahead here. Jonathan did have a pretty solid option by getting the Parallel City in play. It does lock Trevor's bench up. Trevor needs to find a stadium card if they want to put any other Pokemon down this turn, since nothing is being knocked out. There's no bench spaces being cleared. But Lugia's already got enough energy on it to knock out this Hoopa, and Trevor can start to establish that Snorlax a little more. I think it does need 1 more energy to attack. And even though Jonathan's getting off a big attack here, it's not enough to get a knockout. And when these players are tied at 3 prizes apiece, you really want to start getting knockouts every single turn.
Definitely. Trevor, top decks, Ultra Ball, Lugia, still living, and will be able to, let's see, Arrow Ball is doing 120 damage.
Yep.
Which is just enough to knock out the Hoopa. However, with the Zoroark on the other side of the board, that Mind Jack attack will definitely be able to finish off the Lugia. So now Trevor has to have a way to trade with the Zoroark. And I'm thinking that Snorlax is probably that Pokemon. It's difficult because Trevor can't start working on another attacker while Parallel is up.
Right.
So it seems as if Trevor's just going to have to bank on, all right, I'm going Lugia, Snorlax, and there may need to be another, right?
And I think that other can be Aerodactyl. There's unidentified fossil in hand. Obviously, Trevor can't put it down right now.
Oh.
Ooh, is Trevor going to retreat? This is an interesting play.
I like saving the Lugia.
Lugia is your best hitter for sure. And this is really just effectively a 1 retreat cost because of that recycle energy. And it can be put right back into play. Oh, we're going to see a tantrum here, Andrew. Porygon Z has an attack. It's not just good for that Crazy Code, though Crazy Code does throw that triple acceleration down, and Tantrum deals 120 damage, which is enough to knock out the Hoopa. The drawback is that Porygon confuses itself, but by taking that big KO, I think that Trevor has set themselves up pretty nicely with the Lugia and Snorlax still on the bench.
Yeah, this is a gigantic brain play for sure.
Yes.
And the reason being is that the Porygon Z has 130 hit points.
Yep.
If you analyze Jonathan's board, then you realize not an easy way for Jonathan to do 130 damage. Real easy way for Jonathan to do 100 damage,
Yep.
right? With the Mind Jack's Zoroark. and with Weavile potentially,
Mhm.
but not really anything else to worry about. So if Trevor can further create a gap, right, between himself and Jonathan, and just make it so that Jonathan whiffs one knockout here,
Yeah.
Trevor's really going to pave the way for him to be able to take command of the rest of this match and not have to find that final attacker, because it'll be Lugia and Snorlax, and that's it.
Now, I don't remember exactly what resources have been used so far this game, but Jonathan does technically play the cards to get this 130 hit point knockout. Would need either a Muscle Band or Dark Claw, and also that Devoured Field. I know we saw the Devoured Field in game number 2, but I don't remember if we've seen it yet in game number 3.
Here comes the Field Blower on the Fury Belt in a Marnie. Okay, so Jonathan does finally get something. Last turn just had a really dead hand.
And Trevor did not put the Recycle Energy back into play after retreating it off.
Yeah, so if the Porygon were to get knocked out, I mean, both the Snorlax and the Lugia are just one energy away from announcing their most powerful attacks. So that probably wouldn't be an issue.
Yeah, but now those energies aren't in your hand anymore. They're on the bottom of the deck. Trevor did not draw any energies off of this Marnie. Arrow Ball can still get there, so it's okay, but then you're needing to draw an energy the next turn for Snorlax.
Yeah, thankfully, Make Do.
Yep.
Hopefully, we'll be able to provide. We do find Weavile off of the Timer Ball, and Jonathan will shuffle up. I want to see what the rest of this hand looks like off of the Marnie. Are there any answers in it? Saw a stunning game earlier on in the day where Weavile's Icy Wind was able to buy a couple turns for JW to mount an insane comeback. So the power of special conditions is huge.
Jonathan got the cards, but is missing the Darkness Energy. Muscle Band and Devoured Field in hand, but no energy to attack with Evil Admonition. So close, but such a whiff.
Yes, terrible. Just to see the two cards, 2 out of the 3 cards. I mean, you can't really expect, I should say, to hit a 3-card combo off of Marnie to 5. You're asking for 3 out of 5 cards to be named specific cards in a singleton deck. Usually not going to occur, but to get 2/3 of the way there feels so bad.
So close yet so far. And Jonathan doesn't even have the Icy Wind option because of no energy, so just a hit with Mind Jack. The good thing for Jonathan is that the Porygon is confused, but the top deck of Double Turbo Energy would allow the Porygon Z to retreat now.
Yeah, and I think that this has just been phenomenally played by Trevor, recognizing that the Porygon Z was going to be the best attacker at last turn, and making it so that he was able to deny a prize. Make Do netting 2 more cards off the top of the deck. Ball Guy, the Double Turbo Energy, can get the retreat, should be no problem. Arrow Ball can finish off the Zoroark, and then you got Snorlax in the back pocket, only needs 1 energy in order to pull off the win.
And a special charge was drawn as well off the Make Do, an excellent card to see, because all Trevor will likely need next turn is energy. So putting 2 energies back into the deck here seems really solid. You can put back the Double Turbo after retreating it off, because Snorlax will deal still 100 to the Weavile, which is enough to knock it out. Trevor deciding how to proceed. I think that just attach retreating is just fine, and that seems to be that Trevor agrees, but is going into Chinchino for the energy assist. This is really interesting.
I would go as far as to call this strange.
Yeah, I think that sometimes you get a little too in your own head, right? Where you're thinking that you have to do too much when you only have 2 prizes left. You just need to attack a couple times and you can win the game.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
Just 2 prizes left.
I'm not sure what Trevor is trying to play around here by going in with Chinchino and not taking a KO.
Yeah, it seems like it just kind of weirdly gives Jonathan a way back into the game, especially since Trevor doesn't have any great draw cards in the hand. You're sacking your only draw support? Is there something that I'm missing? No.
It does set up the energy for you, but I mean, with Jonathan having 3 prizes left, as long as Trevor can take a knockout the next 2 turns following this one, Trevor would still be able to win the game. So maybe Trevor just wanted to guarantee that the Snorlax would have an energy and not risk a whiff. That seems like ultra conservative, though.
Especially with the special charge.
Yeah.
Throwing them back into the deck. It does seem like very conservative. I would be, I think, more worried about losing my draw power than I would about whiffing the energy. But I suppose, it's kind of like a soft checkmate. We'll call it like a check. Having 2 attackers on the bench built up, but what if Jonathan gets like a meaty attacker?
Yeah.
That can't just be vanquished or something like that. Then then I would be a little bit concerned about that. But I think that Trevor's definitely still safe right now.
Absolutely. Cynthia will draw 6 new cards from Jonathan's side. Now, I wonder if this could open up some Icy Wind plays or something like that to try to get Jonathan back into the game. I don't even actually know now if the Icy Wind can set anything really up. So Icy Wind into like Boss's Orders plays, knock out one of these big threats on the bench, I guess would be not too bad.
Yeah, there needs to be another attacker. I feel like the 40 hit points on Zork and the 90 hit points on Weavile ain't going to cut it.
No.
Trevor's got attackers built up on his side of the board that can deal with these 2. Retreats the Zork, and we'll just take the knockouts on the Chinchino with Weavile and the Evil Admonition attack doing 100 damage.
I don't think Jonathan can just take this knockout. I think if Jonathan takes the knockout, that's just losing the game because Snorlax has 3 energy on it and Lugia has 3 energy on it, right?
I mean, what's the alternative?
This Icy Wind into Guzma on the next turn. If you
That's
just
true.
attack, you lose.
Yeah, but Trevor wakes up. You're right, actually. You're right. So you have to go for it.
Yes.
And then maybe take out one of the attackers the next turn.
Yes.
That makes sense. But the Chinchino wakes up.
I think that this just means Trevor should ultimately win this game, barring any crazy gust of the Porygon, get it stuck, and then do it again the next turn. I mean, I don't even know if Jonathan has enough gust cards to do that. Trevor will crazy code that, recycle into play, retreat it off, and can now safely go in with the Snorlax, take the knockout with Collapse, and take this KO, go to 1 prize remaining, and Jonathan's left with 3.
Right. Jonathan just kind of fizzling out. I mean, we see as things are really starting to get to the down to the wire in this game, Trevor having the Chinchino as an additional draw out throughout these final turns has been huge. Jonathan not having the darkness equivalent in Lipard has been equally huge, with Jonathan having a tougher time piecing together attackers to respond turn after turn. And we'll set Trevor to 1 and Jonathan to 3, but I don't know that there's a 3-card combination that can upset Trevor's checkmate on this board.
Yeah, I think Trevor's pretty much got it locked up. Even Chinchino can just come up and knock out the Zoroark. It doesn't even have to be the Lugia.
Right.
So, I mean, if Jonathan can set up something that has more HP and Snorlax stays asleep for a couple turns, that could be the only way, something that just doesn't get knocked out, but I don't even know if that's an option. Guzzlord's obviously already gone down.
And with those 3 cards, it is looking like Jonathan is going to be able to go to 2 prizes remaining, take the knockouts, but
just goes for the pass actually,
and that's it. Trevor takes the win and will advance to the finals with his attacking colorless deck. That one was really grindy. I mean,
definitely was.
That we really got in the thick in that the thickest stuff in that best of 3.
Absolutely,
that was some, and I'm sure that both of those players are probably, just after that grueling, probably almost hour and a half of Pokemon.
Yes, very close,
they
if
played.
not right at it.
Yes, Trevor will be advancing to the finals. He's been working on this colorless deck for months and months, and I am very proud of him for making it to this point. Trevor's a member of the Discord community and loves to play test in there with members of the Tricky Gym community. So definitely make sure to check out the Discord. It's a great place to talk Gym Leader Challenge, as well as just other Pokemon card stuff, like opening packs and posting pictures he pulls. We do that. Like posting memes, we do that too. A lot goes down in the Tricky Gym Discord. Definitely make sure to check that out. Discord.gg/TrickyGym. Major congratulations to Jonathan on making it to top 4. Jonathan's going to get a nice chunk of cash to go home with, so definitely something to be proud of as well. Our biggest Gym Leader Challenge event yet with over 100 players, so a fantastic accomplishment making it to this point. Do we have any idea who Trevor's opponent is going to be in the finals?
The other game is actually still going on. Jesse Parker did win game number 2, and JW and Jesse are now in game number 3, and time is surely winding down. So I'm not sure how things are going over there. It's probably going to be concluding, though, pretty soon.
Well, Chip and I are going to go assess the situation. So we will be right back with your $1,000 cash Gym Leader Challenge Tournament Finals right after this break. I am here with your Gym Leader Challenge 1K finalist, Trevor Redding. Just punched his tickets to the finals with attacking Colorless. Congratulations, Trevor. How you feeling?
Feeling a little rough.
Yeah,
rough stay at my hotel. Kind of tired, but hopefully I can pull it out. We'll see.
Yeah, that was a really close set. I mean, my goodness. Those games got a little hairy there at games 2 and 3. There was some really tight gameplay happening.
Yeah, I think I probably played a little suspiciously game 2. I think one of the turns I whiffed energy. I wanted to put on Aerodactyl ahead of time or something, and I whiffed it, and I would have been able to knock out the wheezing without it letting it get poisoned. And then I kind of had the sack B barrel, and then I forgot that I prized like Ultra Ball, because my plan was to send forward B barrel, like get poisoned, Ultra Ball, evolve it into Bi Barrel, and then buy myself another turn or 2. But it didn't work out that way. Thankfully, game 2 didn't matter. I was like kind of sick that maybe I like just totally threw, but I made it through it anyways.
Made it through. You were able to keep a level head and do what you needed to do to come out victorious. And now you're either going to be up against JW Kriewall with another darkness deck, or Jesse Parker with a water deck. How do you think these matchups go?
If Dark doesn't start coughing, which Dark like always starts coughing somehow. I don't know. It happened to me like 2 or 3 times.
Turn 1 Ascension every single game. Like, what the heck?
Obviously my deck is like, it draws more of abilities and supporters. I cut a lot of draw supporters, which I really got punished for in this set. But
in game 2, it was evident. Yes.
Yeah. But yeah, so I think it just depends on what Dark starts and what they prize. Against Water, it's basically just whoever sets up first. If I set up slacking first, like Water's in a really bad spot. If Water gets like the turn 2 wishy-washy or something like that happened to me at the last tournament, then I'm just kind of in a bad spot. So I'm just excited to be in top 2. That's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. So this is your second Full Grip Games 1K finals appearance.
Third. I made top 8 at the GLC last time too.
But your second finals appearance.
Oh,
yes,
finals.
Yes,
sorry,
your
sorry.
third top 8. I mean, so anyways, you're killing it at these tournaments, definitely. Yes, yes. But your second finals, because you won the standard 1K last time with Suicune. So now you're here in a Gym Leader Challenge. You could be the first ever to win both a standard and a Gym Leader Challenge.
That'd be pretty sick.
Yes, tournament here at Full Grip, which would be super dope. And if you have to pick your matchup, who would you rather face off against in the finals?
I really don't know. If like Guzzlord's really scary, I don't want to face Guzzlord, but also like the consistency of Water. I'm probably more scared of Water, but also JW is like really great at the game. Like
JW is just scary.
But I did beat JW in a Swiss
Did you?
Yeah. So I was like one of
Okay.
his losses.
All right, all right.
We'll see how it goes. I don't really know if I have a preference or not. It just depends on the draw, I think.
Sounds good. Well, is there anybody you'd like to thank? Anybody who helped you craft your deck? Anybody you'd like to shout out today?
Yeah, I'd like to shout out my card buddies Steven and Jared, my testing buddies Taunt, Jamer Sean, and Mike Gibbs. Unfortunately, Mike Gibbs took a he took a ID with me, and then he ended up getting ninth place. He was really sad. I think if we played, even if I lost, I would have still made top 8. So that really stunk. But you don't really know.
Yeah.
But yeah, so those guys, I guess my parents, and yeah, my good friend Kelly too. My other friend Steven. Who
Awesome.
lives in like Cary. Yeah.
Excellent, excellent. Well, we're all very proud of you for making it this far, Trevor, with the deck you've been working on for months, and
Right.
I'm really happy to see all that hard work pay off.
Me too.
Good luck in the finals. I'm sure we'll all be rooting for you.
Mhm.
Let's get some hype in the chat.
Let's go!
For the final match of a long weekend of thrilling Pokemon TCG content. We have got your finalists of the Gym Leader Challenge 1K. Here for you, Trevor Redding on the left with his attacking colorless deck, and JW FlexDaddy Kriewall on the right with his darkness deck. JW just tweeted out that he has once again found himself in the finals of a Full Grip Games 1K, and he's got unfinished business to take care of.
That's right. For the first Full Grip Games GLC 1K with the release of the Evolving Skies format, JW took second place with his amazing rare Raikou deck. Did not quite finish strong enough, though. Lost in the finals to Trey with the Psychic deck. And Trevor, over on the other side, no stranger to success here at Full Grip Games, since Trevor won the Standard 1K from the Fusion Strike release. Now these two incredible players will face off in the finals. Trevor with the colorless, JW with the darkness. Andrew, going into this matchup, based on the decks, who do you favor more?
I'm saying it's JW's day.
Yeah?
Based on the decks, I'm not sure. I feel like it's a really close matchup. We just saw this matchup play up in top 4.
Yep.
With Trevor able to take it. But the game's got really grindy, and I think that JW is the kind of player that if you put him in the mix with some messy situations, he's the kind of guy who's going to navigate out of it, with flying colors. And I think that's when he succeeds the most. When things get sketchy, he's such a seasoned veteran of the game, been playing for about a decade now. And this could be a donk.
Trevor has an energy and nothing else. I think luckily for Trevor, JW did start the Hoopa, which is the most likely suspect when it comes to donking. There could be still a combination of cards that led to JW donking Trevor, but with the Gloria, even though JW wouldn't win this turn, JW is setting up far, far better, setting up 3 basic Pokemon on the bench.
Yeah, turn 1 Gloria. That's exactly what you want to see if you're JW. Going to take a quick scan of the deck and see what Pokemon are prized. Really just a phenomenal way to start. And I don't know if JW has a way to get the coughing into the active spot, but I know that's something that Trevor said that he doesn't want to see. Early wheezing.
No.
That is going to be something that could play to JW's advantage. Last time JW was in the finals, he had the Lightning deck. This time with the Dark deck, both aggressive decks. So we can see that this is kind of how JW is favoring to take on this Gym Leader Challenge format. Wants to be the aggressor. He wants to be the one asking the questions, something
Yes.
I've heard from JW before. Wants to be the one putting on the pressure and putting his opponent in a spot where they have to make compromising calls with their plays.
If JW has a switching card like an Air Balloon or that Dark City Stadium that he plays in the list, could see a turn 1 Ascension, which would be Trevor's worst nightmare. but it will just be an attach to the Coughing and a pass. Trevor does top deck the Lugia, so that is a Pokemon that can switch to the active now with Bird Keeper, and that is Trevor's only supporter option in hand. This is pretty weak whenever Trevor plays all these other search cards like Gloria, like Bridget, and like Ball Guy.
Yeah, it does find a level ball, though, so I do like that because level ball is going to be able to search out either a support Pokemon in the form of Pidgey, could become that Pidgeotto, which we see in the hand. Probably that's what we're going to want to see, considering that the Pidgeotto is already in hand. Don't want to go for something like Bibarel because the hand is really clogged right now. I mean, he's got a lot of weird stuff, just trying to get out of it, find a nice shuffle draw card, get more established. Yeah, just a weird clunker of a hand for sure.
Less than ideal.
Would be nice to have Snorlax in the active to collect, but Lugia will have to do for now.
And Snorlax does have quite a bit more HP than 90, which is all that Level Ball can handle. I'll be interested to see what Pokemon Trevor eyes up, and like you said, since Pidgeotto is in hand, Pidgey is a great option. Now, Pidgey's a little bit weaker than the other two draw support options, but in the Gym Leader Challenge format, where everything is a one-of, you kind of got to work with the hand you have, and what Trevor has is the Pidgeotto, and even though it would be nice to get a Minccino down, or nice to get Bidoof to evolve into Chinchino or Bibarel, you got to work with that Pokemon that is already in hand.
And we do see that Pidgey coming to the front of Trevor's hands. And actually, it's a Minccino.
Oh, this is actually not bad at all. The new Minccino from Brilliant Stars with the Call for Family attack. Thanks to Floatstone, Lugia will be able to retreat, and Minccino comes active with a Fire Energy. Now Trevor can set the board up with Call for Family, getting 2 basic Pokemon out of the deck, and his favorite big boy, Snorlax, hits the field right away.
Yeah, that's a great turn from Trevor. The pivot with the Floatstone, fantastic. And the Minccino's going to get this party started. Finding the Snorlax, which is definitely Trevor's preferred opener. We'll see if JW is going to be able to lock this situation up, though. If he can get the Galarian Wheezing into the active spot, he's going to be having a good time. And I think that there is a Bird Keeper in that hand. So here comes Coughing into the active spot. He's got a guarantee Galarian Wheezing, can either evolve the Coughing or use Ascension if he wants to. And let's see, can we see those prize cards?
Slams down that town map.
There is a Darkness Energy. There's a Devoured Field, Level Ball, Versus Seeker. Nothing too bad over there. And this is the dream turn too. We've got Galarian Wheezing. We've got Liepard. And Trade is going to allow JW to start powering through the deck.
And you know that hand must be insane when JW's trading away a powerful draw card like Cynthia. JW is sitting on the gas right now and has Wheezing in hand, doesn't even have to Ascension, can use that Severe Poison, and that puts pressure on Tankman. Wants to find an evolution, can retreat out of this, but now that damage is in play, and now Neutralizing Gas has shut off any abilities that Trevor could have.
Yeah, this is, as far as the Dark deck goes, this is the dream turn too. I mean, you got everything that you could want. You've turned off the abilities. You have multiple attackers that you're working on powering up. You've got the Liepard, which can just churn through the deck. But this is why Snorlax is so important, because Snorlax can use Collect to draw cards even under Galarian Wheezing's Neutralizing Gas.
Trevor did find a Pokegear off of that Collect, so we'll have the ability to look deep for a supporter card, and just look at how powerful JW's hand is. Ultra Ball, Pokegear, Colress, Dark Claw. Talk about some incredible cards.
Yeah, some amazing options. Might just be a Colress. I mean, do you want to Ultra Ball away any of those things?
I don't think so.
That seems kind of sus, right? Probably not. So maybe a Colress for 7 will have to suffice. Would like to find maybe Ultra Ball. I mean, because Oh, the trade away the Ultra Ball. I don't mind that. Just
Yeah.
see a couple more things. The double colorless energy on the Zoroark. Nice to just get that energy attachment down. And a copycat. How many cards are in Trevor's hand?
Wait, I'm not sure how many are in hand. JW does have the Dark Claw, so that's actually enough for Mind Jack to get the knockout on Snorlax. But JW, I think JW is content. Could go in with that aggressive play, but I think JW is content forcing Trevor to just sit here and use Collect, not use any of these powerful abilities, and keep this neutralizing gas lock up.
I think that JW correctly identifies that this is a fine turn to copycat, and that also would like to just keep the lockup with Wheezing a little bit longer, maybe get some value out of that. Instead of, because the Wheezing is most valuable in the first 5 turns of the game.
100%.
Pretty much useless, actually, once everything is set up. Unless you're going to try and, like, Gust stall or do some weird thing, with N at the end of the game.
Definitely.
So I think that JW also realizing that the Shuffle Draw, 6 off a Copycat is kind of fine compared to the Shuffle Draw 7. Could maybe maximize the use of that Colorless later in the game for a Shuffle Draw 10, knowing that Trevor's deck is going to go wide, and JW has the potential to bench a lot of Pokemon as well.
Definitely. Severe Poison will place 4 damage counters on that Snorlax in between turns. Looks like we got a little busted sleeve, just a quick little swap out, and we are good to go. Trevor, drawing for turn, does find that Porygon, a key card to try to get set up quickly. We know how crucial Crazy Code is to the strategy of this attacking colorless deck.
Pokegear could find a Boss's Orders or a Guzma to break this lock. Can Trevor find it? Gloria, Nest Ball, Guzma.
Okay.
So it is an option, but
all you're getting out of that is 1 airmail, and is that really worth using your Guzma on?
Right. Does feel kind of bad, but I still think it's the correct one to grab. Give yourself the option to maybe break that lock at a later time. Maybe after a collect or something.
Yeah, and it depends what else is here in the hand. Trevor doesn't even have energy to start attacking quite yet. A double colorless or a twin energy would allow Snorlax to start taking some KOs. I'm sure Trevor would love to target that Lipard, really cripple JW's draw for the mid to late game. Or even take out a threat like that Zoroark, which can easily come in and take 1-hit KOs on the high HP basic Pokemon that Trevor plays.
We'll see. I think the Porygon is going down, and I suspect that Trevor may be okay just to collect, and that's what he decides to do. 40 more damage to the Snorlax, and the ball is in JW's court. Finds the Guzzlord, and has a handful of options.
Lots of supporters, has the darkness energy to start powering up Guzzlord, and we've seen this from all of the dark players that we've had on stream today. Soon as the Guzzlord is able to be benched and have an energy put on it, that is what happens. Make that threat known. Your opponent has to try to deal with it, or you're just going to power it up manually, and Red Banquet is absolutely one of the strongest attacks in all of GLC.
JW favoring the Clara. I mean, we've seen how insane that Clara can be in this deck, especially at the end of the game, being able to get the Galarian Moltres back to take an insane knockout at the end of the match. So opting to discard the professor's research, favoring the Bruno instead, but now just a little bit of an odd spot. Got the twin energy in hand. You don't necessarily want to get rid of that because that's going to go good on the Guzzlord. Field Blower is going to actually like an incredibly timed Field Blower because there's a Guzma in Trevor's hand.
And JW knows it.
Yeah, and JW knows it, right? And it's going to be content to just let the Snorlax rot here a little longer with the poison. And at this point, with 120 damage on it, if the Snorlax does not move, it will get KO'd from poison.
And that's why JW wanted to use this Field Blower, because if Trevor plays a Guzma, that heals this Snorlax and still allows Trevor to collect. Now, if Trevor wants to play the Guzma, it's going to be more costly to collect again. You have to retreat the double turbo energy off of the Slackoth or find some other way to retreat a Pokemon.
Yes. Interested to see. Trevor's got his hand down on the table. Is he just assessing the board? Kind of taking a look, saying like, okay, let's see. Where am I at? Gusting up the Zoroark.
Okay.
Gonna send up the Lugia from Celebrations. And we'll be able to use Pidgeotto's Airmail to dig 2 cards deeper.
What are these cards? There's a Versus
Porygon
Seeker.
and a Versus Seeker.
Okay.
So probably not the most exciting cards. Could grab the Versus Seeker.
Which Porygon was it? Was it the 2 or the Z?
Z.
And that's unfortunate.
Yes.
I think Trevor would have been just fine to grab the 2, go ahead and evolve, try to get into that Z in the next couple turns. This is not the best 2 cards to have seen.
No. I think that, and just has like a, Teammates is an explosive card, obviously, in the hand. I think favoring the Verse Seeker is correct, because it just gives you another out to potentially break the Wheezing lock if you have to. But obviously, wasting your Gust like that doesn't feel good, and just has to pass with the Celebrations Lugia in the active, and JW's Zoroark just kind of chilling there. The Twin Energy will go down onto the Guzzlord. The Guzzlord becoming a potent threat now with 3 energy on it. And JW's board position is looking immaculate.
Is JW going to play a Bruno just for the Shuffle Draw 4? It looks like that's the case. That is not great normally, but JW's board is so good. JW just wants more cards, just wants to see a different hand and have different options to work with.
Yeah, JW is like got enough Pokemon and energy in play that I can almost guarantee you that these 4 cards are going to be decent, right?
Yeah.
Because there's like no way that there's like nothing but bad stuff, especially with like a trade coming in, right? You're going to see some decent stuff. There's a Guzma, there's Dark Energy. Like at this point, with trade, what more do you really need? You kind of got some good stuff here. Some energy, really, to continue manually attaching. That's important. A Gust is really good. Now you can neutralize threats on your opponent's bench. And JW is content to take a prize. And we'll see which one he favors. He's got, especially with the town map there, knowing you're guaranteed a prize card, you know that your Bruno will not net you a dead situation.
Right.
Because you're guaranteed the Verse Seeker if you want it. And the Zoroark is a guaranteed knockout on that Celebrations Lugia. The Verse Seeker's nice, obviously, but goes for a level ball.
I like that. That can grab Weavile next turn. If Trevor does have a pop-off turn, put a bunch of abilities in play, Weavile can be a great response. Trevor does draw the powerful Colorless Energy, so that will power up all of the Pokemon in this deck, boosting their damage output by 20. And while that card is very powerful, it is not a great draw card in this situation. Does find, I think that was a Raihan off of the Airmail, and there is a basic Fire Energy. It's the ball guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, not quite as powerful as Raihan in this specific situation. Teammates is in hand for Trevor. JW did just take a knockout, so Teammates could fetch any 2 cards from the deck. And that could mean a rare candy play into either Slacking or Porygon Z. Trevor did take a look at that rare candy. We'll see which option Trevor favors.
Yeah, Teammate's going to be a great card to help Trevor get moving. There's a couple things that Trevor needs to start to see on his board. He's going to want the Chinchino. The Airmail's nice, but I'm trying to see 4 cards a turn instead of 2.
I don't know that I see it in the deck.
Oh, is the Chinchino prized?
It could be, and that is really unfortunate if that's the case. Trevor does have the triple acceleration and the Aerodactyl, however, so unidentified fossil is a really solid grab.
Right. I think I would also, Slacking is big, but I guess just, oh my gosh. JW's
there's so many Pokemon on the bench as well.
JW's board is looking so daunting. It's tough because Porygon Z kind of needs to come out in order to start trading attackers with JW, because JW's got so much going on this board that, without Porygon Z, it's going to feel tough to stream the energy required. I do agree that I think that Obviously, the Snorlax will be able to take a knockout. I love the Porygon 2 evolution because just prioritizing getting the Porygon Z online, I think, is really good. And Trevor has pretty much set himself up as good as possible to be able to win this game.
Trevor does wake up from the sleep, but look at Guzzlord with 3 energies on it. I know you're a big fan of going in with the Guzzlord when you have the chance. Take those 3 prizes while you can and force your opponent to deal with it. But with that unidentified fossil, could JW be compelled to not quite go that route yet?
I think it's Guzzlord time, but I actually like this.
Yeah.
Wheezing time.
Wheezing has kind of lost its usability at this point in the game almost, right?
Yeah, so if you could force your opponent to have to knock out the Wheezing, that's like the best thing you could possibly do, because Wheezing also turns off the ability. It's going to make it harder for Trevor to respond. Now, if JW has a hand disruption card like Marnie in combination with this Wheezing, that would just be like really tough.
JW had Guzma in hand, and JW just picked up that fossil to read it. You do indeed take a prize card when you knock out this fossil.
Oh, yes, you do.
And if you take a knockout on it with Guzzlord, you take 2 prize cards.
Oh, yes, you do. That is a Pokemon as far as the game state is concerned right now.
And that is the one way Trevor has to one-hit KO a Guzzlord easily. There are other options as far as powerful colorless energy and muscle band, but that requires so much more commitment than just evolving to Aerodactyl and a triple acceleration energy.
Yes, trading away the Beast Ring, and I think that it is becoming increasingly evident that maybe the Guzma or the Guzzlord is going to be going in with the Guzma. I'm telling you, yeah, the Guzzlord, when you got it, you go, right? It's having the Guzzlord, removed from the board is just such a way to allow the opponent to win. JW's been sinking energy into it for turns now.
Right.
If Trevor were to neutralize the threat, my goodness, I mean, it didn't get to do what you'd been planning for turns. You got to just, it doesn't matter at what point you take the 2 prizes, you just are trying to take the 2.
And the thing is, the only thing that is really powered up right now is the Snorlax, and if that comes back into the active spot, your Wheezing can still just knock it out, and you're still getting use from Wheezing and putting neutralizing gas back in the active in future turns.
Right. So, gonna opt to take the N off of the Trainer's Mail. And, yeah, I mean, literally every single Pokemon on JW's board can deal with that Snorlax. I mean, there's literally all of them. So I don't think that JW is worried about the Snorlax in the slightest. It's the fossil.
Yeah,
that thing. It's like you just teammates and got that out.
Yep.
Yeah, bring it up. You know.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not gonna go well for you.
And that is a huge turn here from JW.
It is a massive turn because JW is not even sure that Trevor plays a way to recover that fossil, right? There's only one way, the fossil excavator, I think.
Yes, fossil excavation kit.
That's it. Can get it out of the discard pile, but odds are Trevor's probably not even playing that card.
Yeah, and there's no real reason to. It's hard to set up 2 Aerodactyls in a game. Trevor does send up the Slack Off. Slacking is one of the better ways to take a one-hit knockout on the Guzzlord, but Trevor needs to find that one rare candy to pull that play off.
Let's take a look at Trevor's hand.
Ooh,
He's got Versus Seeker. That's going to be good. Can teammates.
Yes,
okay.
Yes.
And I think that Trevor, with the Slack Off in the active spot, could use teammates to go get rare candy and the slacking, right?
Slacking actually was the top deck for turns, so that's pieces already there. I was going to say, the double turbo energy actually really messes up the math because it means your critical move only does 140, but Trevor does have the powerful colorless energy, so the double turbo and the powerful colorless would kind of just offset one another in that specific instance.
Right, and I think that's going to be fine. It's not going to end up mattering. Trevor going for the Porygon Z and the rare candy. The rare candy is going to allow that slacking to come down into play. The double turbo energy and powerful colorless energy offsetting one another, so the critical move still does 160 damage. JW will not have access to his abilities, which there is trade, so that is going to be relevant, and JW did just use his Gust, so utilizing the Gust. JW did just take the Versus Seeker, I think, off the prizes, though.
Right. JW did grab the Versus Seeker, so we know Guzma could come down, which would move the lazy ability of slacking out of the active, kind of similar to what Trevor did to move the neutralizing gas out of the active. Kind of funny that both of these types have this similar effect where your opponent is forced to move a big Pokemon out of the active to get their abilities back.
I will say it does feel bad to ignore the slacking, right?
Sure.
Because, dude, I mean, this thing is insane. And if you move it, right, then you basically give Trevor the free reset. Oh, deciding to go triple muscle band, which works too.
Yeah, I don't know when there's a better time to use the triple unless you want to try to attack with the Porygon at some point. So this seems fine. It does satisfy the effect of the slacking. And you know that JW just grabbed the Versus Seeker. So you know JW may want to go with Guzma. And if that's the case, you still get to keep the double turbo energy on the slacking for the next turn.
Trevor finding, well, you know, two pretty similar cards.
Evolution Incense and Evo Soda.
Yeah, quite the decision here. Yeah, Evo Soda. Both of them can get burned. I guess Evo Soda technically the correct choice if you're going to burn either one of them because it is burnable now, where Evolution Incense is always a burnable card.
Right.
But being able to burn the Evo Soda just to get it out of play, you know, out of the deck, is good because the Minccino could evolve theoretically, and can the Pidgeotto.
We do see the fail of the Evo Soda, which does confirm for me that Cinccino is prized. Critical move takes the first KO, second KO for Trevor, excuse me, and I believe an N is the card grabbed there. That could be pretty strong, but JW is working with a pretty large hand, and we know he has options with that Versus Seeker that was grabbed from the prize cards.
Yes, I mean, JW's got a huge hand at this point, but no abilities. So we do have to keep in mind with the Weavile going up, probably is going to mean that JW intends to actually take the KO on this thing with the Weavile, right? Because I think JW's got a teammates in hand, so could just go get what he needs to get.
Yeah.
Like the Muscle Band or whatever.
Devoured Field.
How many? It's what, 3 abilities in play?
Yeah. So doing 150 with Evil Admonition, just needing 10 more.
Yeah.
So the Devoured Field would work, the Muscle Band, the Dark Claw, whichever resource JW feels like he needs less later on is surely what will be used here. And Evil Admonition, this is a pretty good time to do it because that's something Trevor can play around in future turns, so might as well take advantage and use it while you can.
Yeah, you want to use it while the slacking's here, and it's just the perfect time for Weavile. And this is why this card is so good, because anytime that there's like a big dude, Weavile is pretty much the answer. You know, hope that your opponent has got somewhere in the ballpark of 3 abilities. And then, how do you think about any attacker that could do 100, 150, 200 damage for just 1 energy in this format? It's just bananas, right? I mean,
so
obviously it's conditional, but like the amount of games where we've seen Weavile for 150, Weavile for 200, it's just so nonchalant. Like, yeah, he's only got 90 hit points, but this card trades, you know, with the best of them, and just for almost no investment.
JW does choose to use the Dark Claw for the turn. That's one of the things I've loved about the Dark type in GLC. You effectively get 2 Muscle Bands, which is one of the strongest cards in the format, since your type has that specific version available to it. Now, JW does get to choose what prize to grab here. Professor's Letter, Nest Ball, and is that a Darkness Energy is the last one?
No, it's
he took the Darkness Energy last turn.
Field.
Okay, yeah. So that's why we did not see the Devoured Field this turn, I would assume then.
I like the letter grab. It's
Sure.
gonna allow JW to JW to maybe go for some Galarian Moltres plays and stuff like that. Just giving him more options in the turns to come. With only 2 prize cards left, JW just needs to kind of map out the final 2 knockouts. He's got 3 potential well, I guess 2 potential attackers. The Lipard can theoretically attack. Usually you're not going to, but okay. So, you know.
Yeah, you can work it in if you need to.
I mean,
the Pidgeotto.
Pidgeotto, the Minchino. I mean, there's dudes out here that could definitely get knocked out by the Lipard, okay? So,
it's a totally reasonable thing to try to close out a game, absolutely.
Yes, absolutely. So, JW's got options, especially since the Snorlax here, who looks like it's going to need to knock out the Weavile unless Trevor tries to get fancy with the Porygon Z again, which we know that Trevor has done. Funny enough, the Porygon Z is, you know, the only attacker on this board that could deal with the Weavile and doesn't get insta-knocked out by any of the things on JW's bench.
Trevor can power this Pokemon up, has powerful colorless energy and a double colorless energy. So we could see a Tantrum get in there. We saw Trevor utilize that in the top 4 set, but would have to find a way to retreat Snorlax first. Snorlax has a pretty hefty 4 retreat cost. Trevor has put the energies on to the Porygon, so I think he's banking on trying to get a way to retreat the Snorlax. It either needs to be another energy card to manually retreat or a Float Stone or something else like I don't think he plays Switch or Escape Rope or anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, with the Recycle Energy, the, you know, kind of unspeakable retreat cost of 4 becomes a more imaginable retreat cost of 3. Getting to conserve that energy is pretty good.
No Switch.
No, definitely no Switch, no energy even. So it is just going to have to be the Snorlax taking the knockout with Collapse. But then that gives JW an opportunity to maybe go in with Wheezing and finish it off. Well,
oh yeah, Trevor has not used that Airmail quite yet. Sees the Fire Energy, which is the energy needed in order to retreat. Maybe these players are just making sure that no ability has been used yet. Trevor's been pretty on top of using those ability markers, so I'm pretty confident that that Airmail has not quite been used.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's a huge hit. Now, Trevor can attach for turn because Crazy Code attached the 2 energies on the bench. It's pretty big to retreat the Snorlax, you know, a pretty hefty cost to pay. But if you do it, you knock out something with the Porygon Z. You confuse yourself, but it is not going to be immediately return KO'd.
That's true. And you know what's something I haven't seen yet today? I haven't seen the Welder come out to play yet. I would like to see that. You know, the Welder would be pretty sick. I know. It's because there's all these fire energy in this colorless deck, and it's just really for the Welder.
It's the best off energy to play for sure. And Trevor will commit this 4th energy. The Recycle will get popped back to hand, but 3 fire energies going to the discard pile. Moving a Pokemon with 4 retreat is always quite the chore. And Snorlax not making it any easier, definitely blocking the road here. But Trevor sends up this Porygon Z.
Porygon Z's Tantrum attack doing a sufficient 120 damage, 140 with the powerful colorless energy on it. Or... okay, yeah, okay. I thought that, no, it must have a twin or something, right? Twin in the powerful colorless?
Yes.
Okay.
It's got a double colorless and the powerful colorless energy. So that is the 3 energy required in order to use that Tantrum attack.
Cool. So JW has got the Lipard with its trade abilities, got Galarian Weezing, and has got Hoopa. Only 2 prizes left to take. Porygon Z has got 130 hit points. And it looks like JW is going to get the Sneasel back with Rescue Stretcher and Marnie. I don't think JW has any other cards in hand.
Just that Marnie.
Yep.
So JW is just drawing 5 cards off the top, but also will disrupt Trevor.
Yep. 4 cards.
Looking for Escape Rope, maybe?
Finds Quick Ball, Pokegear, Muscle Band. Okay. So with Muscle Band, the Hoopa's doing 110. It's never going to reach that 130 number. So I do think that JW kind of seeing it's going to be Wheezing time, more than likely. The Porygon is confused, so it is a 50% chance of just damaging itself in the active spot if Trevor were to decide to attack with it. Finds the Escape Rope, and
that's the card.
And a Spiritomb. The Escape Rope is huge here.
That would let JW get a prize card this turn. With the Hoopa. The Hoopa can knock out everything on Trevor's side of the field, and then JW would go to just one single prize card remaining.
I literally just yelled at JW not to use those dice. And then he's like, I'll remember, you know.
He's probably doing it on purpose.
I told you he is. I told you he is.
A true man of chaos.
A true man of chaos, I know. He's just...
So there is 10 damage on that Spiritomb. JW is trying to make sure that no one at home can tell that.
Yeah,
but...
making sure that we are all as tilted as possible trying to commentate over this match. He is... He's got the escape rope there. Yep. Yep. Somebody at the table remembered that I told him to please not. And the escape rope will be able to drag up one of those Pokemon on the bench. Trevor probably just going to... it's tough because if you give up a weak Pokemon like Minchino, then it's just Weezing.
Right.
And your opponent promotes first. This is one of the weird interactions where the... I
think JW is considering just going into the Weezing and just poisoning for a turn. That would put Porygon in range of being KO'd by pretty much everything. And JW is still ahead on the prize race. Even if Trevor does take a knockout on this Weezing, as long as JW can just take a knockout the next 2 turns, he would still win the game.
Yeah.
So this seems fine. Yeah.
Right, because the Porygon is the strongest attacker, you know, on Trevor's board at this point, weirdly enough. And using the escape rope would just make the Porygon able to go back in with fresh tantrum.
That is true. That is true.
So it's like you're going to have to deal with the Porygon at some point. So might as well deal with it now. And by dealing with it now, JW is still in a spot to win that race, knockout game.
And what this also does is it forces Trevor's hand a bit. Trevor has to find a way to switch out of this confusion or be forced to just go for the flip. And sometimes you just got to go for it.
You really hate to just go for the flip. This hand is not looking good, though. Not the kind of hand you want.
Especially since Weezing is shutting off that airmail.
Yes. Weezing's turning off the airmail. JW didn't go for the aggressive escape rope knockout, right?
Nope.
So the Raihan is not an option to play this turn.
Right.
And the Porygon is just kind of chilling here. I feel like Trevor's in a position where kind of just has to go for it.
Yeah, I think Trevor absolutely has to go for it.
You have to go for it. You hate to be in that spot, but I mean, like, what's the alternative? You know? Pass?
No.
Retreat into what? You're just you're just allowing the Weezing to, just wreak more havoc on your board and you're not breaking the lock.
And Tantrum would pick up the KO thanks to the powerful Colorless energy, normally capped at 120, but dealing 140 thanks to that. So this would be a huge KO for Trevor to get, and by benching the Kangaskhan...
Trevor going for the conservative play.
Okay.
And retreating the Porygon. Maybe.
But is this a winning play?
That's what I'm saying. Maybe it's like a lose slower play, but the capture energy. Okay. I see this. All right. The capture energy onto the Snorlax is going to collect. Maybe just trying to get a little something motivated here, a little something going. But I mean, at this point now, it's like, okay, Weezing will just take the knockout on the Snorlax.
Yep.
Another turn for JW to attach an energy, build up the board, use trade, right?
Build up spite as well.
Build spite, right? You're kind of just delaying the inevitable. I think that the Porygon going in for the knockout, if it took it, could have put Trevor in a position where maybe a win was fathomable, but I think that Trevor kind of seeing it. Yeah, it's about scoop clock.
Yeah, Trevor, I think, could have scooped maybe a little bit earlier. It's still such a low % chance to win this game. Knowing when to scoop is really important, especially in a format like the Gym Leader Challenge format where these games can take such a long time.
JW up game 1 and is now just one match away from taking the title. I'm sure that Trevor is ready to fight back in game 2. Things went incredibly smoothly for JW that game. Got the perfect setup. I mean, had Weezing, Zoroark, Liepard all established early. Was able to use Weavile perfectly to trade with the Slacking. And when talking to Trevor, the one thing he didn't want to see was the early Weezing, and that's what JW got.
I think JW is aware that that is what Trevor does not want to see early. That card is so insanely good against a deck like Trevor's that is totally reliant on abilities. As these players begin to set up for game number 2, who do you expect to choose to go first as far as Trevor's concerned? Does Trevor want to go first here or go second once again and try to get one of those great supporters early game like the Gloria, Bridget, or Winona?
I think that Trevor's going to choose to go second for a number of reasons. First of all, wants to get, one of those turn 1 supporter cards, maybe turn 1 Snorlax with the collect, maybe turn 1 Bridget, Gloria, Ball Guy, Winona. Any of those would be fantastic. Also, Trevor wants to make it so that JW doesn't get a turn 1 win with Hoopa, which is always a threat.
Quite scary.
Looks like these guys are getting set up for game 2, so let's head down to the table and get some hype going. If JW wins, he gets the championship that eluded him during the Evolving Skies 1K. Trevor looking to stay alive in this finals.
I actually had a pretty good look at Trevor's hand whenever he has his hand up in the hand cam here. It's looking pretty good. Gloria in hand, Timer Ball to get some evolutions on the turn after Gloria. I've got a good feeling that Trevor has chosen to go second, and that is going to pay off pretty nicely.
JW sets his prize cards out. And let's take a look. Started the slack off over on Trevor's side.
Not too bad. I believe the Bidoof was in hand as well. Wow.
JW's got...
What a guy.
Yeah, the coughing turn 1. Who's going first?
I think JW is, but Trevor is taking a mulligan.
There we go. And the Zorua with the Zoroark in hand.
Nice.
Right? Double colorless in hand. Can just commit it.
Not too bad.
This is a good start. I mean, the Evolution Incense in hand can just go get that turn 2 Wheezing if it's not prized. And JW's got a copycat.
Well, I've got some sad news for you, Andrew. You wanted to see a welder, and I don't think it's happening this game.
The welder's not there, but Gloria, a great turn 1 option. Bidoof already in the hand. Quick Ball. I mean, this hand is just oozing consistency for Trevor.
Perfect start. Gloria can grab any 3 basics out of the deck. I expect to see the Snorlax, definitely one of Trevor's go-tos in the early game. And then things like Minccino, Pidgey, Bidoof is already in hand. Maybe a Lugia to respond pretty quickly to the Galarian Wheezing. What's the best option in Trevor's deck to knock out Wheezing pretty quickly? Is it like Snorlax and you have to get one of the damage modifiers? That's probably it, right?
I feel like it has to be Snorlax, and the reason being is that Snorlax has that collect attack that it can use to help draw into the cards it needs to knock out the Wheezing, whereas all the other attackers might just get stuck. Snorlax is probably the most reliable at not getting stuck in Trevor's deck. So you see Trevor obviously going for the Snorlax. That's the lead. It's got 150 hit points. The math works out on it. It's able to survive multiple turns of that poison damage.
A couple of awkward prizes on Trevor's side as well. Kind of behind his hand there, it does look like the Unidentified Fossil and the Porygon 2. So Unidentified Fossil does become the Aerodactyl, which is one of the strongest, I think just the literal strongest single attacker in the deck. And the Porygon 2 is kind of the key to getting into Porygon Z eventually. Now Trevor can still play Rare Candy, but that's a lot harder to manage and kind of forces your hand to get something like Teammates, and that's a specific card you have to get off of Teammates as well.
Trevor opting to grab Snorlax, Porygon, and Kangaskhan with the energy in hand. Looks like that double colorless energy is going to make its way onto Snorlax. So Snorlax is actually ready to collapse. Evolution Incense from JW. Does he have the Wheezing? Here is the moment of truth. He doesn't know. He's going through the deck, wants to find Galarian Wheezing, and there it is.
I was getting nervous for a second.
Yeah, it gets to that final 10 cards in the deck, and you're like, come on, baby, come on. I know you're in here, Wheezing. And sure enough, Wheezing decided to show up. That is a wonderful grab for JW with the Zoroark hitting the bench immediately. Trevor has got how many cards in hand? I'm curious because JW's got a copycat. I don't think the hand is huge.
I think it is 4. So
Yeah.
JW will probably choose to play the research instead.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, research is in hand. You do. JW also had Super Rod in hand, so that's a little bit annoying to lose. But if you're the one being aggressive, I don't think you mind it too much.
Yeah, better than a copycat for 4. So we're gonna send it with the Moltres.
Yeah.
But it's fine. I think that JW does play a rescue stretcher.
Yep.
So there is one more option to bring it back, and the Clara.
And the rescue stretcher as well.
Yep, so there they all are, actually. This hand isn't the most exciting, considering there's no darkness energy in it.
Uh-oh.
Would be good to poison this turn with the Galarian Wheezing. Does have a guaranteed knockout if he wants to go in with Zoroark, but trading a Zoroark for a Slackoth doesn't feel great because the Snorlax is just sitting there, and I'm sure would love to knock out a Zoroark if JW wanted to take the greedy knockout on the Slackoth. And I think JW kind of assesses that correctly and says, nah, I'm just going to pass and keep you from doing anything with my Galarian Wheezing in the active spot.
Yeah, I think JW's still just okay with this turn. It's hard for Trevor to have much of a response to this. One Heads on the Timer Ball can get any evolution Pokemon from the deck, but none of them can use their abilities. There's some powerful ones, but Barrel, of course, Vigoroth, try to get that up and going. We know that the Porygon 2 is prized, but Barrel will be grabbed. Industrious Incisors normally would be able to draw some cards, but in this specific instance, it will not work out. Ultra Ball being played, discarding a couple of cards, Versus Seeker being one of them. And a Quick Ball, it looks like, as well.
Vigoroth going on to the active. Minccino.
Is that a 0-card hand?
And that is a 0-card hand.
Oh, no. That is not good for Trevor.
No, and this is how dependent Trevor is on those abilities, and JW has sniffed it out.
Yes.
Right? And is saying, aha, I will not move my Wheezing. You have a 0-card hand.
Look how good Trevor's turn would have been if JW had chosen to go in with the Zoroark. Industrious Incisors for 5. And, Trevor didn't notice!
Trevor forgot!
He didn't realize!
He just, was going to go to draw and just forgot about the Wheezing.
No.
Oh, my gosh.
Got rid of Versus Seeker as well. I don't know that. Was there even a supporter to have played, though?
No, not really, but still just, that's so tough. And you can see Trevor's not having a good time with that. JW finding some really good cards off this Birdkeeper. Still no energy yet, but JW does play a Professor's Letter, which he could find off the Trainer's Mail to get him an energy to inflict poison. But I think at this point, JW is just licking his chops. He has got Trevor with a 0-card hand, just hand-locked with the Galarian Wheezing in the active spot, and JW can take as long as he needs to take to set up his board.
Definitely.
Yep, no need to rush.
Still would like to attack this turn, get the poison out, put some pressure on. It's not necessary, but it would definitely be ideal. Would like to get that severe poison, I mean, of course.
Yes, obviously would like to poison, but will be content just keeping Trevor to 1-card hand next turn with the top deck, unless
That's
it's
good.
Something real good. So we'll see. JW, yes, just having to go back into the Galarian Wheezing. It's got a Quick Ball in hand and Ultra Ball. Are these cards we're even going to see play? I think maybe JW is saving the Ultra Ball to go for Liepard next turn. Top deck for Trevor. It's 1 energy.
It's a powerful colorless energy. And Vigoroth does have a 1 energy attack. I have no clue what that does, though. It would be boosted by 20. But, and Trevor is going to attack with this Vigoroth. Let's see what it does. 40 damage. Okay. Well, that's not super strong. But it does mean that Collapse...
over the course of enough turns.
That's true. That is true, because...
the Wheezing's not, with an energy. So.
Right.
Over the course of enough turns, and actually, let's see what that Vigoroth does, okay? Because maybe its
second attack?
Yeah, maybe its second attack is, kind of sick. It's the single strike one, slash. does 50 damage, so 70.
Okay.
And now we're starting to see maybe 2 shatter attacks and a slash could do it.
A slash and a muscle band would do it next turn.
Yeah, precisely. So Trevor playing with what he's got. And JW gonna use Cynthia to shuffle the hand, draw 6 cards. Got the Lipard in play, can start using the Lipard to trade through the deck. Finds the Darkness Energy finally to put onto the Galarian Wheezing. And what's hilarious about this game is that a prize hasn't been drawn yet. Yeah.
But I think we know who is very much in the lead. Trevor's sitting with a 0-card hand. JW totally ability locking Trevor, and Town Map gets played as soon as it gets drawn. Prized a couple stadiums, Escape Rope as well. Those are great cards to see because you can control when you take them. The boss's orders as well being over there.
Right, yes. Just being able to kind of map out those cards, the boss, the Escape Rope, the Hoopa, these are good ones to find. Town Map is such an insane card. I think it's no secret that both finalists have Town Map in their deck right now.
And what Trevor's doing now is pretty good. Retreating the Vigoroth and collect. Draw 2 cards, try to get out of this, and does find the energy to collapse next turn and KO Wheezing.
Yep, so Trevor just playing to what he's got. Finds, with that energy, the Wheezing is going to be under fire. And JW, despite having Quick Ball and Ultra Ball in his hand last turn, didn't play either of them, choosing to preserve resources instead, and now actually doesn't have, a ton of attackers in play, which is a little bit concerning.
So this early game has been very favored for JW, but now JW needs to do something. JW needs to get some more Pokemon in play, needs to start trying to set other guys up. That Guzzlord would be a great option, of course. We've seen that come into play pretty early in most of these games so far. So I'm sure JW would love to find it.
And let's see. A Colorless for 6. Gonna get some more cards. Gets a trade after the Colorless to see 2 more cards. And JW would like to find Spiritomb. Just put it down, start putting damage counters on it. Sneasel, that'd be good. The mainstays. Let's just get these guys out the deck. Would be ideal for sure. Instead, what do we got?
Ooh. Not quite sure. The Weavile's already in the discard pile, so that's a little awkward.
Okay,
Guzzlord gets played.
Yep, that'll do. And a little bit of an awkward choice. What do you trade away? It's going to be the Cynthia and Caitlin. Finds Letter. Yes. And the Twin Energy, which is beautiful because you can slap the Twin Energy onto the Guzzlord.
Yeah.
And then next turn, you've got Letter and Dark Patch in the hand.
That's pretty good, especially if Trevor's going to take this knockout and put that Darkness Energy in the discard pile.
Right. And, or, the Lipard could trade one away.
Yeah, there's lots of ways to make it happen.
Yeah, so this is basically a situation where JW is like, I'm actually ready to start trading now.
Okay.
Right? Because I can go in, neutralize the Snorlax, right? Just take it out and say like, okay, you want to go in with Kangaskhan? My hand is bananas. I've got the Dark Patch. I've got the the Claw. The Claw.
Ready to go.
Yeah, got the Claw in my hand. So the Guzzlord's going to be able to do as much damage as it needs to do to knock out the Kangaskhan to take 2 more prizes.
Trevor really wants to find the Twin Energy here. Double Colorless has already been used. Giant Hearth can discard a card. I don't even know if Trevor will take anything. Might just be thinning the hand. There's already a fire in hand, so worst case scenario, you can attach that. Just wants to draw an extra card off the Industrious Incisors. Can find the double color or the Twin Energy potentially, or a supporter card to keep digging. Otherwise, Zolwark is going to just get to hang on and take another knockout potentially.
Yeah, that would not be ideal. Here we go.
Ooh.
And the
double turbo,
which is enough.
Yes, 100 damage exactly.
Yep, Kangaskhan with the rally back from Darkness Ablaze. A nice low maintenance attacker in this colorless deck with a formidable 130 hit points, and Trevor will select the welder off the prizes.
Okay. There is already a couple of fire energy in hand, so we could see exactly why this fire energy package has been included in this deck.
And JW, using trade, discarding the darkness energy, finds the... has got the dark patch to accelerate the energy onto Guzzlord.
Has the letter, but Red Banquet, while it is extremely powerful, it only deals 120 damage, and Kangaskhan has 130 HP.
JW's got the rope in his hand, so I'm wondering, are there, is it a situation where JW is able to knock out all of the Pokemon on Trevor's bench?
Well, JW also has the Dark Claw and the Muscle Band. So
yes.
Yeah, it can also just knock out the active as well.
Right, but I don't know that JW has a way to get the Galarian Wheezing straight back out of the active, right?
That's true, yeah. So it does need to play the rope for that reason.
So the energy going onto the Guzzlord, we've got the rope. Obviously a little annoying because not knocking out the Kangaskhan, but the Kangaskhan's doing 20 less damage because of the double turbo energy. And
that's not enough to knock out the Guzzlord.
Nah, Guzzlord's got 150 hit points.
It's a big boy.
So Trevor is going to have to somehow figure out how to cook up. Wow, and the Muscle Band going down onto the Guzzlord. Rescue Stretcher, I love this. Just getting some of these pieces back into the deck. Weavile, Zorua, Zoroark, throw them back in while you have it. Kind of prepping for any sort of hand disruption that we might encounter. And I love this with the Bridget. When you get to Gust and Bridget in the same turn, it feels dirty. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Now, JW is going to be taking 2 prize cards, getting the Sneasel and the Zorua out of the deck with the Spiritomb. Gonna see that Building Spite ability place a damage counter on the Spiritomb as well. And a 2 prize take from JW with Guzzlord's Red Banquet attack.
Incredibly strong. Building Spite does add that damage counter. Anguish Cry can become a serious threat in the late game. Trevor usually wants to use these big HP basic Pokemon with Fighting Fury Belt to increase their HP. Spiritomb can get over those humps and still pick up one-hit KOs regardless. Trevor left in a tough spot. Has the Welder in hand, we know, with a couple of fire energies, and Giant Hearth is also still in play.
Wow. JW selecting the Devoured Field off of the prizes, saying, all right, so, the sky's the limit for me. I'm going to be able to do as much damage as I need to do next turn, and the Guzzlord is looking like an absolute menace in the active with Vigoroth. Maybe the Slacking is going to come out to save the day.
Trevor needs to draw it, and I think has to draw it either off the Welder or can teammates maybe for triple acceleration energy plus the Slacking and critical move will be strong enough to pick up a one-hit knockout onto the Guzzlord. And JW does not have the immediate response prepared, so this is actually a really solid play from Trevor.
Yeah, I mean, having the Vigoroth built up does have 40 damage on it, so Slacking's only going to have 120 hit points when it comes into play. Using the triple acceleration energy is going to mean that the Slacking's not necessarily built up to be aggressive back-to-back. It's just going to neutralize the immediate threat, which is the Guzzlord in the active spot. Maybe thinking, is it a little bit greedy that JW decided to throw that Muscle Band onto the Guzzlord? Maybe, but it's probably fine.
Well, it has the Dark Claw as well, so wanted to do this in case, Trevor didn't get the knockout, maybe disrupted the hand, so that Guzzlord could still pick up a knockout on the Kangaskhan.
I agree with that.
Yeah,
I think that makes sense. Here's the Slacking and the triple acceleration energy, and Trevor just trying to thin down his hand as much as possible to use Bibarel's Industrious Incisors ability to draw more cards.
Pretty solid if you ask me. Can't attach that energy, so we got to pop that back in the hand. And Industrious Incisors draws
Guzma?
Just one card. Guzma's not bad to have.
Not the card that Trevor wants to play, though, because, again, the Guzzlord's got to go down.
Yeah, well, I already played the teammates as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we'll discard that triple acceleration energy. Now, JW does have a pretty reasonable response to this as long as he can find the pieces. Has the Dark Claw in hand, and Weavile deals 100 damage right now. So plus 20 more, that's exactly enough to knock out the Slacking. But Spiritomb is going to be the promotion for now. I think JW has gone through a lot of basic darks at this point in this game.
There's a basic dark right there in the hand.
Okay.
And
must not have been confident in the ability to grab the Weavile, or feels like that's something he needs to save for later.
Boss. So I think it's just going to be Gust on Porygon. Like, if you Gust the Porygon and knock it out, you also break the ability lock, and you make it so that you guarantee, pretty much, aside from, special charge and getting the triple back, that the Slacking's not going to be attacking again next turn.
Yep.
So JW is just going to continue the trade,
and that special charge
is in the prize, right? So you're going to guarantee that Slacking is not coming back next turn, and that you're going to get some mileage out of the Spiritomb, which is nice, saving your. Did JW trade? Hopefully,
I believe so. Yes, traded away the Marnie that's in the discard pile right there. And yeah, JW was able to make that play because of Town Map. Saw that Trevor took the Porygon 2 off the prizes. So JW is aware, this is what he wants to set up. Oh, speaking of no way to power this guy up. Welder for 2 energy.
Let's go.
One more fire in hand. There it is.
Welder onto Slacking. Look at that. I wanted to see a Welder sometime today, and there it is. I didn't expect that I'd be seeing it in the Colorless deck, but sure enough, you could play Welder in whatever deck you want.
You can, but this Colorless is probably the only other type besides Fire that it makes any sort of sense. Trevor's showing off exactly why these energies are in this deck, why he chose to play this little package in here. Working out very nicely. Kangaskhan can still pick up this KO. It deals 100 damage, knocks out the Spiritomb, which only has 40 HP remaining.
Right.
And this Slacking is just waiting in the wings. And if Trevor can combine the Slacking in the active next turn with an into 1, that's pretty dang good.
Could be powerful. Trevor is going to attack with the Kangaskhan. So it's got the Slacking powered up. Kangaskhan going to be the favorite attacker since Kangaskhan is only doing 100 damage with Rally Back. So you want to actually just utilize the Kangaskhan on the Pokemon that's got a lower amount of HP because less is required of it.
Yeah.
And the Kangaskhan also has 10 more hit points, which is going to be tougher for JW to deal with. Now,
I actually think Trevor's not in a bad spot here as long as he can find the end, find the disruption. JW
needs to establish Moltres now.
Yes, yeah, and
it's literally like this turn.
It's in the discard pile.
And you can find Clara.
Yeah, well, yeah, he needs to do that. Yes,
definitely.
For sure.
Yeah, so he would love to do that. I think that would be a big turn for JW. Let's see what he's got, though. I mean, because he doesn't actually have any. Okay, he's got Weavile in hand. He's got the Devoured Field and the Dark Claw.
Okay.
So this is a guaranteed knockout on the Kangaskhan.
Does have the Weavile. Yep, there we go. Bruno is a supporter option. Is that the teammates all the way on the right as well?
Teammates is good.
That can stack up JW's hand for whatever he needs. But yeah, I think finding Moltres would be best, but I don't know if he has a way to do it.
I don't know either. The Weavile can get there. We're going to trade away the Bruno and finds a Guzma.
Okay. That can deal with the Slacking. But JW does not have a way to retreat in hand.
Right, so I think it's going to go to 1 prize remaining.
JW has Versus Seeker. Is that boss still in the prize cards? It's not. Could boss this turn.
Pretty insane to deal with the Slacking, but the Kangaskhan definitely...
No, yeah. I don't know. This is tough.
It is really tough. Yes. It's really tough. I like just dealing with it, right?
Okay, yeah.
I do. I think that this makes the most sense. It's the biggest threat that Trevor has. If Trevor's losing the Slacking, I mean, it's like, okay, this is terrible.
Right.
I mean, it is not ideal at all because now you're dealing with the Kangaskhan. The Kangaskhan's got an extremely limited damage output at this point with the double turbo energy attached to it. His second attack does 100?
Yeah.
So 80, not great. Obviously going to be able to rally back to go down to 2 prizes remaining, But having to, like, it's easy to imagine the slacking going end to one, knockout. It's not easy to imagine the Kangaskhan doing that.
Yeah, Kangaskhan, it has to be like into one knockout plus attach boss knockout.
Yeah.
That's what it's got to be. And the Zorua has to not get evolved. And JW has to not find any of those pieces off of Lipard. So it's much, much less likely. Trevor sending up the Barrel. Could that mean a Guzma's coming out right now? Dealing with the Weezing, which has the most HP.
Weezing's got, 90 hit points left?
Oh, I guess it's the same as the
I think you take out maybe the Lipard or the Zorua if you're going to use Guzma. The Weavile's like not doing much right now.
I think he has to use Guzma. That's the only way he's taking a prize this turn.
Right, and you kind of have to. I think you're looking at the Lipard. Yeah, because the Lipard could unlock like the Moltres play.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing is if JW just gets the Moltres down, back it up.
GG's.
Yes, that's JW's like trump card play. But with the Weavile having only a retreat of 1, if JW is able to find the cards to piece together the Moltres, is it a knockout?
Yes, Trevor's already taken the knockout, is just deciding what to take off the prize cards here. And it looks like the unidentified fossil is going to be grabbed. Okay.
I think you're kind of saying like, okay, maybe if, you can't do it. I actually like this promotion from JW saying, okay, we're going to promote the Weezing. I can slow down this Kangaskhan with the poison, put it in range, and then finish it off with whoever. I think that JW might have like a teammates in hand or something, or some sort of access to one.
Yeah, teammates is in hand. N is grabbed off of the Pokegear. So a couple of different options. JW making sure, hey, I'm not playing it quite yet. Has the Hoopa.
Right, which can finish the game after a poison, right? So JW at this point just needing to set up the checkmate. 1 prize left. The Kangaskhan with a Fury Belt on it, not getting knocked out this turn. It's just not happening.
No. Trevor will be in a tough spot. This poison will start to rack up and put this Kangaskhan in range of the Hoopa on the bench. Like you mentioned, all JW would have to do is send up that Weavile, retreat the energy off, Hoopa comes in and takes the KO.
Yep.
Does Trevor have a way to heal the poison?
And that's the thing is like putting the poison damage on is going to rack up between turns.
Right.
So it just makes it so that Trevor cannot leave the Kangaskhan there.
Yes, Trevor would need to play like Birdkeeper, something like that, Tate and Liza, some way to not be put in range of a dark, of the Hoopa's attack there, of the Assault Gate. JW is playing teammates, can grab any 2 cards.
Could get Field Blower, looking like maybe preferring Floatstone instead. I don't think Field Blower is a good choice because like the Fighting Fury Belt actually kind of locks up the Kangaskhan more, making it more difficult to move, which I do like. That's a small deck.
Not a lot left remaining, so JW will have plenty of access to those cards through whatever supporter he may play through the end of this game. I didn't quite see what both of those cards were off of the teammates. JW trying to set it up for the next turn to guarantee the win. JW cannot win this turn. Only has 1 prize remaining. Coming down to the wire. Trevor Redding with just 2 prizes remaining. This is extremely close. JW making sure every action is calculated, making sure that every decision is perfect, and that he does not make any mistakes that could potentially cost him this game.
Floatstone onto the Zorua, and Severe Poison will leave the Kangaskhan taking 4 damage counters between turns. Trevor with the top deck, taking a look, has got an unidentified fossil. Is there a way to move that?
Tate and Liza into the unidentified fossil, and unidentified fossil can just discard itself. That'll heal the poison and send
then
this.
What is he doing?
Kangaskhan back to the active.
To do rally back minus 20?
Yeah. Needs a little bit more for sure, but can get out of this poison at least.
Yeah, it's tough. Yeah. Yikes.
The
Birdkeeper, though.
That works as well. Trevor needs an energy. If Trevor can find an energy, he can deal 90 damage with the Fighting Fury belt, which would be enough to KO the Weezing. Trevor intentionally grabbed the Fossil last turn, seeing this play, seeing that this is what he was going to have to do.
Yes, this is incredible. The Bird Keeper into the unidentified Fossil is a huge brain play. There has to be an energy off the top of the deck. One.
Last card.
No energy. And with no way to draw additional cards with Bibarel under the ability lock of neutralizing gas, this Kangaskhan is stuck, not doing enough damage. Rally back, not activated. The poison is healed, but there's no way for Trevor to go on the aggressive. Can't just pass with this unidentified Fossil. There's a Hoopa on the bench ready to assault gate. Bibarel will go into the active position. Just going to go there to just get stuck. There's a Tate and Liza in the hand.
Trevor has Floatstone in hand as well. So I think that Trevor's only out at this point, however unlikely it may be, is to discard the unidentified Fossil, send up the Bibarel, put the Floatstone on it, and pass. If JW doesn't have a way to retreat, that does buy Trevor a turn. But if JW does have a way to retreat, the game is just over. Trevor's going to go in and poke. Okay.
Back into Kangaskhan. It's fine. Kangaskhan's still huge.
And it's fine because Trevor does have the Tate and Liza in hand as well. So one more turn to try to find an energy to start attacking. This is only going to do 20 damage.
Yeah, it's not a lot. But, healing the poison was big. Does JW have the cards he needs to finish this game off? We've got a Zoroark, we've got a Clara, and there are darkness energies in the hand. Can start to set up checkmate even further.
No, this is game. With Floatstone on the Zoroark, Zoroark stand in. The Moltres will power itself up. 2 energies, attach for turn, stand in, retreat into the Moltres, and Moltres picks up the knockout on Kangaskhan. 270 damage, and JW Kriewall has won the Gym Leader Challenge Brilliant Stars 1K event.
220, but it was awesome. And Galarian Moltres takes the KO for an awesome finale. Well played by both players. JW with the win. They're not scooping up their cards, so making sure that everything's straight. But
I think just discussing the game at this point.
Okay, all
Being
right.
good sports, talking about the game. JW with the win. I heard a little whooping and hollering out there.
Yeah, JW's got the win. Wow. The tag team podcast sweeping the Full Grip Games 3K weekend.
That's right. We had Riley Holbert winning the standard tournament yesterday. JW Kriewall coming back and finishing that unfinished business. Second place in the last one and getting first now, taking the win. Congratulations to JW.
Incredible play by Trevor as well. Trevor, with an extremely unique deck list, has been putting a ton of effort into this, and it's amazing to see that effort pay off in this Gym Leader Challenge Championship. That was crazy.
That was wild.
Intense. Wow. I mean, JW that was a 2-0, right? I mean, my goodness, it's been such a long day.
It was a 2-0, yes.
That was so intense. The Galarian Weezing was just able to absolutely warp that entire finals match around itself. I
think.
Yeah. With the way that Trevor's deck was built, obviously extremely consistent, extremely potent draw engine, all ability reliant.
Absolutely.
And I think that JW just had the answers in the right places.
Galarian Weezing, one of the most impactful cards in the entire tournament today and yesterday. That card made a huge impact throughout the course of the entire weekend and just totally shut down Trevor's deck here in the finals. JW Kriewall waltzing in here. We just get this guy to sit down.
Yeah, just come sit, JW. You could take your mask off, JW. This man, he's like staying with me this weekend, so don't have to pay. These two are both like over my place all the time. So like, anyways, JW,
just come right. Yep.
Yeah, just
I broke a lot of things.
All right, JW. Tell us about your win. You know what, Chip? I've been doing interviews all weekend. Take us, Chip.
So JW, the first Gym Leader Challenge tournament. You come out here with your amazing Raikou deck.
Yep.
You take it all the way to the finals where Trey was able to defeat you with that Psychic deck. You played extremely well. You had a creative deck, but came up just short. You accomplished the goal today. Came into this event, made it to top 8, took it to the finals, and got the win. You know. What's going through your mind?
As I always say, history remembers winners. And today, I etched my name in the history books forever. The salty run back from that first GLC tournament, I took it back. I reclaimed the crown that I thought was rightfully mine. And I played my heart out today.
You absolutely played your heart out today. The dark type deck, you now being the dark type gym leader.
That's right.
Call
me the Dark Knight.
The Dark Knight has risen and taken the event down. JW, congratulations.
Thank you so much. I'm on cloud 9.
Incredible. Very well played. You played excellently throughout the entire weekend. Every single one of the matches I got to watch of yours, you made great decisions. You had some incredible opponents as well. Great play all around. JW, congratulations. What led to you choosing this darkness type deck, changing it up from the first Gym Leader Challenge event?
Well, what I really liked about Lightning was that I could take 2 prizes with the Raikou, and that I could also just draw through my deck with Zebstrika and Electrode and Magneton. Like, I really like the draw options. I was going to play Dark at the first one, but then I just realized that the Crobat line kind of sucked.
It's not good enough.
It's really not good enough. So I switched to Lightning last minute. And then, all of a sudden, Brilliant Stars comes out. How about that? We get a draw engine for Dark in Liepard. And that just won me so many games. Just being able to, you're going to play 15, 20 turns maybe.
Yeah.
And just being able to
the
draw
games are
through
so
your deck
long. Yeah.
is really, really strong.
I think that, is it safe to say that the Tag Team Podcast is the most successful podcast of all time?
If you're not listening to us, what are you doing?
3 regional championships between them, 2 full grip game championships as well. These guys know what they're talking about.
Absolutely. So yeah, you can listen
literally
to us.
defining the meta.
I mean, seriously, right? Like, people are going to copy Riley's list. They're going to copy my list if they're playing GLC. It's crazy. So
yeah, the humility looks good on you, JW.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Hey.
Yes, well, I think that I speak for many of us when I say that watching you this weekend was an absolute joy, JW. You played some incredible Pokemon, and it was really hyped to see the Darkness deck take down its first big tournament win.
Yeah, it was pretty incredible to do so. And yeah, like you said, Dark really hasn't shown up that much, but it's on the map, and I put it there.
The Liepard, all it really needed. It had all the other pieces. The energy-efficient attackers between Zoroark and Weavile. The big extra prizes from the Guzzlord. All it was missing was consistent draw. Like you said, Crobat wasn't quite doing it. Liepard can get in there, though.
And you had the one-shot potential of the Moltres.
Yes,
needs
that's
to
another
be
big, yeah.
really harped on people, because you could go Clara, Moltres at the end of the game, hit for 270, just go through anything your opponent has out. Now, that strategy kind of falls apart if you get... if you're down on prizes, right? You want to use that Moltres to take your last prize, right? But it's really, really strong for the deck.
Well, thank you all so much for joining us for an amazing weekend of Pokemon TCG content. I want to give a big thank you to Chip, my co-caster this weekend. Thank you, Chip, for being with us. I know that these are a ton of work, and I just want to say Chip has done above and beyond anything I could have possibly asked of him this weekend. So definitely make sure to check out Trainer Chip on YouTube and Twitch. An incredible guy, a great content creator, and one of the best people I could imagine having to do this job with me. So thank you, Chip.
Thank you so much, Andrew. I appreciate those kind words. And thank you so much for bringing me up here, letting me get to do what I love to do and talk about Pokemon, share it with all these people at home watching. And if you're not at these events, you guys are missing out. Seriously, these events are so much fun. Full Grip Games is doing something genuinely special here, and it's really all in thanks to this guy. This guy has done an incredible job of building an incredible Pokemon community. And, I mean, look at this. We've got hundreds of people in here watching a format that you created. Andrew, thank you so much for all you've done for the Pokemon community as well.
3 cheers. Hip hip.
Hooray!
Hip hip.
Hooray!
Hip hip.
Hooray. Thank you to Full Grip Games for hosting. Thank you to our amazing judge staff out there, AJ Schumacher and the crew.
Yes.
It was a phenomenal weekend for the Pokemon trading card game. You all take it easy and have a great night because I'm getting out of here. See ya.